What's up, Buttercup? We are fired up, ready to go. A brand new day. Kickoff hour has started. The Good Time Gang all settling in. We got Blazing Silverman. He's your intern today. He is ready to screen you up. He's getting show prep pulled for the guys, and we are ready to go. Thank you so much for choosing the Rick and Bubba Show. This weekend, I think all of you will be blessed with this one. RBU with Jonathan Evans. His latest book, Fighting Your Battles, Every Christian's Playbook for Victory. He and Rick break it down and have a great time together. RBU this weekend. It will drop Saturday morning, and so make sure that you are following and get your notifications and subscribe to the podcast. At least, if you haven't done all that, make sure you're following us on all social media. We send out notification to let you know when that's ready, but that will be this weekend. Looking forward to that. We'll sound the alarm for Beth Mowens and her weekend game, and let me just tell you, it's coming up, so you definitely want to pay attention to that. We got things to break down and recap, and we're just going to have a good time together. Over to my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Hams. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey. Lips are a little chapped, but outside of that,
you're a little windy yesterday.
Hey, I can't stand chapped lips. Can't stand it.
And
I never keep the right stuff around to
I don't either.
You know, I haven't struggled with that in years.
You're not outside a lot, are you?
Well, I am. I don't know. I now that I think about it, I
Your
can't
lips just
remember
gotten
last
tough?
time, maybe, or I just don't lick them.
Well, I don't know that I lick. It's just that it's just been windy and just it
Speaking of lips,
last 2 days.
Dries it out.
Breathe a minute, okay?
Count to 10. It's like you've got 5 Mississippi and you got to wait to rush the quarterback. Okay.
It's why I brought that up. I thought just let it breathe a minute, collect our thoughts a little bit before we jump into it.
But to your point, I was out last night. I'm driving back from Snead State, Boaz, Alabama, where JC played yesterday.
been there many times.
And, it was a little traffic and rush hour and all that. And I get about halfway home, and I was like, wow, my lips are all chapped and all broke up. What's up with that?
What type of chapstick do y'all go with when you have to use it?
Whenever I can find.
That's me.
The best is that the Vaseline when you squeeze it. Not just regular chapstick. This the Vaseline.
You go the Carmex
in the tube.
Do you do Carmex or you?
Is that how you say it?
Well, back when you had chapped lips.
Yeah,
but
the
not
last time
anymore.
I had them,
Is that
I
not
was
how
like
you-
86.
Greg, is that not how you say it? How you
I don't
say it?
know. I can't remember.
You're saying you got-
Carmex sounds like you got a warranty on a vehicle.
You got BA lips, huh?
That's right. See, well, when I think warm, a lot of times it's deflected.
Yeah. Well, I had a situation last night.
And you are right. I'm not outside.
And luckily, because of the camera shot, it's a still shot for this hour. And so all of you tubers, the camera shot is far away, so it's a wide shot where you can see us three good ones. You know, we're not zooming in. Adler's not here. So a lot of you probably can't even see because the way my facial hair is, it's kind of a light color with a ton of gray in it. And so, and with my fair skin, sometimes you can't even tell I got facial hair.
I'm saying,
you know. But I did have, a goatee, and I every now and then I can't once a week or something. I'll get out the little trimmers and trim it up a little bit.
Yeah,
boy.
And last night it was getting out of hand, and I can normally tell. I don't like it. I don't like it to cover my lips.
Yeah, I like my facial hair. I go all the way as low as I can go on the guard.
Okay. Well, I don't like it to get around my lips.
I don't either.
Plus, Terry doesn't like
Those
it.
people, and there was a guy who used to come to Golden Tickets. He used to have his mouth covered by his mustache.
Right.
That's nasty. Is all that is.
Right. Yeah. Well, and so I'm like, well, okay, it's coming over my lips, so it's time to, it's time to trim it up. So
you feel it with your tongue, and you're like,
oh yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it.
I know.
And
you definitely took care of it.
I don't like nose hair coming out your nose.
I love nose hair
and trimming your eyebrows.
Yeah, I'll even go
some of y'all got
between.
some, but your eyebrows is like you got a baseball cap on.
I know.
I'll get one on the ear of the straggling every once in a while.
Yeah,
I have to trim it.
Well,
So whenever I'm knocking that out, I'll go ahead and just, and so I come in and I was talking to myself. I was like, Speedy, do that tonight because in the morning you're not going to want to do it. You'll be half asleep, and all that.
Yeah.
Looks like you were.
So I go in and why don't we just stop? Why do we keep going when it was done. I had done it.
So you had actually gotten, okay, that's like a lie.
Yeah. And so on the guard, it's just a guard we got. I mean, some trimmers we got. But on the guard, you can set it. You can roll it up and down and put it on a number.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I know.
And so 7 is where I normally land. And so I went to 7, and it's locked in there to make sure it doesn't slide. And I go to trimming, all this kind of stuff. So I'm finishing up. And
you thought,
stupidly, I just like, well, I'm going to do one more round. And my one more was start below the chin and pull up towards the mouth. One more time. I felt like there were some stragglers. Yeah. Well, I'm normally top to down. I normally like that, but underneath the chin when you look up, you got to go.
Some
up
of them you have to, back and forth.
And so that one more, I went, and it felt weird. I was like, well, that was kind of hurt my chin a little bit. What's up with that? And I look, and when I pressed, the guard slipped down from 7 to like 1.
So that's why you have no facial hair this morning.
And I was like, oh no! And I looked in the mirror, and it was like I put I put the lawnmower down to the lowest level and skinned my yard.
I wish you would have left that.
So I go in and I took a picture, Terry, because I go in and I'm like, honey, I'm of course now I'm holding it, walking in like I'm a kid, and she's in there and we're watching Prime Video NFL Thursday night, and I'm like, I'm in a handle. She's in there watching it, and I'm like, hey, look at this. And she turns around and she starts laughing to the point where I thought, I'm like, honey, I've got the show today.
Yeah.
And all that. Then I got a remote this weekend. And I'm like, so this is me. What do I do?
What do you mean, what do you do? It looks good.
And she said, I guess you're going to have to put it on one and go and just shave the whole thing.
And you did. You might as well have just went all the way to the skin, because you practically have.
I know. And
it looks like, when you get your head in that light and they make you shave all your facial hair off that once a year.
Yeah, the blue light. Yeah, that's it, which I need to get that.
You look younger. I thought JC was here this morning when I looked up and I realized it was you.
She claimed, she did say, well, you look younger. And I'm like, honey, and because she's trying to now make me feel good, which is, and it's just not a good situation now.
From the side,
I feel like a good one.
From the side, you ever seen baby birds when they first hatch?
Oh my gosh,
it looks a little bit like
that. Really do. Yeah.
He's got you.
They got their bald head, they're like,
and with your legs, I guess it'd be a kill dig.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Sorry, I'll
bring it on.
Yeah, you did.
Bring it on.
In there.
Bring it on.
It does look good though.
Make little blazes laughing.
I mean, I wouldn't say it looks bad, but I mean.
I wouldn't worry.
What's funny is I didn't notice it at first.
Yeah, well, you're not very observant.
And I thought, well,
I could come in here.
I
come in here with black hair, and you wouldn't know it.
I mean, I would. It'd be about third segment. I'd go,
you're like, oh heck, what's on your head?
I do wish you'd show up with a black wig on, but try to act like what?
Wait, what's wrong?
What y'all talking about? I've always had this hair.
But even though to y'all it go, anytime anybody, it'd be like somebody cutting y'all's hair and then accidentally go, ooh, and then like. Really messing up and then having to cut the hair to match it, but so it just feels weird.
It's fine. A slick face, it's fine.
So now it is what it is, and here I am.
Well, I'm gonna shave mine off. I thinned it up last night.
Well, look at you.
I don't.
Did you shave?
I thought you were going to get a haircut yesterday.
I was.
You're not going to get a
I'm going to do it today.
You going to get a haircut for the crap run so you look good?
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Oh, yes, you did.
No, I wear a hat when I run.
You'll move better.
Oh, so it doesn't sweat in your eyes and stuff?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think you're going to have to worry about sweating.
I know. You may be right.
All right, 17 minutes past the hour. So
I got a new employee today. Slick face.
Go ahead. You get it out.
Fine. That's not slick face.
Yeah,
it looks good. It doesn't look bad.
I knew you would say that because you're supportive, and I knew he would. Really, y'all are playing the roles I thought you would.
It doesn't look bad, but I wouldn't call it good.
And I knew Blazin would just laugh at anything Greg said.
Folks in Dalton, Georgia, our friends at WizKid Clean Pods make smarter cleaning products where you bring the water and their cleaning pods bring the clean. A lot of you are already loving their glass cleaners, their bathroom cleaners, floor cleaners, and the very popular pet cleanup Urine Blast. These cleaners defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime, which reduces cleaning frequency and saves you time. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. Cleanpods.com/Bubba.
With HelloFresh, we've all learned that our busy fall schedules don't mean we have to compromise on wholesome, delicious meals. HelloFresh handles the meal prepping and planning, and their pre-portioned ingredients make cooking easy and stress-free even on hectic weeknights. And we can choose from over 30 weekly recipes every week. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Hey, business owners, have we got some good news for you. It's the A to B fuel card, and it's accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A to B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more. A to B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A to B is more than just saving you money. They can help you track all your transportation costs and offer 24/7 support. Apply today at A2B.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to letter B.com/Bubba to apply to get a $50 credit. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, or go to rickandbubba.com. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID, flus, and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code BUBBA for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere!
Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 22, leaning on 23 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. So I went ahead and got my facial hair, fiasco, got that out of the way because even though Greg hadn't even really noticed it, I knew Helmsy would say something real quick.
About your facial, you burnt the hide off of it.
Yeah, I was trimming up the goatee.
I smelled burnt hide.
And the guard slipped and shaved me all the way down. So now I've got almost slick face. So
slick face.
I feel weird, so there you go. There's that.
Grow like a 2-foot beard to make up for it.
Don't forget,
How long would it take to grow a 2-foot
RBU
beard?
this weekend is with Jonathan Evans. His latest book is Fighting Your Battles, Every Christian's Playbook for Victory. He and Rick had a great sit-down together. You don't want to miss that. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Wheel of Meat has spun. We know that. Bubba has been back. He came back for an hour Wednesday. He stayed with us all day yesterday. Expected to be here today. Thank y'all for your thoughts and prayers as he continues to get stronger each day. The golden ticket seats, they will arrive in a couple of hours for the third round of golden ticket seats, starting back up in the new No Name studio. So look forward to those of you that are traveling to our studio today. Travel safely, and we can't wait to see you. That's going to be a lot of fun today.
Nate.
Bring it on. All right, so Helmsy started this the other day.
Got some questions.
Someone sent us an email.
Tammy.
Tammy. Hey, Tammy.
Tammy started this.
Tammy.
And Helmsy, you take it, kid. What you got?
Well, I could go a couple different routes today.
And these are questions like almost like a would you rather, but it's really more of just getting our opinion on things.
She called it 20 questions.
20 questions.
And we said we were going to do that questions from the audience, and
All right.
But nobody cared about that, and we kind of gave up on a theme song and all that. So it didn't catch any ground.
All right.
One of the questions was, what is your top pet peeve?
Ooh.
Top.
I would say smacking drives me insane.
Okay, it's funny you bring this up.
It absolutely drives me bonkers. I hate to be around somebody that's smacking.
I'll give you that.
Uh-huh.
I don't like smacking either.
No.
Can't handle it.
Driving.
I don't even know if this is really even a peeve, but I've brought this up before. I can't stand to be in a crowd in a public place and someone be talking on their phone on speaker, and I hear their whole conversation.
Okay.
That drives me nuts.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
We've
wait till
discussed
we leave.
slow left lane drivers.
Not only am I on the phone, I got speaker on so I can hear both sides of the conversation.
Right.
Hey, man, I was in the doctor's office one day. I remember sitting in the waiting, and this guy's over having, hey, what you doing? I don't know. Well, I'm sitting down here at the doctor's office. And he just went on and on. And
Was that his voice?
It was. He didn't feel good.
Right.
So in prep for that question, I thought I'll just do a simple Google and see what America thinks about pet peeves.
Look at you.
And Speedy, yours is the number one.
Is it
What,
really?
slick
It
face?
is. Chewing sounds and the noises that
that's
come with
terrible.
eating
Hate it.
is the
Hate
first
it.
one on the list.
I hate it too.
Hey, I do not like it at all. And I'll just tell you this, raising up the kids, that would be one thing that we would, hey, what are you doing? Close your mouth when you eat.
Yeah,
I couldn't stand it.
I don't want to hear no slop,
No.
like somebody slopping the hogs.
No.
Greg, yours is actually like 1, 2, 3, 5th on the list
Okay.
of taking phone calls in public.
I can't stand it.
What about DA driving slow in the left lane?
That's actually on the list as well. It's on
Yeah.
down. But there were some interesting, it's around probably 20, 15, 20 in the list. But there's some things on here that I guess I don't think about.
Where's bodily sounds? Is that anywhere?
Well, here's one.
Where's
Let me
windage?
Let me tell you if this gets on your
Burping.
nerves. This was the second one. Repetitive tapping.
Yeah.
So,
okay. All right.
I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
is that getting on y'all's nerves?
It would.
Yeah. Talk to the bee.
Number 3, interrupting during a conversation.
Oh, that's all of us.
That's
We
our
do that
show.
constantly.
Yeah.
I don't.
It is a bip, though.
It is.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
is.
like to be talking and somebody just interrupt me.
You know, this list could say, "What's your biggest bip?" and be the same thing.
Yeah.
Could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Throat clearing, coughing noises. I do that a ton because I have to, but that
don't bother me that
I read
bad.
that and I'm like, my gracious, I've been getting on a lot of people's nerves.
Yeah. Oh,
No,
you just did that. Who did that? Who did that?
That
Who's
was
doing
Greg.
That's me. I was
That
practicing.
Okay.
I was practicing. Yeah, I never really thought about it, but now that if I concentrate on it, it's going to bother me.
Mm-hmm.
Where are y'all at on scraping silverware? When somebody scrapes silverware,
Doesn't bother me.
Doesn't bother me either.
Oh, my wife.
It's on top of the list. That's why
My
I
wife
asked.
and daughter both are like, "Oh, quit!" And
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like,
just that
what? I was like,
sound,
"What
yeah.
did I do?" Because I'll be eating,
Yeah. Sure.
Where y'all at on leaving drawers and cabinets open? Does that get on your nerves?
I don't
I'd rather
like
it
it.
not happen, but it doesn't make me mad.
That's nowhere near what.
See,
what
and
some of the top of my
it's
list.
it's towards the top here.
Really?
Yeah. It gets on my nerves, but I wouldn't have considered it on my top. And then not screwing the lids on the bottles and
No,
containers
that
all
bothers
the
me.
way.
That's
a big
I
bit.
don't like that.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason for it.
That's right, buddy.
Put it on there.
And then we talked about driving too slow, driving too close to people. Where y'all at on Well, this one is probably in the top 30. People who talk during movies.
But that's right up. That's number 2 for me.
Yeah, that's
can't
just behind
stand
slow
that.
left lane drivers.
I don't like them talking about the movie or just having a conversation.
Right.
If the movie's on,
Yeah.
if we've hit the house lights, shut up.
Yeah, because we've discussed this. Some people they don't have the ability to whisper.
That's true.
You know, it's like their quiet voice is just as loud as when they talk.
In that list as well, when you're talking the movies, they said it's a bit. They didn't say it's a bip, Helms. They said it's a pet peeve,
Which is a bip.
for
Yeah,
people
same thing.
for people
Synonym.
that clap at the end of a movie.
You know, it doesn't bother me, but it's unnecessary.
If-
That's
Well,
exactly what they said in this.
Yeah,
by the
Will
way.
I do it? No.
No, and I'm the same way. If they want to
It doesn't
clap,
get on my nerves
clap,
when they do it.
I'm leaving.
It was like is it Geico? Who was the commercial the guy's teaching everybody about their parents?
Yeah.
They clap. He goes, nobody made movies here.
right.
You know?
Yeah.
No one's in here that made the movie.
You had his-
Surprised
his face
this
and
one
everything.
is on the list because it seems like no one cares about this anymore, and it's being late.
Oh, I
Yeah,
don't
that
like
is
that.
a yeah.
I don't,
that,
yeah.
I
That
don't like
drives
that.
me nuts.
I don't like
It's at my top. Matter of fact, it may be my top, but people don't seem to care about that.
Yeah, no, there's
It's rude.
common
That's
sense
rude,
reasons
what it
why
is.
somebody's late, and we're not
Yeah,
talking about
that's
that.
different.
We're just talking about if you're normally late. To
Put it
something.
this way: if
Constantly.
you're that person, everybody goes, "Well, you know, he ain't gonna be here on time."
Well, you're basically saying I don't respect the person I'm meeting.
That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah.
While smacking.
Yeah, right.
I got a few more I want
and
to ask you
driving
about.
slow.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Nowadays, we're taking premium audio with us everywhere we go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever we're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so we can choose to be immersed in sound or tuned into our surroundings. When we need to, you're there. You can listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough you can wear them all day long, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of battery life, and I love this. They start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 five-star reviews. See for yourself what the hype is all about. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. We'll get you 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for 15% off. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, rolling go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. All right. We got to give Span a profit star, too. He called that Hurricane Ian, who was downgraded to a tropical storm as it was in central Florida, just still creating havoc, and we'll have updates of that today. Unfortunately, I think the death toll is at 17. And wow, the water and the mud and the destruction that this has left behind.
It's a mess, guys.
It really – they're saying Fort Myers is totally destroyed. Wow. And we'll get an update on that through the stories today.
You got problems.
Yeah. Well, he predicted yesterday that it could possibly jump back out in the Atlantic and turn back into a hurricane. Yeah. And it did yesterday afternoon, a Category 1, expected to make landfall somewhere around Charleston today as a Category 1. So now they're bracing for what will come later today. And so we'll continue to update you on that as we get information. So we'll have a lot of that today. All right, so last segment, Helmsy was asking us a question from a listener that actually emailed us and said she had, 20 questions?
Yeah.
And just wanted the discussion. And one was, what's your biggest pet peeve? And we kind of went through that a little bit. I think we're in line with most of America, too. It seems like there's a couple that really jump out.
Yeah. Where y'all at on crackling knuckles?
I don't love it.
Yeah, I'm not around a lot of people that do that.
Do y'all do
I
it?
have been around.
I don't
it's
do
got
it
to
much,
be.
I don't guess.
It's got to be somebody that overdoes it.
He overdoes it.
Overdoes it.
That's actually another pet peeve too. People using the wrong words.
I think.
Okay, well,
I mean, I'm being serious.
yeah.
It was in there.
Well,
They
all
hate us. So.
Yeah, if you hate talking
Cracking
over people
knuckles.
and wrong words, then
I'll give you a brief moment to crack your knuckles, but if it's constant, you're on my nerves.
Yeah. Now, I just
I don't
realized.
like cracking my knuckles.
I
Some
think-
people have a habit of it.
How about I just realized that I hang around people that don't do that because y'all don't.
No, I don't.
And if you do, I don't hear
think
you.
I do.
I don't think I do either.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't know, Greg.
That's a good point. Slick face.
When people lose things, does that get on your nerves?
Well, I hope so.
yeah.
I get them on nerves.
If it's one of my
because I lose
kids,
a lot of
yeah.
stuff. Yeah, it's a bad.
Yeah,
And
it's a
I
bip city.
can't say nothing. I mean, I'll lose something in a minute. I get more mad at I bip to myself for losing. It makes me so mad when I lose.
I think
stuff.
there's a difference between I've misplaced something and lost something, and it's just a bad deal. You're not going to get mad at that. But if it's reoccurring losing things, like I lose things every day, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Like cell phones.
Yeah, now
Stuff like that.
now you're affecting everybody around you.
I know. I could go into a speech
Yeah.
there, but
But now if there's a mistake or
she may be listening.
I honestly left something. You know what I did the other day for the second time, and I had to have a conversation with myself. Back before I was slick face, I went to the mirror and just talked to myself.
Said, hey,
I left
slick
my
face.
bag at the gym for the second time. For the
Ooh,
second
how
time.
do you do that?
Normally, I change here in the office and I leave. So that's my routine. I would
So
say
you just-
95%
Oh,
of
that's
the time.
fine.
But every now and then I may either have to make a stop or I didn't have time to change here, and I'll change at the gym.
Did you go back or did you just wait till the next day?
I called them because I knew what number the gym locker was in. And one time I just asked them if they could hold it up front, and I was coming back the next day.
Yeah.
The second time, the most recent, where we try to do a little bit better, is right beside the PGA Superstore. Where we are, and one of my really good friends is the general manager there, Jerry Ingram, and I asked him if could he walk next door and get it and put it in his office, and I'll
that
come
was
by
a
and get
peeve
it.
if Jerry had
It had to be a bip to him. Had to.
Well, you afraid somebody gonna look at your drawers? Well, I mean,
Well, I mean, it was I had all my clothes in there and some other stuff, and but that I had to have a conversation with my. That was the second time, but I was out of my routine. You know what I mean? It's like I just left.
You're used to changing here, not in your bag.
Yeah.
I heard
that when you went with me.
Henry Cho,
coming back.
comedian.
Yeah.
He was talking about his wife losing cell phone all the time, and he said he got her a second phone so she could call the other one and take him out of the equation. It was pretty funny.
That's a good one.
Let me ask you this: what
Henry's
about?
funny guy.
Because this is kind of a pet peeve to me when I come home and all the lights are on in the house.
Yes.
and it's like nobody turned the lights off.
I'm going to come home today, and Braden's light's going to be on, Caroline's light's going to be on, Maddie's light's going to be on, both lamps in the living room. We don't need lamps. There's plenty of windows in there.
Right, yeah.
It drives me nuts.
Does that drive you nuts?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the first thing
okay.
I do is cut them off.
Yeah. Just especially if nobody's there, nobody's using,
And I know it's not wearing out the energy power bill too much, but it's just the principle of, hey, can you not turn your light off when you go out of your room? I remember my dad getting so frustrated at me. Hey, cut the light off.
Yeah, I remember we get that speech too.
Yeah.
All right, so this
There's
is
something
good.
about that age you just don't turn lights off.
I know.
You just don't.
This is minor, but it just made me think of it. All right, while doing laundry, kind of the way we operate at the house, it's a little bit like here, whereas, hey, everybody up and help. It's not like laundry's not like one person's duty. Like, no, I'm not doing laundry. It's your job.
Yeah.
It's like we all jump in and help, whatever. But normally if you start the washer, then you're going to go back and put it in the dryer, and then you're going to fold that up because it's kind of it's almost like it's your laundry.
Yeah,
load,
I've
right?
claimed this load is mine.
But there's times where Terry and I work together, and it might be that she puts something in the laundry.
In other words, she told you to get your A up and come in there
or
and
the
help.
dryer, and she might say, "Hey,
When you get home, throw those in the dryer.
Could you help me?
Swap
Whatever.
it out. Change it over.
But it's a pet peeve of mine to leave things in the dryer after it's over. Now they're all wrinkled.
Yeah.
And it's like all the shirts are wrinkled and everything.
Yeah, but if it's towels, I'm good.
Yeah, towels you're fine, but everything else, and then just throw them on the bed and they're all wrinkled and that's just like, well, might as well put them in the laundry. I mean, the dryer again and get them unwrinkled. What? Well, you want to pull out the iron now?
Nah.
Huh?
You don't like that?
Well, I like it. Well, I like
Now,
to get
if
it
it's socks,
I like to get
underwear-
it folded or hung up when they're still warm as soon as it ended.
If it's socks, underwear, or towels, you can get away with it.
Yeah.
Because you don't care if those
Yeah.
have wrinkles.
So I wouldn't say it's a pet. It's just I just
So you
thought
get
about
mad,
it.
you yell at
I know.
Terry about it.
No, I don't.
All right,
Because
two-
sometimes it's me and I get mad at myself again.
All right,
there
two
I am back
things-
at the mirror.
Two things I need your input on. Where you at on slurping coffee?
Oh, and I do
Now,
it.
Craig, I was going to say you do this.
I know, but I don't.
It doesn't
like
bother me though.
It
but
doesn't bother me, by the way.
don't-
And that's stuff that usually bothers me in slurping coffee.
Y'all
It's not one
normally
of them.
slurp just as you get it because it's hot,
that's a
and
good
then you
point.
stop slurping after about the third slurp.
That's why it doesn't bother you because you know it's temporary.
yeah.
What about chewing on ice? That
Nah,
sound.
it does kind of bother me a
It
little
gets
bit.
on Lisa's nerves. I'm bad about doing that,
Yeah.
and she'll call me out on it in a minute.
Do y'all have anybody in your house that leaves the cap off the toothpaste?
No.
You know, I used to, and I made a change.
Yeah.
I forced myself to always put the cap on.
You used to leave it off?
Yeah.
You were that guy?
I was. And I got mad at myself about it, and I said, "You're gonna work through
Well,
it."
hey,
You
well
talk yourself
done.
in the mirror.
I did.
Well
I
done.
taught Greg.
That does get on my nerves.
Yeah, that's good.
Kids,
stuff.
Well, it makes a
Amanda,
mess.
everybody in our house,
Yeah.
they don't know what to put. They act like they don't know where the top goes.
Where's this top go? Once you take it off.
Do y'all leave the TV on all night?
No.
Okay. Some people fall asleep to the TV.
Yeah, they do.
I can't. Do
And then
that.
wake up like in the middle of the night and go
Yes.
to bed.
Doing all this.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
I guess that's it. I
right,
wanted to
that's
hit a
good
couple of others, and we can do some more questions next week, I guess.
Why don't we call it "What Chaps My A"?
Well, that's just one question,
know.
Greg, out of the
right.
questions
What chaps
from
my
the
age?
audience.
I just wanted
You
to
know,
say.
we
I
were
know.
chanting that and having a good
Yeah.
time
We
with it a
were,
couple
and it
days
was-
ago.
it didn't feel
And I brought
good.
it up this morning, and y'all were like,
Yeah, I don't like
this
it.
is what you.
I'm not a big chanter. There it is. Chanting gives them on her
See, I was
peeve of mine.
I was hoping we'd have like theme song and we'd
I
shout
know.
together, and
I
then
know.
you'd have something even at the like maybe a sound effect or something.
People really got on to me the other day.
About
They said I've turned soft.
I saw that email.
Well, you
and,
soft about
And I had to
he,
agree.
he called you
I
a
had to
name I
agree.
wasn't expecting him to call
I had to
you.
agree.
About
He
what?
said that you're worried about theme songs and playing music that's
Getting
not
us caught up in
copyrighted
copyright.
and all this kind of stuff. And
Yeah, it does
and
kinda
you
mess
used to not
everything.
be that way. Just do it.
Caught him a certain word,
He did,
which caught me off guard.
but it got my attention.
it did. Got
Yeah.
my attention.
Yeah.
So I read the
You
email.
saying the word fit?
But I'm trying to protect the audience because I don't want the show to
It's
be
the same
banned
thing
for a
about
full
eating better.
day.
It's all the same.
You know? What'd you say?
It's just that, and then you throw out eating better, and on top of it, you really got.
Oh, so really, that's the where
I'm
you're
not
going.
going there. We
with it.
don't argue about that now.
Yeah.
I know, well, we don't have time. Never mind. I just saw another question. I just thought I'd ask it. It's kind of caught me off guard.
What you got?
No, we don't have enough time. We need to go. We'll just save it for next week.
All right. So.
Tammy's list of questions from the audience.
Thank
like
you,
it.
Tammy Amy.
Questions from the audience.
So that's what I was
What about
wanting.
that?
Yeah.
For some reason, I went cross-eyed when I did that.
What in the world? They'll stick,
Questions from the
don't
audience.
let them. They'll stick that way.
Mm-hmm. Do that voice.
Question.
Yeah, ready?
Questions from the audience. Now that sounds like people would need some help.
Glad you stopped.
But that's
I
that
did.
could be our theme, and we won't get in trouble.
Why are you spitting all over yourself? Is it because you don't have a beard?
No, because you're funny.
If you noticed, he just now had a slobber problem.
Here's why I'm gonna ask you to be.
You had a slobber problem, and nobody knows why.
I'm gonna ask you to quit being so funny
Oh,
because
yeah,
you made
okay.
me spit up.
I'll make you slobber.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, you
Have
did.
you ever
had a
have a
little
slobber
run
episode and you don't know
right
why?
there, Yeah.
Do it again.
Questions from the audience. That's what caused it. That's what caused it. I saw it that time. You know why? Because you ain't got a beard. I can see it.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. All right.
Question.
What if we went?
Oh, underwater man.
Yeah. How about that?
I don't get enough underwater man.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
If you are a man over 40, listen up, because this could impact how much you're getting done during the day and at night. The harsh reality is, once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. Here's the good news. Nugenix, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC, has changed the game again for men over 40 with Nugenix Total T. And guys all over America are raving about it. Jeremy P. says, this is the best product I found to raise T levels. And how about Shane D? He says, I had no drive and was tanked out at the end of the day. After 3 months, my energy level is through the roof. I work out like most 19-year-olds. I am 47. Guys over 40, you need Nugenix Total T. And right now, you can get a complimentary bottle. Just text LEAP to 321-321. It's the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. But you can only get your complimentary bottle bottle by texting LEAP to 321321. That's LEAP to 321321. Text LEAP to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
A good cigar is a reward. It's a tradition. And at Famous Smoke Shop, we know all about it, baby. American family owned for over 80 years. When it comes to cigars, they know how to do it.
Famous Smoke Shop has provided cigar knowledge for decades, along with the authentic cigar shop experience. We take pride in our huge selection of over 1,000 brands, where you'll find incredible deals on everyday cigars, highly rated classics, and cigar accessories.
Your cigars are guaranteed to ship fast, arrive fresh, and be ready to smoke, or your money back.
To save $20 off your purchase of $100 or more at famous-smoke.com, just use code FLAVOR or text FLAVOR to 511-511 to get your favorite cigars, including Romeo, Acid, Macanudo, and thousands more. Use code FLAVOR or text FLAVOR to 511-511 at famous-smoke.com today.
With low prices and a guarantee.
Celebrity voice impersonated. Text fees may apply. You may receive up to one additional text. Text stop to opt out.
Well, we've been learning that our busy fall schedules don't mean we have to compromise on wholesome, delicious meals thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh takes care of the shopping and prepping, which saves us time and stress on hectic weeknights, plus they save us money. HelloFresh is not only cheaper than the grocery store, but it's also 25% cheaper than getting takeout. HelloFresh is going to let you choose from over 30 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenience items every single week, including quick and easy meals to delicious snacks and sides. And just because summer's coming to an end doesn't mean the fun has to. HelloFresh now has family-friendly baking kits featuring do-it-yourself sweets the whole family can get on, like peanut butter cup brownies with chocolate coconut ganache frosting. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Wow, what a deal. HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code Bubba at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on that Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much.
So should I not be doing that?
Just not on air.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
All right, I'll dial it back. I didn't know that was sensitive. I didn't know people were sensitive to that.
Well, I wouldn't say they are. I think it's just maybe just cleaning things up.
Now you got me
bit.
feeling bad.
All right, buddy.
All right, this portion of the show brought to you by carshield.com/Bubba. You know, prices on just about everything have gone up. That's why CarShield is here for you, because you'll never have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your vehicle when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they'll help you handle everything. We appreciate that, and they offer protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on them to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road, which is a bip. They handle you with roadside assistance. A lot of folks that we have heard say, hey, this protection plan that includes the coast-to-coast roadside assistance is number one. Courtesy towing and a rental car option at no extra cost. And like I mentioned earlier, when you get coverage today, you'll lock in your price, and it'll never go up like everything else in the world seems to be doing. So check them out right now at carshield.com/Bubba. They've got your back. Getting coverage is easy. Just contact carshield.com/Bubba for a free quote. That's carshield.com/Bubba. If you're one of those, like my dad, by the way, that would rather call 1-800-391-8888. 800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And Speedy, the reason your dad probably wants to call is because he can't see, buddy.
That's
probably a reason. All right, as we come on back about 7 minutes until top of the hour, it has been revealed how Queen Elizabeth died.
Well,
the cause
I
of
bet
death.
this is going to be a shocker.
The cause of death has been revealed.
Fentanyl.
Craig,
I'm just guessing.
It's a big talking point right now.
She died of old age.
It is terrible.
Well, that's a shocker. She's 96, guys.
Yep. On the death certificate has been revealed, and the
Natural
records
causes.
indicate that she died of old age.
Well, how about that?
She died. They says she died at 3:10 p.m. UK time, which is 9:10 a.m. Central time on September the 8th.
At the ripe old age of 96.
At the castle in Scotland, and the cause of
No-
death.
no
is
shock there.
The cause of death is listed as old age.
There it is.
Mm-hmm. And it says the death certificate was document signed the Queen's daughter, Princess Anne, or is it Annie? Anne? I don't know.
Anne.
All right. So there's that.
There you go.
This weekend, we've got a lot of college football coming up.
All right, so wait a minute. So I want to read this because I didn't know this. Natural death is one that occurs due to an internal factor that causes the body to shut down, such as cancer, heart disease, or diabetes. It means there was no external reason for the death, such as a traumatic injury.
Because every now and then you'll see a person who's considered fairly not elderly,
Right.
and they'll say natural causes.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's because that's the definition.
I didn't
'Cause
realize-
I've wondered that a lot of times. I say, hey, look,
For some
Is that what you say?
reason, I guess it is, but I never think cancer and diabetes. I mean, I don't know why.
you think they would list that,
Yeah.
and not
natural
but
causes.
because
as
I've
that.
always seen some people that's how it was, and you go, well, okay. I mean, wow.
How about that? All right,
But she was 96, so we got it.
Right. So last night, boy, wasn't that scary? What happened to Tua?
Yeah,
it was.
I
I was,
man.
yeah.
Well, and the timing, because there was controversy anyway that they, from a head injury,
Last
supposedly,
week.
but they didn't diagnose.
I think they
it as
listed it as a back injury, and that's why he got to play this week.
and then get slammed again.
Man, it was
again when the body hits and then the head hits.
Yeah,
it's never good.
It's really bad. So Tua Tagovailoa, who is the starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins, they were playing at Cincinnati last night. The Bengals were hosting them on Prime Video Thursday Night Football on the NFL. We have Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit on the call, and of course, Amazon is being they're being dogged because they kept showing it over and over again. But everybody was concerned. He was slung around. It's being listed as head and neck injury by hit and then went off on a stretcher. He's been discharged, they say, hours after being hospitalized. And 4 days from appearing to have a concussion, to y'all's point, but he came out and said it was his back.
Yeah, because he was staggering when he came
Right,
off.
right.
Same type of injury, body hit, then head hit. It's almost the exact same type.
And you could tell that the Amazon Prime crew that had the halftime show and stuff, all former players, by the way, were all extremely disturbed by what they had seen. Matter of fact, every one of them agreed that they had never seen a head injury like that, where the fingers and everything appeared to react the same way.
I've seen that before, and like I say, that is a sign of neurological, problem was involved.
Right.
Maybe temporary or whatever,
Sure,
but he obviously took a shot to the head, and
he
it affected him.
He did. Very, very scary situation. The way they were sounding is that his parents were there. I know he's a grown man now, but still, I mean, and that's why I think Richard Sherman said this, or that's something you really feel for is the family that's watching it, and they, and it's just such a scary, scary moment. But they sounded like they might have been there, and we're going to the hospital as well. But that's something.
The head of the Players Association said they will be investigating it on whether or not he should have been out there. They're going, the doctors that cleared him and everything, that they're going to look into it.
Well, and I don't know what to do about that, because if they went through the proper protocol and he was cleared to play, I don't know.
That's my question.
The way he got slung,
if he was able to do the things on the sideline that they have for protocol, and he does those and goes back out there, I don't see an issue. Now, the fact that he was staggering walking off the field doesn't. It probably just should have shut him down
the other day, 4 days ago.
Probably should have just shut him down then. But he went to the sideline and did what he was supposed to do in order to go back into the game. So you got to change the protocol.
It was weird too, because the Dolphins did something that they normally don't do, or they say NFLs normally don't do, and that's activated the third string quarterback for this road trip, and he made the trip. So they probably felt like, that was kind of weird. But they mentioned that because
he
they were
has had like a back injury. The back injury, I think, was a real thing. It's just that's what they probably should have started with head first and then listed back. But they went with the back, I guess, so he could play.
I guess they're saying it's almost like, well, look, if you say head, then we're going to have to do this. If you don't, if you think you're okay and your back is hurt.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, I was impressed with the Bengals fans, because and you hate to talk about something that just should happen, but in today's world, it was nice to see people that are smart enough to go, hey, this is a situation here,
serious situation,
and they were very respectful and were cheering for him, and it's a game, it's for entertainment, but at the end of the day, these guys are human beings putting their body on the line. Now they get paid well for it, so.
And they choose to be there. Nobody's captured them.
Just a scary, scary, scary moment. And we're hoping and praying that Tua is okay. But the reports are he's been discharged.
Yeah.
So we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, since it's football season and she protects y'all from idiots like me that call and she ain't got a name yet, how about no-name defense?
Wish Glen Cove wouldn't have checked in.
Yeah, Michael in Birmingham. Michael, what do you think?
I got two. How about the last name Bolt, and y'all can twist up the first name, and or photo finish.
All right, does anybody bother that she's in the field
It does bother me.
event? She's not a sprinter.
See, I was wanting to go peg leg bolt, but that doesn't. She's not a sprinter. So.
Does anybody have an
Carl
issue
Lewis
with her
is
being
only-
named after an event she doesn't do? I kind of have an issue.
I have an
do
issue
too.
with it.
I do too.
She's tracking. She's field.
I like
Carl
the
Lewis
other one.
is the only long jumper, triple jump person I know, I think.
Did Bolt ever do the long jump or the triple
I
jump?
don't know. Should have if he didn't. I like the second one he had, photo finish, because she likes taking pictures, and photo finish is a racing term.
Yeah, but you don't get photo finishes in the long jump.
Yeah, does that bother you?
And the triple jump.
Now it bothers me. Thanks, Bo.
Yeah, they don't jump together.
That's out.
All right, from Justin Ragland, intern House of Pain, and the theme is Jump Around.
Okay. All right. That's not bad.
Not bad, Justin.
Jimmy in Alabama. Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
All right, I got two, man, and I know she's a girl, but I got Jump Forrest Jump.
I'm okay with that.
And the other one, man, she said her body was worn out, so you got worn out jumper or worn out runner, man.
Thank you. Doesn't
Thanks,
run.
man.
Dude. Thanks, dude. Doesn't run. I jump. Forrest Jump's pretty funny because you are getting back into the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's go to Justin in South Carolina. Justin, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I don't know if anybody said this yet or not, but it's simple. Intern Jump with Van Halen's music Jump.
That's good. Intern Jump.
Just jump.
How about intern Jump around?
Just jump.
Jump around.
What about peg leg? Fired in there.
All right, peg leg. Fire it in there. Let's go to Matt in Tuscaloosa. Matt, how are you, buddy? I'm sorry, it's not you, Matt. Sorry about that. 7. Matt, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Since she likes track and field and photography, what about jumping jack flash?
I like it. That's a good one. Jumping jack
not bad.
flash.
That is good.
That's
Not
good.
bad.
That's a good one. Let's go to Chad in Dothan. Chad, go ahead.
Hey guys, how about snap peg leg?
Anybody understand what he said?
Didn't get it at
Something
all.
peg leg.
Snap, peg leg. Snap, like
snap.
camera.
Oh, I
Snap,
got you.
Taking
I got
pictures. Snap it.
Guys, I don't think these phones can take us screaming into them. It's just a tiny little microphone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's go to Christine in Montgomery. Christine, go ahead.
Hey, how about peg leg megapixel?
That's good. Or just megapixels.
Speedy, did you already say triple jumping peg leg meg?
Wow.
Wow.
Do y'all like megapixel by itself? Or did you like that full thing she said? Megapixel's good.
It is
Because
good.
her name's Megan too. Do you
not
want
bad.
do you want the long
Megapixel?
version? What did she say before it?
I don't remember.
Something
Rick.
megapixel.
Something
You don't-
peg leg
Long
megapixel.
jumping,
Peg
long
leg
jumping, long jumping megapixel.
I don't think that was it.
Who am I? You said 4 you like. Peg leg meg, jump around, jumping jack flash, and megapixel.
I like all those.
What about Megatron?
Megatron's good.
From email. I didn't make it up.
Right. Megatron's
I saw that. It caught my eye, though.
I like Megatron. That's pretty good.
Now I got one.
Yeah.
All right, let's go with that.
I just keep looking. I shouldn't.
Let's make that 5.
What Megatron?
Yeah, I like that one. All right, so let's roll through them.
So you don't like triple jumping peg leg meg?
I do not. Because I have to say these things a lot. All right, so all right, let's this is it again. Speed.
All right. Peg leg meg, jump around, jumping jack flash, megapixel, and Megatron.
That's all we're voting on. You ever feel bad for me when I say that?
Yeah, I do.
Because you know.
But I'm really anticipating this next portion of naming.
All right, let's go to the votes.
My favorite part.
Hi, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. Which one are you voting for?
Peg leg meg.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Which one you voting for?
Snap crackle.
Okay. Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Which one you voting for?
Greg loves chicken.
He does. Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Which one you voting for?
Oh, I had a whole new name.
No, thank you. Which one are you voting for?
Not sure.
Okay, thank you, buddy. Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Which one you voting for?
Hello?
Yeah, which one you voting for?
Fire it in there, Megatron.
Fire it in there, Megatron. That's funny. Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Which one you voting for?
Let's go with peg leg doo-doo.
By the way, only one vote has been for something on the list.
Did we give that last one to Megatron? Fired in there, Megatron? Does that get a Megatron vote?
Yes, it does.
It does?
Y'all didn't give that last one enough.
Yeah. If it has Megatron anywhere in it, we're going to count it.
Rick, at the rate we're going, yes.
We're just looking for some votes.
Because we're just trying to get 3 votes.
Yeah. Right now, the only thing is peg leg meg and Megatron. That's all.
All right.
Okay. That doesn't help them.
That does it.
Hi, Rick and Bubba show. What's your vote, please? Hello, your vote, please.
Megatron.
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
Megahertz.
Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
What are our choices?
Should have been paying
So he
attention.
called.
Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
Megatron.
Thank you. Wow. Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
Megapixels.
Okay. Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
Tallywhacker doo-doo.
Rick.
About 14 people got to enjoy that one. Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
Peg leg.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba show, 866. We Be Big is the number. There goes Bubba's head. Looking good today, Bubsy. As we start a brand new hour, we thank you. There goes Bubba again. Thank you for being with us today on the program. You see that Bubba is here. We start this hour as we have since the attack on America way on back there in 2001. We start this hour with our national anthem.
Whose broad stripes
Let's go. 8.5 minutes past the hour. It is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio, right there on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, via all sorts of platforms, including America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Also, you can catch us on our TuneIn app 24/7, including the live show every day. You can watch us on YouTube, archived or live. Be sure and subscribe right there on our YouTube channel. It doesn't cost anything, but it really makes a difference and gets us in a lot of places so more people can discover this show. Also, podcast archives for you every day of the show, a best of hour from every day, also on our podcast channel, and you can see that also on Blaze TV and even some terrestrial TV stations that run that at various times during the week. Find all that information on how you can just consume the Rick and Bubba content, either live or on your time. They're at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. We also have a unique podcast every week, or most every week, called Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Jonathan Evans is our guest coming up this weekend. He has just released a new book called Fighting Your Battles, and I'll interview him, and we had a great time together yesterday. Catch that when it publishes this weekend. Look right there. There he is, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Hey, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba, where we always remind you, have your key man insurance up to date.
Oh, you're awful. You are absolutely awful. That's terrible.
Hey, hey, hey.
Don't you forget about me.
You know, good song. I never really thought the movie was all that good. I just something about all the teenage cussing I didn't care for. But
that was the best part.
Yeah, I mean,
hey, don't make me show you my chest today.
No, don't do it. I can't.
I want you to act right.
Greg, what Bubba's saying is he prefers adult cussing.
He does. Teenage cussing, I will not do it.
It was a little overdone.
I draw the line at these punks cussing.
I've tried to get, the deeper, because it had a cult following, and
it was a decent movie,
and they made reference to it in one of the comedies that I love, Pitch Perfect.
Yep.
And I went back and watched it again, and I thought, I really don't get this. I've tried to get the deeper meaning out of it, but it was just a little ridiculous.
When you had that group of 80s movies, it was my least favorite of them.
Yeah, oh yeah.
16 Candles was my favorite.
There it is.
That's a good
I
one.
don't even remember that.
Oh, Bubba, you would love.
Who
Come on,
who
that's
was
right
in
up your alley.
Molly Ringwald.
Yeah, and then the what's his name?
The guy that did 2.5 Men. That guy. Wasn't he the actor?
Charlie Sheen?
No.
I confused that other guy, his roommate.
No,
with
Anthony
that guy.
Michael Hall.
No, but wasn't that other guy in it?
Weird Science.
One of those guys?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the
okay.
blind.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Okay.
He was also in The Breakfast Club. He was in it, too. He was in all of them.
I don't remember. I
You
guess I
ain't
got that
16 Candles is by far the best one.
There you go.
I need to refresh myself. Maybe I did.
man.
I don't know.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, I don't.
Kelly LeBrock's in it, huh?
No, that's
weird.
That's
science.
weird science.
Oh,
We're talking about 16 Candles.
Yeah,
we
but no, it was
played-
an actor though. It was
yeah,
Anthony
weird-
Michael
Weird
Hall.
Science was entertaining.
Yes, that's a good one too.
That's good.
I like it. 16 Candles.
The show, but
Watch 16 Candles this weekend.
You know
And then
what
report
was
back to
funny
me.
when my kids were growing up and they would see, I'd say, "Oh, this movie from the '80s was good," and they would watch it and they would look at me like, "Could you actually say that?" And I said, "Oh yeah, well, you called everything, what you thought it was." I said, "Well, they knew what they were."
Political correctness was out the window.
Well, it hadn't been invented yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, I tell I'm confused because I confuse 16 Candles with Pretty in Pink. It's the same movie.
It's the same girl.
Yeah,
she's in the same,
but
the
that
same
guy,
lead.
Pretty in
that's
Pink
another
is
one.
what
And the
they
Duck Man, he's good.
But in the Duck Man, the guy that was in
No.
2.5 Men, that same.
Oh
movie?
no, he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Okay,
right.
that's where I'm getting that
Okay,
from.
yeah.
So I'm not completely lost my
No.
mind. Okay, that's it.
But Anthony
Yeah.
Michael Hall he was the first kid on vacation. The first vacation,
Right.
he was the son.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then how about the second one, Rusty? Was the guy that went on to star in Big Bang Theory. Which
Yeah,
I could not believe that when somebody told me that.
We never could keep the same kids in
Yeah.
all the movies.
Yeah,
and since we're rolling out all kinds of trivia, the lead singer of Simple Minds was at one time married to Chrissy Hines.
Well, there you go.
Of the Pretenders.
Throw that out.
Really?
Yeah, there you go. There's all kinds of
That's
trivia.
trivia all
Chrissy
around.
Hines, wasn't that Rush's theme song?
It
Yeah.
was correct. Yeah.
Yep.
My city is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Very good. So
Yeah.
I feel much more balanced now.
And do I have
knowing all
it?
that.
And do I have it right that Chrissy Hines, even though she was a liberal, she said her dad loved that her song was on there because he loved Rush.
Yes.
Yeah. So she let it ride.
Yeah.
That's why she let it ride.
She hated Rush. Everything he stood
But her dad loved Rush, so they let it ride.
Isn't that funny how families are?
I know. Yeah. Families. How about that? Don't get too many of them. 15 minutes past. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Elite Eight coming in here in a minute.
That's right. The Elite Eight are coming today.
The Great Eight.
Yeah.
Great eight.
Yeah. Actually, we'll be 12 today. We got special guests too. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey,
Thank you. Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Big leg Meg rolled.
Thank you. Roll Tide to you, sir. Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
megapixels.
Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Big leg Meg.
Thank you. Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Megatron.
Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Wow, what?
Rick and Bubba, your vote, please.
Jumping Jack Flash.
Thank you. Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Speaking of Megatron.
Speedy, what are we voting on again?
Oh my goodness gracious!
Hey, what are we voting on again? What are we voting for again?
Peg Leg Meg
Yep.
has 4. Jump Around has none. Jumpin' Jack Flash 1. Megapixel 2, and Megatron has 4.
Okay, we continue. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Megatron.
Thank you. Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
It's just a fine bomb show.
That's so good.
Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Megatron.
We could have done that. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Big leg Meg.
Thank you. Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Megatron.
Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Not like the vote.
Thank you, buddy. Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Hey,
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
good. Hey, that girl's name that flies through there, her name needs to be
All right, buddy. Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please. Go ahead.
Sticky Booger.
Oh, gosh. Your vote, please. Go ahead. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show.
Megatron.
Megatron. Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Pig leg Meg.
Where are we, Speedy?
Peg Leg Meg has 6. Megatron has 8.
Okay. Is that,
And the other 3 are so far behind, and I've been working.
so it's down to what? Peg Leg Meg and Megatron?
Yes.
All right. With a few minutes on the clock, do you want to go to the staff?
Yeah, let's
6
do
to
it.
8
Let's
is
do it.
is the deal.
All right. Is Adler here?
He is.
All right. Adler, what's your vote? Peg Leg Meg.
You
Okay.
can make that too. Peg leg mag.
Okay.
Yeah.
Greg?
Yeah, I'm Peg leg Meg.
Yeah.
Where we at
Yeah,
now?
I'm Peg Leg Meg as well. So it's 10 to 8. You two still vote.
Bubba?
Megatron.
Oh, Rick, your deciding vote.
I also vote for Megatron.
Oh,
Well, what do we do? It's
a
a tie.
It's a tie.
So normally let one caller decide.
The one caller, the next caller decides it. It's a tie
I
between
can't believe it. We're
between Megatron and Peg Leg Meg.
We got an opportunity for peg leg, and we're letting that go.
Well, maybe not.
Anything with Peg Leg
the
in
audience
it.
may get the vote right here.
All right, here we go.
Random draw.
Here we go. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 10.
8.
8. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Would you vote for Peg Leg Meg or Megatron to break the tie?
Peg leg Meg.
Close enough.
Does that even count?
Do we count that?
What did he say? What did
He said peg leg Greg.
Yeah. We can't count
Yeah,
that.
He misunderstood
If
what
we
you said.
counted Jordan Megatron, we can count Peg Leg Greg.
That's a good one.
What do y'all think?
If we counted Megatron Doo-Doo or whatever it was.
We didn't count that one.
Ultimately, y'all decide, but that's just what I
But
think.
what do you think?
I don't know. I don't know. I hate for it on a tie not to be correct.
I'm with you, and I won't
All right,
peg
then
leg
let's take
Meg,
Jordan
but I-
Megatron out.
No, that was different. All right, here we go. It was because he said fired in there Megatron. So he kept the name the same. He didn't change the name. So, all right, give me another number between 1 and 10.
2.
2. All right, is it Peg Leg Meg or Megatron?
Peg Leg Meg.
There you go. Now it's straight up. There we go.
I feel better. The rule of law was followed.
Y'all really honest. I had a little anxiety. I feel so much better about it.
Every time I look around, I feel good.
Somebody will have to help me. I know that you're all shocked when Rick and Bubba don't know much about fashion. We don't know a lot about fashion. What is a crop top?
Oh, that's where it comes up.
Is that right? Is that when we show our midriff?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Looks like a sport. Looks like a sports bra.
After that, pretty quick.
Well,
sure
because
did.
I'd researched this story. I know, that's the only way I knew.
All right. Now, I did notice this the last time this past summer when we were at the beach, that pregnant women exposing their stomachs is now it's mod. It's at one time it was cute and precious to see. A pregnant woman is beautiful, but most of the time the women would not expose their stomachs outside of the privacy of their home. With their husbands, and then of course all the celebrities started wanting to get pictures of themselves pregnant and naked.
Yeah,
which is a beautiful thing between a husband and a wife. The rest of the world probably, there's a lot of things that we don't need to share with just everybody. And so, but that's become the new thing for pregnant women to expose their stomachs to the world. Well, this woman says she was denied service. This is Marysville, Washington. She was denied service because she was pregnant with a crop top on.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. So we got a lot to cover. Things that you got coming up. Obviously, we have the Elite Eight coming in, and this has been going on ever since we had golden ticket seats, and so from time to time we have people that are connected to us. We got kids and that kind of stuff, and so anytime you see us pull up a few chairs, that's either clients or people connected to the show, and that kind of thing, and it's rare that we do that, but we do have that. But through
we're going to call them earmarks.
I will tell you, it's through a personal through Bones, who has worked with the show for years. These are some friends of his, and part of our group today is a little girl who says that she is the biggest Rick and Bubba fan there's ever been. So, and this has been her dream to come watch a show. So I got to find out about them and through Bones, and you know what? I look forward to that today. So
we need a name for that seat, because we all have those, and sometimes but can we just call them earmarks?
Well, we could call them. Yeah, they're earmarked for a member of the show. So I like that.
Or echo mics, whatever.
Earmarks is fine. Yeah. We call those show earmarks. That's this person's connected to somebody from the show.
I'd like to have a more creative name, but that's kind of what we're talking about.
Right. But we cannot accommodate just like, hey, I couldn't get in and I wish I could come. Those are designed for special things that are tied personally to members of the show, because or to clients of the show.
Do you like that name, earmarks?
Earmarks. I like earmarks. Yeah.
Echo mic.
Because that's we have.
I also appreciate Rick saying what he just said.
Yeah. Well, what you
more than anything, because my emails are going to be flooded.
Well,
today.
no. Well, that's why you have to just do the job, and because what's going to happen is people are going to see on TV. They're going to go, well, what is this over here? And so you just tell them what it is.
Do they actually see? Can they see? I don't think they see the golden ticket seats. I think we could have just not said anything.
Oh, okay. Well, when I say hello to them and there's 12, not 8.
No, I know.
There's no way around
I'm just messing with you.
And I tend to be and I'm not going to apologize for this, I tend to be a take the bull by the horns person.
I know. I appreciate that.
And I'm even okay with saying, no, you can't do that because you didn't meet the criteria.
Yeah.
It's an old thing. It used to be around. It's just, it's being clear.
More people do it now.
Yeah, it's being clear and being honest. And it's in some, and that's
What's
okay.
that got to do with it?
Yeah, and, let me tell you why we did it, because it could have gone another way, and we did this. Is if you're only going to have 8 seats, the personal stuff that we have, we're trying to do this for us.
Yeah.
Because then we don't use up your seats.
Yeah.
You're going, well, I couldn't come today because all Rick's kids came by.
Right.
Well, if my kids want to come by, we'll put them over here, and that way they don't take y'all's seats. So it's really a service to you as well. So have a good attitude about it.
Sure.
That's the but that's okay. It's really meant to be a kind thing to everyone, is that we don't use our personal stuff taking up seats of y'all that are trying to come see us. They're just fans of the show. But and it's rare, and like I say, I remember back when Greg was not on the show. And I have friends that do this.
Talking about the good old days?
Well, just because what we do for a living, and it's an honor, Greg. But what I'm talking about is this. I remember you would come up to me and you would say, before I say this, you have no idea the number of requests that were made to me that you've never heard about.
Exactly.
I mean, they
filtered out.
Yeah, they never even got off the ground. And
so if I'm bringing it to you,
I'm bringing it to you. This is a special situation, and I'm just going to ask if you can help me with this. And yeah, sure. But yeah. But to Helmsley's point, to protect Helms, what we're not doing is saying, oh, by the way, it may be sold out, but if you'll email us enough and send us the right thing, we'll make an exception. It's not for that.
Perfect example.
Yeah. I mean, we just can't do all that.
We can't announce situations like you just announced every time either, because a perfect example. Okay, there's a gentleman that's coming today that only could get one ticket, and his wife's going to sit in the car.
Surely we can work around that.
And so. But we only have so much room, and so there's somebody else coming today that actually has a similar situation where they only got 2 or 3 tickets and wanted to bring somebody else, and so we can't get in the habit of going, well, yeah, I can say yes to you, but I can't say no to the wife that's in the car outside.
It's got to be consistent.
And then when we do our family and friends, and that is added on, it's just gets complicated. So, I mean, it's valid that we may have to say no sometimes.
Yeah.
That's just the way it goes.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
You know what you could call that? Family and friends. You know what you could call that? Bubba? Family and friends. There you go.
I like that.
That might be better because that way it clarifies.
And I'm not making that up, that the wife is going to be in the car today. That's actually happening. She's going to be sitting right out there while he's in here.
What if they rotated?
Well, we could do that. I don't think she is as big of a fan of the show as he is, and so
She's probably looking forward to reading a book, and don't mess this up.
Yes, you're probably all over that.
And it's nice and cool today.
Yeah, she's probably got what even like my mom will say this from time to time. I'll be like trying to, do like today. We may end up taking Dad to the farm. And Mom's kind of like, you know what? Appreciate the offer, but really, me having some time to myself would actually ain't nothing wrong with that. I'll actually enjoy that. So y'all have a good time. So that may be her time finally to say I get some time to myself.
Yeah.
So anyway, we look forward to that, and we it's ever evolving, and we're working on it. But we also want you to understand that what everything is and what it isn't, and that was my goal. I wasn't trying to give everybody a handle. So anyway, looking at this weekend, we'll talk about these games. We'll let you know which game that Beth Mowens is calling. But last night, Speedy sent me the highlight, and I did not watch the game. But this Tua Tagovailoa thing last night, good gracious.
Yeah, scary moment.
That was really, really hard to watch. And Adler actually has it. I didn't know whether we could play it or not. But actually, in this, really, when you look at this just shows you how big and strong these players are. Yeah. This isn't a violent hit. It's just the force of Tua Tagovailoa being thrown to the ground by a defensive lineman. But keep in mind, so when you first see this, but just watch the force. Wham! You see how hard he goes down, and look at his hands. And uncontrollably, his hands.
That's not a great sign.
No, that's terrible.
That's
a big guy.
And I mean, there's nothing illegal about that. There's nothing violent about that.
When you go into that spin, though, you create a lot of force, a lot of velocity.
Well,
that's a strong man throwing you down too.
With helmets design, rules that are supposed to protect you about using your head, but it's still hard to do something about when your body hits and then your head hits.
Right.
Yeah.
Just nothing
It's
to
just
do about it.
hard to.
It's just, oh, man. It's
Like I said,
awful.
when you see that, it normally knocks you out.
And then there's theories out there that he had a concussion protocol the last game, which wasn't that long ago because they played on Thursday.
Correct,
4 days
yeah.
ago.
Yeah, so
they are investigating into that.
Does that play into it?
I think so, 100%.
Yeah.
And if you saw him come off the field last week, he was staggering around, and he may actually have some back injuries that he's.
But backs usually are not a staggering thing.
No, it's not, and that's to your point, Rick, and we talked about this in the break. This would not really be a discussion other than Tua was out last night, scary moment, and he'll recover and come back. But he should have come out last week. And
that's where the discussion
and not play this week due to him coming out last week.
That's where the discussion is today.
They've been talking about that up until last night.
Yeah, all week they've been
yeah.
talking about
Especially 4 days.
that they messed up on that.
Yeah, and they haven't.
But now he said he had a back injury. It wasn't
and
a head.
he may actually have a back injury, and because they have to list something.
But we all
he
know
also had a head-
competitors don't want to come out and they'll tell you the wrong thing.
Right.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Showing her stomach, and the restaurant denied her service. The waitress / and I think we should look at this, bartender stopped us and said, "I'm sorry, you cannot be in here in that shirt." I said, "Are you being serious with me right now?" Which I can picture. Hormones ahoy.
Yeah.
And she said, "Yep, you can't be in here in that." She is 7.5 months pregnant with twins, so she's got some belly going.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she says she thinks she was singled out because her belly was sticking out. She thinks if she had not been pregnant, the crop top would have been allowed. Now, there's nothing in the story that suggests that. Maybe the dress, policy at this place says crop tops are out. We don't want anyone in here with
no shirt, no shoes, no crop top.
With half a shirt on. She says it was because, now, I will say again, there's nothing appropriate about that in my opinion. And I know this is becoming the new trend that I'm going to be, 7, 8, even 9 months pregnant, and I'm going to wear, I want my stomach showing. That's probably between you and your husband, and he's got his ear up against your stomach listening to the baby, which is precious and beautiful. But when you go out walking around in a crop top while 7.5 months pregnant with twins, if you notice, even the little dress she has on is like hanging around her fanny because just like Bubba and I know this all too well, if your stomach sticks out, it'll push your pants down.
Sure.
So
you're going to have that.
The buzz in.
You're going to have that. And so this restaurant says it was not appropriate.
Physics will not be denied here, Rick.
And she says she thinks it's only because she was pregnant. If she had not been pregnant, they probably would have let her come in with the top on.
Where was it in there? And if you said that, I apologize. I missed it. They said it was a violation of a health code of some kind.
That's having the shirt because they do have the rule. I think you have to have a shirt on here.
Yeah.
And they're saying
The problem is
didn't qualify.
who says
This
they wouldn't let her
crop
in
top-
whether she was pregnant or
This
not?
crop top is not made for a pregnant woman.
Correct. I mean, it almost looks like somebody.
It looks like she's got my 10-year-old girl's shirt on.
Do you think this
If she walked
story
up
would
in
help
a
us?
sports bra, not pregnant, would they have let her in? Because that's
Right.
basically what it
No,
looks
probably
like.
not.
Oh,
Because
that's my point.
They're saying, and listen to her excuse. She says, "I was wearing a shirt. It had sleeves. I didn't even have cleavage showing."
Well, we're not asking about that, but what I'm saying is the way this shirt looks on you, it looks like somebody really just colored the top part of your body with a black Sharpie.
It doesn't qualify as a shirt.
It doesn't even look like you have a shirt on of any kind.
And watching the story when they're interviewing her, why is she standing in front of the county barn? Have y'all seen it?
Yeah, it looks like they're out
in the back.
All right, number of calls coming in. Anything we need to hit that we haven't hit?
Just one thing that we have not updated, and that is yesterday when we had the escaped tiger that was shot off of 75, just I think southeast of Atlanta. They have ID'd the owner of the tiger, and charges are pending. They say that the owner of the tiger is Florida-based Field Entertainment Incorporated, which was based in Atlanta. It just says that they've figured out who the owners were, and then they're charging the owners.
They should charge them.
Yeah.
They are the company that owns Ringling Brothers, and this was a former. They were shipping 14 of them to Europe, and they had stopped and had them somewhere there, and one got away. It had a microchip in it. That's how they found who it was. But anyway, they didn't know it escaped. But they were former Ringling Brother Tigers.
Oh my gosh!
Now that they've shut that down.
Mm-hmm. That's just an update there.
That's a
okay.
What? So you're gonna have to go.
Body shamer.
Adler's walking through in a crop top. Body shame. Body shame.
Quit body shaming me.
Gosh, go away.
Adler's added a few pounds, hasn't he?
Birthday.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Phones is Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba intern, earning his degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University, is ready to take your phone calls right now. All 10 lines are available. If you want to get in right now, you can. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, make the move now. And we will chat with you, whatever's on your mind. You can comment on what we just talked about with the Tua Tagovailoa or any topic that you would like to bring up. We will chat with you really at a time we rarely do phones, but there's a lot of you. This is your time, and this is the only time you're going to be with us today, and you already have an opportunity to talk as well. So fire it up at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and intern Blazing Silverman will get you lined up and ready to go, and we'll start chatting with you guys one by one as you get lined up. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Let me go there while all of you are getting screened and set up and ready to go. This is an incredible way to do meal planning. And it really, really, really makes getting the family back around the table easier, but it also is delicious food. The chefs at HelloFresh.com, every week they give you all these different choices, and you can customize this the way you need it to be done. I'm talking about even to the point of we're going to be out of town. This is where we're going to be. Could you send the meals here? And they will. So anyway, and you can you can say this week we don't need it. This week I need it for this many days. Next week I need it every day. They'll customize it the way you want. You pick the meals based on whatever criteria you need, and they've got all kinds of choices, even snacks and do-it-yourself stuff with desserts. It's a lot of fun. And then you prepare the meals. Each meal comes in an individual bag. It has the recipe, and it has all the ingredients. So there you go on grocery shopping. That's even handled. And then you just prepare the meal. Go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba right now. You get 65% off, and you get free shipping using the promo code BUBBA. And that's an easy one to remember. That link also is at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. 65% off and free shipping. Let's go. Let's go.
Come on.
All right, let's go to the phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Let's start with Sarge. Sarge, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, you're your friendly neighborhood Army recruiter here, but I'm not calling this morning to talk about the failure of the education system in teaching simple math without a calculator.
Yes.
No. What I want to know, gentlemen, so with all the political craziness that's going on, right? My dad and my mom both told me when I was coming up, two things you don't talk about in the workplace: religion in politics. Why? If we, in my mind, if we can't sit down and have a discussion, not an argument or yelling at each other, we're never going to get anywhere, especially if we are God-fearing Christians. Why can we not sit down and talk about the differences that we have? We're never going to get anywhere as a society, and we're never going to bring people to Christ if we can't just come together and talk about this stuff.
Yeah, well, I don't live by that suggestion, so I can't really relate to that. Cause
we've all heard it. We just don't go by it.
Yeah, I just don't do it. And here's the reason why, Sarge, and it's to your point. And if all we ever do is agree and hang around people who agree, that's all we ever do. And we're not allowed to disagree. We're not allowed to tell our worldview, our political view, our spiritual views. If we're not allowed to do that, and the reason why you don't see it happening much now is we've lost the ability to have a civil disagreement. Everybody acts like a screaming, crazed mob, and to disagree with me means I must eradicate you from society because I can't have anybody disagreeing with me. It hasn't always been that way, but it's the way now. And you know why, Sarge, people seem more stupid? It's because if all you ever do is if you're forced that every single social situation you must agree with everybody that you're socializing with, we learn nothing. You don't learn that way. You don't learn if you don't know how to critically think. You don't learn if you don't know how to walk out a narrative. You don't learn if you can't defend what you believe and why you believe it. And what we've done is because we said we don't like people disagreeing, it makes us uncomfortable, and we don't know how to control our raging, self-involved, narcissistic screaming, we're learning nothing and we're becoming dumber. People do not know how to defend what they believe, and they don't even understand why somebody else disagrees, and they can't even tell you why disagreeing with them is the right thing, because we don't allow that to take place anymore.
And having, I think, a civil discourse about a varying opinions, I think it's fun. I think it's.
I do too. I don't mind.
I think you can be skillful in the way you do it and get your point across, and not turn it into a war where whoever doesn't agree with you feels like they're being badgered, because that's really not the way to win them over to your side. And I think that's what you ultimately want to do anyway.
Well, and you got to be educated on. I actually had an opportunity. It's been a year ago now. It was almost exactly a year ago, and I had a person that did not agree with my worldview biblically, and he said, I'd like to spend some time with you, and I'd like to go with you on one of your road trips and discuss it. So we did, and I discovered pretty quick, and I didn't mean any disrespect, and I said it as respectful as I could. I said, I'm shocked at how little you know about what I believe. I mean, here you'd made this great statement, and I kind of felt like you were going to try to pick me apart on this trip and everything. It was very civil.
Yeah.
But I've realized that every question you're asking me, like you think it's a gotcha question, I'm pointing you to scripture and verse, and I'm pointing to you why I believe that. And I've realized you're ignorant to what I believe. You have no idea what I believe, and you thought that it was just something that I had just kind of come up with. And I told him, I said, if you want to go out and refute the Bible, you need to know the Bible first. And you don't know it. So really, you're out arguing against something that you've never even considered. And so it really led to be a very, I hate to say it, sophomoric conversation, because this person didn't know what they were talking about. They didn't even know what I believed. They didn't even understand it. And I thought they probably had done a little more research than that before we were going to have this discussion. So we need to be educated on not only what we believe, but on what others believe and why they believe it. But if you can never disagree, that's never going to take place. Let's go to Rose in Montevallo. Rose, go ahead.
Hey, I just want to say that if Bubba hadn't done that skinwalker thing, we would have never found his place on his liver.
Or did it cause the place?
Are you calling skinwalker liver? Is that it?
But what if it's a skinwalker spot? What if it had never been there if we hadn't?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
What if it had never been there if we hadn't been around, Travis?
I don't know, but I just know Lord works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, well, we're here on the front, you know, we're doing that, and we appreciate you guys supporting us. But we're out here on the cutting edge, and we got to stay there.
I know it.
No matter what it costs us, how many organs?
You still good? You still good at blasting this thing into space? I just
Have
don't
we
know.
heard anything else from them? Boy, that you talking about that going quiet?
They got fired up, and then we gave them everything they needed, and now they've never gotten back with us.
I know they're doing kind of I don't want to say podcast, but maybe it is, where they answer questions every week based on they're taping the season now. I guess which season is this? Is this 4 or 5?
I think 4.
So,
I have no
but
idea.
I haven't heard anything from Travis. Have
Yeah.
y'all? Anybody? Anybody heard anything
No,
from Dr. Travis?
I watched a little bit of the first season, but I haven't seen any of the rest of it. Let's go to Dale in Georgia. Dale, go ahead. Dale?
Oh, sorry, my phone's doing crazy things.
Understood.
So I got some tick advice for Adler. Went to put out a trail camera yesterday in shorts, making bad decisions. And I got back, and there were little tiny seed ticks all over me. And Rick, if you don't mind, go ahead and just mute Speedy's mic here.
Right.
But
yes.
I thought, well, what am I going to do? I've heard the story with Adler, and I don't want to go through that. And I got back to my truck, and there's a bottle of hand sanitizer, and I loaded my legs up and just wiped down with it, and that was the magic cure. So
yeah, they don't like that
next time
stuff.
Adler gets in a bind, hand sanitizer.
Hand sanitizer, Adler. Next time you go stand in the wooded area that you've never been in your life with no trails, just put hand sanitizer all over you. I mean, that would do it.
Yeah, the big mistake I made was feeling my skin crawl and then continuing to cook dinner.
Yeah.
That was the stupidest thing I could have done.
Looking back.
then. Yes.
Looking
yes.
back.
If you feel your skin crawling, do something about it. Don't just be like, oh, I'm sure I'm fine. I was not fine.
Kim in Tuscaloosa. Kim, go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to address the gentleman, if y'all can hear me okay, the gentleman that was talking about not being able to sit down and have a civil argument. Back in the 70s when I was coming up, just like you guys, there was a program on PBS, John McLaughlin, and I don't know if you all watched that, but
the
Tucker
McLaughlin
Carlson
group.
was one of the youngest members. Yeah. Tucker Carlson was one of the younger members, but they had both conservative and liberal ideology, and it was great. Go back and look at clips if you can. It'll really teach you how to stand for what you believe.
Can I tell you one of the thank you for that. Can I tell you one of the funniest angles on this, and I don't even know if it was missed, and I can't believe they got away with it. Blackish actually did this through comedy one time.
Yes.
And they took his mama, and she would tell everybody that she was a Democrat and that she was a liberal. But when they would bring up the topics and she would say what needed to be done, every answer she gave was really the view of the conservative party.
That was funny,
but
by the way.
but she had been raised to say that she was a Democrat, but really the way she saw government and the way she saw taxes and the way she saw the world was actually conservative. And I mean, it was hilarious the way they did it.
And the kids watching, trying to figure out what was going on.
Yeah, right. So I think sometimes you think your worldview has a label on it, but if you would just really figure out the principles, you'd realize, wait a minute, that's not my worldview at all. And Speedy, I've noticed your lip really prominent today.
Yeah.
Since you've had to shave your goatee off it.
Thanks, buddy.
It really looks.
You don't have to stare at it.
Yeah, it's really strange.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And Rich, a little song called Saved. So, as you said, Bubba, a lot of people being displaced by the storm that is, we're over here still cleaning up in Houston, and now we got Irma that's ripping through all sorts of islands and making its way to roll into the peninsula of Florida. And we'll get a James Spann update today on the latest track. And you were talking about all these people being displaced, and I was telling the guys in the break, I was watching a friend of the show, Sean Hannity, and he brings on the mayor of Key West.
Right.
And fourth generation, as the mayor told us. These are his people. And he said, we're getting everybody out. We got the tourists out first, getting all the citizens out. And then all of a sudden he says, now for those that cannot leave on their own, that do not have transportation, we have buses that we're putting them on, and we're getting them out of the Keys, and we're taking them to Miami. And my first reaction, I was literally walking around the room, with the TV on, how you stop. And I said, what did he say? And I said, Miami. Look at Austin. He stops. He goes, I realize that's not great, but it's better than here. So I started picturing myself. You're the people out there saying, man, if we can just get a seat on the bus.
Right.
And all of a sudden you get on the bus and you have that, you start celebrating. Hey, hey, they're taking us
Where
out.
you going?
Hey, man, where y'all taking us? They getting us out of Irma. Where are we going? We're headed to Miami. What?
Yeah.
What? Miami? So we just get killed later. Why are you taking us to Miami? Miami's no, take us somewhere. Take us to Alabama.
Please.
Where
we're going to stop in Miami?
Mississippi. I mean, what are you talking about, Miami?
Yeah, head north.
So we'll pay for more gas.
Somebody
So that was their plan.
Somebody get out their government debit card. We'll fill it up. Take us somewhere else. Miami. I mean, that's not going to do you any
Rick
good.
is slightly north.
How about when the mayor said, I realize that's not great.
It's not.
But at least
maybe they have a good
He
show
said, we're
for
going to
that.
be completely devastated here.
Right.
Goodbye to Sloppy Joe's down here and also Jimmy Buffett's cheeseburger and paradise.
What about all them cats at Hemingway's house?
Oh,
Boy,
there's going to be Hemingway cats flying everywhere.
Well, it is a Cat 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you see the picture yesterday of the wind blowing a cat, and it was a different.
Yeah.
I appreciate the fact that people can still keep their humor in the face of such disaster.
You do realize, because the times we're living in, that there was somebody that said, now what? Look, somebody's got to get the Hemingway's cats. Somebody said, you mean I got to get all them cats?
Well, hey, there's a bunch.
No, Greg, we've been there. Sherry and I went there on our honeymoon. There's a lot of cats.
Rick, I couldn't believe how many.
Bubba, how many ever cats you're picturing? Double it.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of cats.
They just let them breed and just live
They
there
just
at
live
Hemingway's
there.
house. They're everywhere. Hey, Bubba, cats everywhere.
Look, I love cats, but there's a limit on any pets.
But as much as I do, somebody's got to go get Hemingway's cats because there'll be some animal rights person say, "Did y'all go get Hemingway's cats?" These famous cats that came from Ernest Hemingway, they're all his line, And
Rick, they're going to move them to Miami also.
right. Hey, we made it on the bus. Woo! Hey guys, we are on the bus. Where are we going? Miami.
Going to Miami.
What?
Get me off.
Miami.
If you look at the big board right now, there's just a lot going on out there. We've got, of course, Irma is the main story now. We've still got the cleanup of Harvey still going on. A lot of people still flooded in Texas. You've got another hurricane that was down that James mentioned yesterday that was headed south into Mexico. We've got another one, possibly two, following Irma.
Jose,
Jose. Yeah,
Jose is tracking right. That may have changed, because it changed. Right. They thought that some of those islands that were hit by Irma were going to get hit again.
It skirted San Jose, but it looks like it's just going to.
And last night we had a 8 magnitude earthquake in Mexico that has created a tsunami warning. So
and something rattled Japan too. Yeah. I heard Japan little rumble.
You call it birth pains, but go ahead.
Sure, absolutely. And boy, you September 23 people, this is really getting y'all stirred. And rightfully so.
I feel like just shutting down.
How about this? It should stir you. Now, of course, the thing you have to, miss out on is, and I said, hey, look, it's going to happen at some point. The Lord is going to return.
Yes.
And this world is going to end.
Thank goodness.
Now, it really is. But I do have to also stay, level-headed and realize, when they keep talking about some of the things that have happened, they say, no, this is going to be very similar to 1935.
Mm-hmm.
So when you start hearing those kind of things, this isn't the first time but as we said, they are going to happen in the fallen creation over and over again. But as Christ said, all these things, to Bubba's point, are birth pains. 9 minutes now till the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Our golden ticket seats will be coming in a little later in the program today. And so Fridays, Fun Zone Friday, that's been part of it. Bubba now back for full show number 2 since his surgery and getting his feet. How you feeling over there? You doing better?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Every day is a little bit better. I have moments where I'm like, everything appears to be spinning a little faster than I want it to.
Understood.
But like I told you yesterday, if I get up and walk out, just know that I had to handle something and I'll be back.
Yeah, well, it's I'll be honest with you. I haven't had a cancerous tumor cut off my liver, but what you just described happens to me anyway.
You're right. Yeah, well, I don't really advise it for people, but better than not.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It's better than they couldn't take it off of me.
Yes.
Yes.
Get it out of there.
So we will continue to progress on that. And update you, and the next week, Bubba, you may get some information that kind of gives us an idea if we're done with this, or we got to do some more.
We'll know what we're going to do moving forward, how we're going to monitor the situation, and I do want to remind everybody, no kicks to my abdomen today.
That would be nice.
Yeah, none of that.
In the past, we didn't care, but
right. If you want to do a roundhouse and you caught me off guard, and it was just funny for everybody.
No, not funny anymore.
Not funny today.
Not funny anymore. All right, so Bubby, we have the aftermath of Fort Myers, and
wow,
Fort Myers took the hit on Ian, and I know today and up in the Carolinas, he's coming back ashore again.
A lot of people clearing those low-lying areas in South Carolina. But Fort Myers has just been literally destroyed.
They got the worst of it.
But we've seen this kind of devastation before with hurricanes that hit the Alabama Gulf Coast. And while it is a terrible mess right now, and sadly there's been loss of life, when they rebuild, it is going to be beautiful, more beautiful than ever, stronger than ever. They rebuild these structures to modern-day standards, which are even better for hurricanes, and once it's all over, it's going to be okay for Fort Myers. But it is. Could you imagine staying and seeing that on your street?
Oh no,
I don't get the hey, I think I'll stay. People, I really don't. I mean, I know you want to take care of your property, but how can you take care of your property when you have a raging river that is roof high? Look, the whole house is moving, Rick.
And they knew
did you see the house move?
Yeah, I did.
They knew the surge was going to be horrible. You had warning. You knew it was.
Yeah,
I mean,
weeks out.
17 people killed in Florida. They have not. That's where we are right now. I mean, you hope that number doesn't go up. And as we just said, for the Carolinas, Charleston, Category 1 now, but still, that's 85-mile-an-hour sustained wind. So,
and the storm surge, I think, is what they're really concerned about.
So, in Charleston, that's another beautiful place, and people are boarding up there and getting ready for Ian to come ashore again. Not as powerful as it was in Fort Myers, but still powerful. So that's kind of where we are, and we're only beginning to see the devastation.
From a scientific and predicting thing on this, they have their spaghetti models. They have there's about 12 different models of how these things are going to go based on what they have at the time. And a lot of them had it going up the East Coast to begin with. One or two had it going up the West and cutting across. So when all this is done, I'd really like to ask James which model said it right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's
and it ended up a little further south than they thought, didn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, but
because at first Tampa that's where they thought,
right,
and it went a little south of that.
Greg, when you worked with the power company, you went to some of these places after Category 4s and 5s. And this has that look again, doesn't it? The start over.
Yeah, that's Hurricane Andrew. We went on that, and it's historically one of the biggest. And it was a total rebuild. There's nothing left. You just start at the sub, and here you go.
Are you sure?
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. How do you, when you have a total devastation of the power grid like that, how do you even start? How do you?
The evaluators get in there and they get it all laid out. Believe it or not, they look at that mess and they start, okay, we're going this feeder here.
We're going to run a line here,
now,
line
if the sub
here.
needs to be repaired, they'll do that. But we'll start this feeder.
That's usually
you just start
a
setting
different group,
posts.
isn't it?
Yeah. You just start setting posts and you get that feeder, and then crew comes behind you pulling wire up.
I was on one of the highways leading out of town yesterday, and I was probably about an hour out of town, and I saw a line of power trucks headed south. And there were bucket trucks, Greg. They were trucks that had augers on them. Oh, yeah. They were trucks with poles. And I just felt such a great pride about.
Look at that.
Yeah, I know.
That's a lot of
because they were all headed south, and they're basically going to war trying to rebuild all that. So
yes, you walk, like I say, you pull up and you think, well, this is impossible. But then, like I say, they have their maps and stuff, and they get it all. And before long, it starts looking normal again.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, amazing we can do it. And I know it'll be terrible for people who will be without power for months. But the fact we can redo it in a few months is incredible.
Yeah.
Yep. And so anyway, that's kind of your update of where we are there and the aftermath of where it's already been. And then Charleston, you're hunkering down and getting ready for it to hit there. So there you go. And thankfully, even though it's 1 is bad, it's not 4. So
yeah.
So that will help.
155-mile-an-hour winds as opposed to 85. Still bad.
Still
not
bad,
as bad.
but I'll take 85 over 155.
Yes, 100 miles an hour reduction is number 1.
Yeah.
Maybe my house only has a few things broke off of it, as opposed to it's gone.
And like you say, the water, they're worried about it. Because
Water's
in that
always
area,
bad.
there's a lot of homes right there
water.
on the water. And it's beautiful and nice until one of these comes.
Yeah, I've visited there, and it is a beautiful place. The food is fantastic, but when water comes, it's not good.
It's not good.
Yeah, it'll be hot there in the summer.
Look at that house. Place. Is that not amazing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Too, and I know they keep coming back with better ways to engineer these things, but there's really just no way to protect yourself. You're gonna rebuild and know that this will happen again one day.
Well, yeah, Bubba, it would be like like at the farm. Our house sits there looking at a pasture. Okay, and what if there was a weather pattern where pastures, could come in and destroy the house? Well, if I'm sitting right in front of it, then I mean it's a beautiful view, but when that water starts acting up,
it's not funny.
At it. Yeah.
It's not funny, not humorous in any way, but. When they show these shots of these big old boats going down the street you go, what
a lot
in
of
the
money
world?
floating out there.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Wow.
866 We Be Big is the number, top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Find out everything you could possibly ever need to know about the Rick and Bubba show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so the latest inflation numbers, I mean, they are in, and while the country suffers and the stock market is, just had one of its worst days in over 2 years, when you look at what the current administration is doing at the Fed level, it makes you, Bubba, kind of scratch your head. Do they not, do they want us to be in this situation? It doesn't seem like they're doing anything to alleviate.
They were a little behind the curve. They're trying to catch up, but a little behind the curve.
But this notion, anybody that tells you the economy is not sick, I think we can just simply go out and buy items and watch how our life works to know that they're not telling us the truth. It's got problems. And that's why we're recommending today that you diversify with gold and silver, and go ahead and do that now. Allegiance Gold. Let me tell you how they will work to protect your IRA and 401k with physical gold and silver. And if you prefer, some people say, no, I want it delivered right to my house. They'll do that too. Now, the approach is different. Listen, here's what Allegiance Gold will do. They're going to educate and develop a long-term strategy that's right for you. Not a boilerplate where you go, well, that's not the situation I'm in. They're going to find out your particular situation, and then the game plan is going to be revolving around your situation. Allegiance Gold has some of the highest ratings in the industry because of this customer, taking time to say, here, let's look at what you're doing instead of just throwing something at you. Their customer service is second to no one. 5 stars with TrustLink, AAA rated with the Better Business Consumer Alliance, and A+ from the Better Business Bureau. So if you want to find out how to get the best offer yet, and this is it, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase, you need to let them know that Rick and Bubba is where you found out. And you will tell them if you call 844-790-9191, or if you just want to go to our special URL, protectwithrickbubba.com. Okay, just put our names together, protectwithrickbubba.com, to find out everything you need to know on how you can get help with Allegiance Gold. You know when the baby's coming, just a reminder it is coming.
Yeah, you feel a little kick.
Yeah.
So I know we have a lot of displaced folks, and a lot of them coming into Rick and Bubba areas now. So we hope they'll tune in and be able to take their mind off everything going on a little bit. We'll try to bring you the news, but do it in a way that will be a little more enjoyable.
Well, I would even say this. That'd be a good idea for the mayor of Key West. I'd get on the bus. Take us till we pick up the first Rick and Bubba station. Yeah. We shouldn't stop till we hear the show. Welcome to Panama City.
Right. And we'll have to get the latest on the track. The map I saw this morning, they've got it changing a little bit once it comes ashore.
We'll get an update. Span will tell us about that. We're going to talk to Span today and Will to get the latest, because this weekend is when it all becomes real for a lot of folks. Now, I know if you're in these islands, we talking about when it gets real. I got it. But I'm talking about right here on the old lower 48.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
About identity theft and problems, and you hear us talk about LifeLock a lot on the program. Well, a biggie today. We've had a cybersecurity breach that is a big one.
Rick, Equifax has ruined a lot of people's lives prior to this. If you, they give you a credit score, and if you ever try to buy a house, buy a car, open an account somewhere, get into school, and I suspect on a lot of jobs, they will check your credit history with Equifax. Now, Equifax has to keep up with a lot of information on everybody to do that.
Yes, they do.
They know a lot of details about you. Well, guess what? They have been hacked. They're saying that they had a cybersecurity breach that could impact 143 million U.S. consumers. That's roughly 1 in 3 in our country. The company said that the unauthorized entry occurred between May and July 2017. They also said that the files that were accessed range from Social Security numbers, birth dates, address, driver's license numbers, and they got the credit card numbers of around 209,000 consumers. 209,000 in the U.S. Also, other personal identifying information of another 182,000 people in the U.S. They discovered the breach on July 29. They disclosed that information to the public on September the 7th. So all of your personal information, if you're listening right now, could possibly be in the hands of people who are up to no good.
And I'm talking about, sometimes we say things like that, and it may affect a very small sample of the audience. This one, really everybody in this room and most everybody listening, it's probably been compromised. It's just what they can pull off and do with it.
Yeah, which ones will they use? Which ones will they sell off to other underworld shady characters? Who knows? But, you know, Equifax gathers that information as a service to people who need to have their credit checked, and to me, it's just unthinkable that they would fumble this like this.
Well, it also
I hope that they get punished heavily.
Well, it also shows you these cyber criminals are very savvy, and they're very good. And one thing I'm seeing in this story, and this is the thing that makes them dangerous too, very patient.
Oh yeah,
they don't get in a rush. And see, what they're going to wait now is for this story to fade away, and everybody forget about it, and then they'll go.
Well, and we do have them as an advertiser here on the show. But
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready for a brand new hour. Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey is back. And Bubba, welcome back to another hour, buddy.
Rick, I am so glad to be here. And when I say it, I really mean it.
I know.
Wow, the griddle is up outside. Hey, number one.
Yes, we actually have coming up next hour, we'll have the Elite Eight. They'll be coming in for the golden ticket seats, and one of the Elite Eight is coming all the way from the beautiful state of Illinois, and he has a griddle out there, and he's tailgating. So they'll be coming in. A couple things, and so it looked. And Greg's out there. Your eating buddy is already standing out there by the griddle. So we've lost Greg, and I saw him draw you out there. I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, well, griddles always intrigue me. Anything with fire, Rick, I have to go look.
So,
Oh, my gracious, he brought a plate in.
Greg, you've already got a plate.
Walk in.
Bubba, did he make you? You didn't get a plate.
No,
did you?
I didn't get a plate.
Yeah, but I mean,
Did you place an order,
look at
Bubba?
him. Look at him just walking
I
through
asked
the
Greg
studio.
to get me a plate when I left.
Yeah.
Greg, you got to give that to
Greg,
him.
don't do that to him.
No, I got to eat.
Yeah, but you got breakfast coming though, a right healthy breakfast. You don't need to jump off and all
Well, I'm
that.
going to have to sample some of that.
Okay.
It's
Guys,
all about
this is good.
the margins.
Yeah. Well,
Thanks for getting Bubba a plate, buddy.
I did. That's was, and y'all just yelled at me about it. I was bringing it to you. I haven't touched it.
That's where to spin it.
Yeah. Wow. Let me just say this, and I want to say it perfectly clear. And we've said it.
I'm officially all this talk I'm done with.
Yeah.
I'm just going.
Yeah. Well, we went back to it in the beginning. How about this? This is the bottom line. We kid and we joke around.
Yeah.
But here is the bottom line. Everybody here is grown.
They're grown.
Yep, absolutely.
Make your own decision.
Absolutely. 100%.
Exactly.
Amen.
Everybody's grown.
Yep.
Amen.
Speaking of being grown men, I want to update you on a couple things.
Yeah, everybody's grown.
Yeah, everybody's grown. You're grown. Hey, Adler.
You're there.
Hey, you somebody's daddy now. Somebody's husband. You grown.
I think I'm growing a little bit still. I still got a couple inches to go, I think.
No, you're grown. You know something?
You're going to start spreading out before you know it.
You wouldn't believe the number of people in history that had a growth spurt in their late 30s. I mean,
It happens.
It's well documented, Rick.
Fingers crossed.
Listen, Dennis Rodman grew like a foot in 1 year when he was already out of high school. He wasn't even that good a player, and he grew like 1 foot.
probably wasn't in his 30s.
Yeah, he wasn't nearly 40.
He was
Greg.
in his 20s.
Right. Yeah. So
you go.
It could happen.
Never know.
So speaking of men, and I was
He reminds me of Rodman.
Yeah, he does. I was going to answer some questions. So when we did the Man Church Conference kickoff this week, and men's ministry is it's a different animal, and trying to get us as men to do. We just don't network like the women do.
Yeah.
The women, you throw up a women's conference, every ticket's gone. They've got their plans. They've got their hotel rooms. They've gathered their little groups, and men just kind of hear about it in passing. I do want y'all to know something because I know how we act. Okay, if you're interested in this, and we are doing it differently, because I know most men's conferences go, tickets are on sale, take your time, it doesn't matter, and we're going to get to some big arena, they're going to open the door, and you're going to run in there and get seats, and every day you're going to try to get there and get you some seats. What we're doing is different. The seats are reserved, which is a good thing, but what you have to understand, the fact that they're reserved, there's not going to be I'll wait to the last minute and get my ticket and still sit up front. I mean that's not going to happen. So they're reserved tickets. Get the groups together. Some people are asking me stuff about that, and then of course it's always starting this. Well, I don't know, man. My work schedule. Y'all gonna stream it? Not gonna stream it. Okay, so
you got plenty of time to take off work.
Right. It's not gonna be streamed. It's February 24th and 25th, 2023. Okay, you got time. So it won't be streaming it. It's not going to be ad hoc on the seats. Every seat in there is good, but they are reserved, and that's good news because once you get them, you get up on Saturday morning and you're not going, I got to get back and try to get that seat I had on Friday night. You'll have it.
Yeah.
Okay. So themanchurch.com, just go there and click on that. Bubba, also, I was while you were away, something has happened, and we talked about it. We love our wives. Our wives are just wonderful human beings, and the husband-wife dynamic is really something. Sherry has now started going. She's done with her shoulder surgery recovery, and she's going with me now, and we're working out at the same place. Now she's there.
Really? Yeah, that's a whole nother dynamic.
Well,
there.
it brings a whole nother dynamic. First of all, because you know this and we know this, you and I have a little bit of this too. I've got some OCD about me too. And that is, I've had this system, and I had my days, and I had my time, and I have my place where I go. I have the time I want to get there. And now it's wonderful that we're working out together. But now, when they come into it, it becomes what? Why are we leaving so early? Well, why are you over here? Why are we?
So that part of your world is going to be questioned beyond belief, right?
But now it's also this too. When we get there, because look, when Sherry and I, kind of like with Greg sitting there next to you, when Sherry and I got married, Sherry was a health.
I can't wait for this comparison.
Yeah, well, Sherry was a health nut. Greg's the opposite. But what I'm saying is, people who become
breakfast I've ever eaten.
Yeah, people who come into your
I hope so.
People who come into your life via your spouse or your close friends, they influence you.
Yeah.
You okay?
Oh, yeah.
So Sherry has said that, through having children and being married to me, that a lot of the routines that she'd had being a runner and a healthy eater and being in shape. So she's been in gyms. I think I didn't even know this. She even at time to make money on the side was a part-time trainer. I didn't know that.
That's funny. You were too.
She worked at gyms, okay?
I had no idea.
Yeah. So now, her being back in that world, she wasn't like me when the only gym I ever had was when coaches were screaming at me, telling me what to do.
Right.
I never was a member of a gym.
Right.
I couldn't even imagine that concept. And so she knows this world. But what she doesn't realize is I've already have coaches. So I and she'll say things like, "Well, that's not a rep. That doesn't count. Why, you didn't finish it," and that kind of stuff. I'm like, wait a minute. So let me tell you what happened now.
Why does everything have to be a grind?
Right. So then now there's this. This happened on Tuesday. Okay, so we worked out together yesterday. She's also changed the days of the week that I was going because she can't go on the days I've been going.
Are you
so
serious?
now I'm a Tuesday, Thursday. So that's changed my dynamic.
You're not on Wednesdays anymore?
No, I'm not on Wednesdays anymore. So anyway, of course I've seen those Wednesday workouts and I don't really miss them. But anyway, so Wednesday's ugly.
But in one of those Tuesday, Thursdays partners days?
Well.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So now I got a partner.
You're kidding.
So anyway, so we're doing bench press on Tuesday, and of course, she's benching a lot less than I am, but I'm not benching what a lot of the men are benching because I'm old, okay?
Right.
But I'm way ahead of where she is because
Correct.
she's a tiny little woman, okay?
Well, you bench now.
I don't know.
What you bench now?
It's a workout, so you're doing reps.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
it's not.
Try not to get hurt is what you do.
You don't do max. You don't do max.
No,
Saturday.
we don't do minimum maximum.
That conversation doesn't come up like it used to. Hey, what you benching now?
Yeah.
I don't know.
But what I can tell you is I put a green on each side, and then I'll add a green. Okay, that's all I know what that is. But anyway, I think those are 45s. But anyway, so I go over and Sherry says, "Hey, can you spot me?" Yeah, sure. Well, I don't, as a spotter, I don't help bringing it down.
Mm-mm.
All I do is help when you push it off, and then
if you can't get it going,
if
you hung up.
So I didn't. So she brings it down, and she claims when she brought it down that it was too much weight, and that she got something hurt back here. And she said, "Well, it's because you didn't spot me right."
What?
I said, "That's not the way you spot. I don't help you coming down."
No.
She goes, "Well, the coach in here, I mean, he was helping me come down." And I said, "That's not no. When you spot, all you do is help when you push it off your chest. And if you're struggling,
if you're in trouble, I'll help you get it.
When their face gets red,
I come under here and move it up or put two
you want to
fingers
keep
under
it moving.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't help you going down.
No.
If coming down with the weight, I'm not involved
Plus,
in that.
you're kind of helping re-rack.
So
too.
then before you know it, hey, well, Rick didn't do a good job spotting me. Now I've gotten hurt. And I'm like, no, that's not the way you spot. And I said, by the way, I'm just in here working out. If we help each other, did I not spot right by just helping once she started pushing it?
Right.
If you got hurt bringing it down, the spotter, do I have anything to do with that?
I don't think so. But
Rick, you're spotting like we have always spotted in athletics.
I think
up.
that was a correct spot.
Wait a minute. So she's injured?
Well, she's
so it's your fault.
Wait a minute.
Of course
it is.
Was this part of your? So she can't go. Rick,
I was asked. I thought you don't spot till
Rick,
they get to push up.
I got it.
Do you?
I said, well, maybe.
Well,
maybe you need to rest.
I've got a theory, but I'm
weeks
gonna
off.
tell you later.
You're right.
Okay?
There it is.
best thing to do is take 2 weeks off.
It's the only thing gonna heal it.
How about the? Am I
You're
not?
gonna take a month.
How about this? Am I not right? That
Hey,
I
pick
didn't-
it up
I didn't-
after the holidays.
Yeah, I didn't think the spotter. I didn't think the spotter
Most
helps on the
people
way
you
down.
spot get mad if you touch the bar. Don't
Right.
touch it until I'm stuck.
If I'm struggling, then help
Yeah.
me. And that's what I did. She came up, she got about right here, and then I put my fingers under the bar and helped her come up with it.
But when it came down, did she go?
Yeah,
Really?
a little bit. But well, it was more weight than I thought.
Well,
And
I
I
mean,
thought
she did have surgery. She probably needs to be taking it easy.
She did, yeah. She's back, and it was. To me, I didn't think it was a lot of weight, and I didn't have anything to do with picking the weight. The one that
kind of like whiplash, kind of in the back.
It's back there on the scapula.
You know, Rick, it's like me. I'm gonna have to wait a few months before I start my regiment of sit-ups again.
That's right.
Oh,
yes.
boy.
Yes, you are. Hey, as much weight as you drop, I bet you can do too.
Rick and Bubba.
We all do use LifeLock, and I have found that to be very effective on people trying to open accounts. and I know you've had more issues with it too, Rick.
Oh, yeah.
But it's if you're not protecting your identity right now, and nothing will be 100% safe, but at least you got a fighting chance with a service like this.
Yeah, and so this is why it just gets more and more, and I understand that I don't want to get overwhelmed by it, and we do have LifeLock, and there's a piece that comes with that, but we realize that even with all the technology of LifeLock, there still can be a problem, and that's another good thing about LifeLock too, is if there is a problem, they actually have somebody who wants to try to help you to get it restored. So,
Rick, the CEO of the company, said, "We pride ourselves on being a leader in managing and protecting data, and we're conducting a thorough review of our overall security operations. We are also focused on consumer protection and have developed a comprehensive portfolio of services to support all U.S. consumers regardless if they were impacted by this incident or not." So we will see.
Well, I'm like you. I would tell Equifax, when you make a statement like "we are committed," not committed enough, apparently.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
To protecting people's information. Whatever commitment you had, let's get a bigger commitment.
I got one word for you: class action lawsuit. It's coming.
Oh yes, we all had those coaches when you say, "Hey man, I really been trying to get that right," and what do you say? Well, apparently not.
Well, this one's a biggie. These are the people who they keep up with everything you do, your address, everything else, so that people can decide if they want to extend credit to you or not. So they have all your details. I mean, everything. And for them to let that get out is just Rick, it's not one of those things that it's, as you like to say, it falls in the it cannot happen category.
Yeah, should I get out?
There should not happen and cannot happen. This is cannot happen.
It's on that list, and it's on there in bold print. This can't happen.
Between them, the IRS, 2 or 3, I mean, you've got no hope of your stuff not getting out.
Texas checking in. James standing by. Hey, James, how you doing, buddy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Yeah.
Not going to spin it for me, I guess.
No,
on the news yesterday, they said that a couple of CEOs that knew about this sold their stock off several weeks ago, and also their stock took a nosedive yesterday. So
you can't
I wonder how that happened. Huh?
Well, when Bubba said they knew about it in July and they just told us today, I'm like, well, there's a little time in between there.
Well, see, that's one of the things that gets me, and I understand they don't want to cause a panic that's not needed, but once they've been compromised, everybody needs to really be on guard. I mean, you need to be checking your credit card statement online closer. You really need to be looking at your bank account closer. And when they wait that kind of time, things can get by, and you never know it. And they don't go in there, a lot of them, and try to get $10,000 out of your account. I mean, most accounts don't have that much in it.
No.
But they go in there and make those little $5 and $10 transfers to millions of people. And you think, well, that's just something I've signed up for. I don't know what it is.
No, you're right. They do a lot of times if they find the right people, and sometimes people who have a lot of money or they're running a business, they won't even pick up $300 to $400 a pop.
Yeah.
And they'll go in there and grab 300 here, 400 there. And they keep it in these small numbers. And it takes a long time. A lot of times, somebody go, "What is this $200-$300?"
Yeah, and your internal review process may not happen, but monthly or quarterly when you finally catch up with it.
So it's a bad situation, and I agree with you. I didn't know that part where they sold their stock, and some of them and bailed out.
That was not in the story. That was just from a caller.
Well, I saw another caller hang up, so I think there were a couple of callers that were saying that's the case. But anyway, regardless of
that would fall under insider trading.
You would think so.
Because it's not public information. And I hope they prosecute them if they did that.
If they did it. We don't know. I tell you what we do know is that 143 million people have been compromised.
Yeah.
And that we know.
Yeah, they're admitting that. There's no telling what really has happened.
Hey, I got to tell you, we all been compromised. Bubba, it appears we've been compromised. Top of the hour, James Spann is up next. What's the latest? And this should be pretty accurate information by today on where will Irma reach landfall, indication how Irma will affect the lower 48 and mainly the state of Florida. What's the latest on the track? A lot of devastation already in the aftermath of the places Irma has already been, involving all of these islands. 22 minutes past the hour. Bring it back. So as we work our way back. So anyway, buddy, I'm helping Sherry get better. I showed her how to do the lacrosse ball thing to get that thing loosened up a little bit. So
yeah, I was thinking about that in the break, and we actually were talking as a staff. You know, you were breaking down, you know, you and your wife being workout partners,
Yeah, it's a new
and
thing.
her asking you to spot her on a bench press. That was flat bar bench press on bench and everything.
Old school 80s bench press.
Okay, and you got in trouble because your hands weren't on the bar going down.
I didn't spot coming down.
Right.
I didn't think I was supposed to.
So
I thought
she
I was-
landed a little hard.
She landed a little hard, and the scapula took a little bit of a. She's not injured. She's just
But maybe
uncomfortable.
she's
and it was your fault.
Insinuating that you
Correct.
let it come down on her too hard.
She said, "Why weren't you spotting me bringing it down? I now brought it down too hard." And you know, women, because of, believe it or not, I know this may be shocking to our society, they're actually different, and so their bodies are different and they're
Right.
made different. And where
Yeah.
we would bring the bar down, sometimes they can't. So I think it was a little high.
Yeah.
And she.
Did she immediately, once it happened, go, "I'm hurt"? Immediately,
It was
or
after we finished, and then there was some concern, and so I did make clear, as husbands have to do. I said I need to know going forward for the rest of my days on earth.
Right.
When you reference this scapula issue, will the story be because Rick wouldn't spot me right? Because I need to know that.
Right.
Going,
Yeah.
Is that now will I now bear that burden for the
Yeah,
rest of my life
right.
that I'm a bad spotter for my wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you get in trouble from the coaches at all? Well, I know
No.
she's an assistant coach now, but did you get in
You're
from
right.
the main ones?
No, they started talking about how to relieve the problem, and and
did they
agree-
look over? Did they make any like eye contact? You like, Rick?
No, look, it's fine. Here's what I'm gonna do. I got to go back to just being one of the members of the class. I'm clearly the leader of the class. I was, you know what I mean, 3 o'clock and all that. And if she needs a spot, then even though all the people in there spot each other,
Yeah.
that probably with our size difference, she probably needs a spotter closer to her size or a trainer that actually works there and gets a check.
Okay.
Okay.
I understood. Now, Greg, you growing up with him through athletics and workouts and stuff, and Rick, you really hadn't tried to hide it. You talked about you had a system to get through the
Absolutely.
training.
He could find these.
And so not only is she affecting the going and when you arrive, but she's also affecting how you came to get through these workouts because you had a system on surviving it.
Correct. And she's really messing that up.
And she's calling you out now.
Why are you taking steps between the lunges? So I can survive and not die.
So I can actually finish.
You're supposed to lunge one after another. Not at 58 and with the hip issues that I have in my foot. Okay. You got to take all that into accountability. You're taking steps between lunges. Right.
Yeah.
Is she doing it honestly, or did Prime put her on you?
That's a good question. I need to research that. She could be.
Yeah,
she could be a
it's
double
possible.
agent.
Possible.
She could be a double agent.
Yeah, you got to watch that.
Prime
Very
could have
possible.
said, "I've noticed Rick slacking a little bit. I need you to
Keep
stay
an eye on him.
Like yesterday, I want y'all to row for 2 minutes or to 40 calories, whatever happens first. And I go, well, I'm rowing for 2 minutes. And she goes, why'd you say that? I said, well, I'm not. If I have to go to 40 calories at the pace I would need to be inside 2 minutes, then I will not survive. I said, you'll be taking me to the hospital. So going to row at a good pace for 2 minutes. And she's like, well, that's not what the workout says. I said, well, it actually does, honey. It says either 2 minutes or 40 calories, which one hits first. And for me, that's going to be 2 minutes. I don't. What's so hard about this? You know, does that seem complicated to you? I mean,
Clear to me.
Right, yeah. So
she's an overachiever when it comes to workouts.
Oh. You talking about the person who like will be in rehab or have something or, you know, just birth a baby or something. And the first day she goes back and runs, she runs 6 miles.
Yeah.
You know, baby, you probably want to ease back into that. So she's come into this wide open, and I
Right.
think that's the problem.
Right, until you injure.
Right. Bubba, we just played Genesis coming back. This is becoming the new thing. I mean, these bands are realizing as they get a certain age, it's time to cash out.
Phil Collins and his Genesis bandmates have sold the rights to their music for a figure over $300 million in a deal with record company Concord.
Say that again.
Over $300 million.
Come on.
Hello.
To Concord. The package includes songs from Phil's solo career as well as hits made with his band members in hopes to introduce their music to younger generations. How about they first came on the scene in the 70s and they have sold more than 100 million records?
Wow.
They
Now, Rick,
they bid their fans farewell earlier this year. We saw some.
Boy,
of that.
did they.
Oh,
it
was
it
awful.
was disturbing.
That was disturbing.
when they played their final show.
Don't
And
mess with the
remember
memories.
Phil.
Rick, it ain't about money, it's about the art.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And
But-
Rick, that really that's good for them. Good for them. And but it made me start thinking about the Rick and Bubba catalog.
I know.
And how much it could be worth.
Oh.
We've only had one offer for it that I'm aware of, and it was just short of $1,200. And I think that included the stock we had in the storage room at the time. And that was a guy at trade day. So I don't know.
He was going.
But listen, we will entertain offers for the Rick and Bubba library. I'll tell you that.
Genesis catalog $300 million. I'll tell you what. Right now, I'll take it just like our library sits.
Yeah.
For $2 million.
One money.
One money.
One money. We
Right.
won't even haggle.
Right. We won't even haggle.
No haggling.
Just like that. We'll throw that in. Hey, if you want to, we'll find those 2 cassettes we did.
Right, so I got them. I can give you one.
Pass the gravy.
I
And
got
what
'em.
was the other one? Stay in it. No, that wasn't it. That was a CD. Pass the gravy.
Rick, you had to, if you didn't say, I was about to say it before you said it.
I know. I'm sorry. One was
Living Large.
Is that it?
Yep.
Living Large.
Yep.
Tell you what, for $2.2 million, I'm throwing in Butt Naked Christmas.
Now watch it, Rick. Watch out. Now you're getting crazy.
I don't know if you still have that or not. Do you?
I do.
Do you?
I do. It's
Somebody
black
sent
and
that
white,
to me.
It's a
but
black and white copied cover on it.
Yeah, yeah. That was all those parody songs, including the Sherry song, by the way. Speaking of Sherry. We'll be back, bottom of the hour. Phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG, whatever's on your mind. Look at Blazing Silverman. That son of a gun, draw back like a flip and ready to go. He'll take your phone calls, and we'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Information, Jake in Tuscumbia. Jake, welcome to the program. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good.
Okay, what's going on, buddy?
Well, my mom owns a bakery right over here in Florence, and we carry the Mook Mills, and I just called her whenever you said that, and I asked her, I said, they're still in business, aren't they? She said, yeah, they're in business. Their phones must just have something going on because we just got a shipment in yesterday for them.
Ooh, good news.
Or was that already in the pipeline?
I don't know. So you say they're still in business?
As far as I know, they are. Like I said, we just got a shipment in of a bunch of different sorted bags of them, so they should be in business as far as I know.
Well, Bubba's going to drive all the way to Tuscumbia to get some, I guess.
Yeah, I know it.
Don't be mad with me.
Well, I'm just checking. I mean, I'm concerned. This is like a friend check. It's like a, what do they call it when the police goes to a house to check on
Just
somebody?
make sure everybody's all right.
Wellness check.
It's got
A wellness check?
Yeah, but it's got another
Welfare.
name. Welfare check. Well,
No, that's not it.
That's to give them something.
Everybody careful.
That's to give them some cheese and bread.
Denver, Oakman, Alabama. Denver, go ahead.
Hey, Monkey Grass Green Acres, guys.
Hey.
Hey, listen to me. I tell you why they shut down factory for a little while. They got that chicken there.
Okay.
That was bad.
Tell what that was. I don't know what it was.
Speedy, what were you showing me there? What it said? What? This is something from Mook's Mills.
Yeah, it was something because of the hurricane. Some of this availability won't be until Friday, September the 15th. They're currently
What, the
under a
hurricane
state
hit
of
Tuscumbia?
emergency.
I didn't know that.
Apparently, I don't know, but this is some online ordering availability.
You're talking about off the track.
Don't be mad with me.
I guess they're
really not covered it in the news, are they?
Well, they missed it. Last I heard from Tuscumbia, we had American Idol up there. Is that messed up Mook's Mills?
Yeah, I don't know. I was emailed this, so please, if it's not real, but I think it is. This guy here, but it looks like there's something. It's through Publix too, so.
Welfare check.
Bubba, the good news is it looks like they're not out of business.
Good.
There's some problems with supply and demand right now.
Yeah.
But they're not out of business.
You okay?
Well, I got to think, if I not ordered enough lately,
I know.
I need to turn it
Well, you know how you start pulling for something, you want it to make it.
I'm blaming Harvey and Irma.
You ever pull for that restaurant, but every time you go in there, you're the only one there. You'd be like, man, they ain't gonna make it.
You remember the one that used to be right over here?
Oh, yeah.
And we'd go in there, and the guy would show up at the last minute to cook for us.
Yes.
That didn't look good.
Spencer in Jacksonville, Alabama. Spencer,
Good
go
wings,
ahead.
though.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, how are y'all doing today?
I'm fine, man. You go ahead.
I'm good. I wanted to call and inform you guys about a bill that passed through the House and the Senate I don't think y'all have heard about yet.
We're talking
if
about
I'm
in Alabama?
correct-
In Alabama?
No, federally.
Federal, okay, go
Well,
ahead. Yeah.
Is actually affecting the Metro D.C. and the surrounding counties of Virginia and Maryland. I believe it's called Joint Resolution 76, and it essentially created a security team that's running that's doing work for the Metro Rail system of D.C., and it has created a loophole legally that has allowed the unwarranted search and seizure of property affected by investigations of the Metro Rail system for adjacent property. And if the investigation takes it off property, then they have the ability to go in and search and seize any property that they feel necessary.
Well, there's your
boy,
tangleweed there. isn't
So
it?
the concern
Something about you by the railroad.
So what
does that mean?
What you're saying is that what's concerning Americans is they think there's some authority now being given, kind of through the back door, to security forces that would not have to follow the normal constitutional requirements. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And if you want to from that, I first saw it, Free Thought Project on Facebook.
Right.
And then I fact-checked it through internet search. There's nothing from NBC, CBS, anything like that, but there's a bunch of B-list news sources that have backed the story.
Now, Babylon B's not covering it, are they?
No, sir.
Okay, so what's the bill again?
I believe it's called either Joint Resolution or Joint House Resolution 76.
Yeah, we see it. Okay, we just pulled it up. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot for calling.
No problem.
So
I'm out of the loop on that.
If you want to, but you see kind of what he's saying. This is that, there's always been, especially back in the Obama administration, I would talk to people all the time. We're saying, hey, you're missing some of these.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. How about you? So phone calls standing by. We're coming to you right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let me hit you with this Relief Factor, which, speaking of trying to do a little better at my age, Relief Factor is my friend. And Jenny, Bubba, who's a fan of the show out of Tennessee, she says, I'm 46 after being involved in high school sports. Yeah, I played a little ball. And playing, getting after it, then birthing and raising 2 active sons. My body has taken a beating. Didn't know it was possible to live without daily aches and pains or wonder what wouldn't work right next. But thanks to y'all taking Relief Factor, I finally gave in. I ordered the 3-week quick start pack, and I haven't stopped ordering since. Love you guys. Well, thank you, Jenny. But like I tell my husband and friends, I think that I may love Relief Factor just as much as Rick and Bubba show now because they all go together. Thank you for talking about it. Took me a while, but I ordered it, and it's been life-changing. So it's all natural. These are 4 botanicals that work with the body's natural inflammatory response. And for those like Jenny, we're getting a little older, and I said, well, I guess these aches and pains and this thing's not where I guess this is just the way it is. Not necessarily. Relief Factor may give you a quality of life that you didn't even know was still available to you, and do that naturally. Get the quick start pack and find out for yourself. It's $19.95. You can get that at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Ken's in Birmingham.
Ken.
104.7 WZZK. Hello, Ken. Ken?
Hello?
Hey, Ken.
Ken. This is Clint.
All right, Clint. I guess Blazing Silverman thought your name was Ken.
That's
so,
hard
Clint, go ahead.
Hey, sorry about that. Hey, just wanted to say good morning to you fellas. I also, played a little ball back in the day, played a little quarterback, and I served in the Marine Corps. And, so I'm familiar with workouts, and what Sherry had you doing is called a negative. So, it's designed so when you put more weight on than you can naturally do, that negative rep, you have someone to control the weight going down. So when you lift up, next time you put more weight on, you should be able to do more. But she should have let you know that beforehand. That's why she hurt. So
yeah, we're familiar with negatives.
Sure,
but you didn't know you were doing negatives.
But, the thing is, Ken, I wasn't on.
It was your fault. You didn't know you were doing negatives.
How about Ken? I didn't make a mistake as a spotter, bottom line.
But there you go. And, if she gets to hurting too bad, just ask her to try a little toe pass.
That's funny. Let's go to Chase in Birmingham. Chase, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. First, I'm a UAB football alum, and so I just want to shout out Speedy. I appreciate. I know it's his job, but the pride in his job, what he does.
Nobody's better.
Game.
Nobody's better.
Yeah, no, and I mean, whether it's 100 fans or 10,000, he always brings the heat, so I appreciate him. Take a lot of pride in it. But I just wanted to kind of get y'all's thoughts on the main speculation of, Alabama's Board of Trustees behind, shutting down our program in 2014 after the first winning season in 9 years, Bill Clark's first season as head coach. Shutting it down, kind of seeing the success that it was bringing, but, we raised money to bring it back. And I've had a talk with one of my former teammates and really good friends who heads up the NIL cooperative for UAB athletics, who we spoke this past week, and, he hasn't got a lot of help from UAB's athletic director, and he seems to be kind of like the puppet behind the UAB the UA Board of Trustees. But, my thought is on how did we lose Coach Clark, who's 54, and in my 3 years at UAB, I didn't see him miss a practice for a cold, which he's hurt his back, which was walking at the first game. So obviously back surgery I know can be iffy. But we came off 2 conference championships, 2 bowl wins, the first 2, in school history, first 2 bowl wins in school history.
Hey, Chase.
Number 13, BYU.
Chase.
Yes, sir.
I love you, buddy. What's your question?
I guess what's y'all's that's a good point. I apologize.
That's all right.
I guess I know kind of Auburn, Alabama guys. Do y'all see as Coach Clark leaving or having Coach Clark step down as head coach, do y'all think there's more to it with the Board of Trustees and kind of behind the 2014 them losing them, or is it more so just thinking, hey, he might have had some medical issues and
I think back injuries are very debilitating. And I think he was in a lot of pain because he loved what he did, and he would not have stepped down if he had any other choice. We know Bill Clark well enough to know that.
Guys, he stayed around after they shut the program down.
Fight that off the field.
Yeah. He's had this injury his whole life, basically, and I think it's dealt with it. And it got to the point, the surgery and then the rehab of that surgery, you just couldn't do it with the responsibilities you have in a program like that. So
I think
that's what I think.
I think Chase,
because that's what he said. So I believe it.
Chase, I think what's happened here, and we completely understand what you guys went through in 2014 and what happened with the University of Alabama and the program. That part we get. We were open about it on the air. We agreed with you.
My son was on the staff.
Yeah,
we were very involved.
Greg's son was on the staff. But I think what's happening too much, now you're taking your conspiracy theories too far.
Yeah.
And you're now thinking that somehow they're out to get you again, and they forced Clark out, and he's pretending that his back is the issue. I would let that part go. I think Coach Clark has had this problem much longer than maybe you knew, and I think it is nothing but he could not physically continue the demands of the job.
Yeah. Now, as far as you growing your program going forward, is that going to be a problem because you're in the University of Alabama education system? Yeah, I think it's always going to be somewhat of a conflict.
It is,
but you're never. I don't think you're ever going to be totally independent because UAB brings in so much money to that overall organization. But I think they're going to try not to be involved in keeping it down. But I don't ever think you're going to have overwhelming support to grow it because they're taking care of their primary face of their organization, and that is the University of Alabama.
But guys, when you look at the facility improvements they've made compared to what they had, it was embarrassing what they had.
Yeah.
You try to recruit a kid when he's leaving a high school that's got better facilities than you do.
Right. Yeah.
What they have now is top of the line.
And not only that, but
that's a pretty good commitment.
But just being around the program for a couple of years now, the players they have, it's legit. I mean, they're legit. I mean, they're good. I mean, you better not overlook them at all. I don't care who you are. They've got players on the field and the facility now.
Yeah, like I say,
it's really impressive.
Facilities, their offices and all. They used to be. It looked like a dentist office.
Coaching staff
was ridiculous. And if it rained, they couldn't even go on a certain field.
Right.
What they have now is awesome. And then the new stadium.
Yeah.
You know, so I think there's a pretty good commitment to try to keep them. And you still always gonna have that little politic and stuff.
Oh,
It
yeah.
looks like they've made a pretty good commitment to be successful.
Well, yeah.
and have been.
Well, what happened is
I hate it for Coach Clark not being there.
They tried the move of shutting it down, and the public relations backlash, I think they underestimated. And I think now they've done these things to try to get that off of them.
Yeah.
But the politics of being part of the University of Alabama will never fully go away.
Right.
You just minimize its impact. Landon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's going on, man?
Buddy.
Me and a buddy of mine was talking about Tua's injury last night, and we kind of had a little argument. I told him I always thought that Jalen was better than Tua, and he said, well, Alabama don't win the national championship without Tua. And I agreed with him on that. But I said Alabama wouldn't have made it to the national championship without Jalen.
You're correct.
But he says that even with Tua, they would have made it, and I just couldn't agree with him.
Well, Landon, this is Dickie Nadmeyer, Road Tide. It's really irrelevant. As long as Nicholas Saban stands upon the sidelines, it really doesn't matter who the quarterback is. What you're seeing now is these two players playing under other men that are inferior to Saban, and at this point, your judgment is clouded. As long as you're wearing the Alabama Roll Tide uniform and you're the quarterback under Saban, you're phenomenal. And trying to get to degrees of phenomenality is a difficult process. It's Saban that's the difference, not Tua or Jalen. A Road Tide.
You know, great argument.
I agree, Dickie.
And how about this?
Well done, Dick.
How lucky you are to get to have that argument
Yeah, that's
about
right.
two good quarterbacks.
Right.
Both of them did outstanding. Both of them had different skill sets. I think from a hold-up standpoint that Jalen may be the stronger candidate there because he didn't get injured as much, and that's important if you're going to win consistently long term. But both of them are excellent. Both of them are quarterbacking in the pros, and there's a reason they're there. It's because they're good. Hurt has really improved a lot. Hurts. Is it Hurts? Hurt. Which one? Y'all are looking at me funny. Which one I say?
No, Tua was the one that's hurt.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait,
you talking last night.
Yeah. Guys, I mean, only
Jalen's
Alabama
hurts.
fans will argue over who their best quarterback was. There was actually both took them to championships. It's just
And
you had two good quarterbacks. Tua eventually beat him out. Jalen went to Oklahoma, did pretty good there, and now he's got. They both are in the pros. So I would.
It's
say
a great problem to have. Ask Auburn.
It's definitely not a negative.
Back to what Dickie,
amen, brother.
Back to what Dickie said, though, it was Saban's decision.
Well,
Saban is the difference.
That's probably true.
When he put in Tua in that game, I don't even know how he could walk on Monday. Road Tide. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're finding different ways to take the limits of the Constitution.
Yeah, work around.
And they're trying to work around them. And this is one of those that you should be concerned about. It looks kind of no big deal because you think, well, it's just the rail service and da-da-da. But it could open up Pandora's box on other things that would
Where it
affect
could end
all of us. Mm-hmm. That's kind of the concern. Now, I don't know if it's warranted, but that's the concern. We continue. This guy's calling himself Cheese Straw Guy.
Okay.
Tom, welcome to the program. How are you?
Hello.
Hey, Tom, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you, guys. First of all, I want to thank you for loving our product, Mook Mills Cheese Straws. And I've just kind of gotten word from friends that some of our customers are having trouble finding them in stores, and we are still in business. We're doing great. Publix is our number one. Publix is our number one supporter, our number one merchandiser and retailer. So.
The customer you're referring to is one old Capitan himself, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Yeah.
And here's, do you realize y'all's phones don't work?
Well, we've moved our warehousing to a different location, and that's something that should not have happened, but I'm on that.
Yeah, it's on your website.
Tom, it's caused a panic.
check the website phone number because it has set off a panic with us cheese straw lovers.
Because they couldn't find them on the shelf. Greg tried to find them yesterday at Publix, and we couldn't find them. And then your phones don't work. You see which kind of panic this would cause?
Yes, please don't panic. Please don't panic.
Well, it's nothing that a case of Mook's cheese straws won't cure.
Well, let me. I'll have my distributor in Birmingham come by and see you soon.
No, that's not necessary.
No,
we just
Tom.
wanted to be sure y'all were okay.
But
I mean, in this day and time, you never know.
You
when
never know.
Somebody might hit a
Well,
patch there and they're gone.
Well, here's what you can do
rough patch.
for all of our customers out there, and thank you so much for supporting us. If you go to a Publix and they're not there for whatever reason, Publix is a great partner with any product, especially something special like this. You can go to your manager and say, "Hey, I'm looking for this product.
Yeah.
It'll be there next week."
I've noticed that. Yeah, they usually ask us, shopping there is a pleasure. They asked me on the way out, were you able to find everything you wanted?
Yeah.
And anytime a brand wasn't there, they'll go, well, thank you very much for letting us know. And they'll have it.
I usually just immediately walk in to check to be sure the Mooks is there, and then I can carry on my shopping. So
Right.
you see the panic it set
So,
off.
Tom, you're alive and well. If you can't find them,
Yes,
just tell
we
the
are.
grocery store. We moved our warehouse. Sorry about the phone number deal. We're going to get that resolved. But Mook's cheese straws are alive and well.
Yes. Can I plug in for Piggly Wiggly and Western food stores in Birmingham? Check them out too.
You just
They're
did.
great people.
You
Don't
just
want to leave anybody out, Tom. We know.
Well done, Tom. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you so much.
You okay, Bubba?
Better.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we need to play a clip from Charles Barkley. You heard him coming out of the break. Charles, if you remember, said he was disgusted with how fat he'd become, and he was going to do something about it. So first of all, here is Barkley talking about he's got to do something about how fat he is.
Yeah, and this is during the 2017 NBA Finals. Golden State has a 3-1 lead in the finals, okay? And they're sitting there courtside, and this is what he said.
Tell you what I am doing, and I'm being serious for a second. Text you. What you gonna do? I'm going to a fat farm for the next 6 weeks. How they gonna help you? It's gonna help me. You ain't dedicated. I believe so. You're gonna be straight. Yeah, I got you're going on vacation. No, I'm going to a fat farm. We're on vacation first, Chuck. I'm on vacation first. Listen, I'm embarrassed how fat I have become. I have become lazy. Number one, I'm not healthy. Y'all not gonna see me. I got to come back for that award show. But I'm taking the next weeks to get my fat ass in shape. Not around any, so I don't drink. I got to eat healthy and I got to work out. So I'm disappearing until I see y'all.
So you're being serious right now?
I'm being serious, yeah.
Where you going, to Duke? Good for you.
No, down to San Antonio. Okay. With all them other big women.
Shaq says he ain't going to do it, so you're not dedicated.
Right.
And he said it ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. That ain't going to do you no good. You ain't dedicated.
And so NBC Sports, they had, I guess, the Philly affiliate there. I'm not sure. It has a Comcast business sign behind him. I'm not sure what network this was on, but it was something like that.
So he's back now from the fat farm?
He appeared back, and it's from the chest up, but you can definitely tell he looks better. But this is what he says he's been doing.
Okay.
6, you've lost over 40 pounds. What's your secret?
My trainer, Joey, the boxing's been amazing. You have to eat better. I've eaten more vegetables this summer than I have in my last 50 years of life, and they suck.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big as a number. We'll break down some of the games coming up this weekend, and we'll send out the warning on who's got Beth Mowens calling their game this weekend. There's two groups of football fans, and they're panicked right now. All right, so Bubba and I literally had the conversation. When this show ends live every day, and Bubba and I start doing promos and liners and commercials, one of the TVs here starts The View on an ABC affiliate where we live. And after our president began to ask where a person was who was killed in a car wreck about a month prior and wanted to know if they were there, we said surely that will be for those that are worried, that are keep saying, oh no, Joe Biden's fine, ain't nothing wrong with him. His mental faculties ain't number one, man. He's gonna run the second term. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. He's gonna. We got it. And we said, well, surely this will be the day that everybody goes, okay. I mean, we certainly don't like conservatives.
There's been so many.
We don't like conservatives. We don't like Trump. But we all admit that Joe Biden is losing his mental abilities and dementia and things like that. Well, Whoopi started talking. I couldn't hear the audio, and I looked at Bubba, and I said, I wonder what Whoopi's spin is on this. Remember me saying that yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
I said, I'd love to hear their spin on this. Well, here we go. We've got Whoopi Goldberg on The View, just appointment television. And she is responding to even the reporter who said, well, yeah, I have John Lennon, he's in my thoughts almost every day. I'm just not looking for him. And so here comes Whoopi to let us all know that what happened really wasn't any big deal. Here we go.
Yesterday, the White House addressed a gaffe from President Biden at a conference on hunger, nutrition, and health, where he asked for a representative who died in a car accident last month. Take a look.
I want to thank all of you here. Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was going to be here.
The president appeared to look around the room for an audience member, a member of Congress who passed away last month. He seemed to indicate she might be in the room.
Of course, she was on his mind. She was of top of mind for the president.
He said, Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie? She must not be here.
No, I totally understand. I just explained she was on top of mind.
The confusing part is why, if she and the family is top of mind, does the president think that she's living and in the room?
I don't find that confusing. I mean, I think many people can speak to sometimes when you have someone top of mind, they're a top of mind.
My gosh, come on. You can't go after him for, not giving aid to Florida or not tackling the infrastructure. And he's giving aid to Ukraine. So you can't go after him for that. But you can go after him for forgetting that someone has passed. I mean, and she passed last month, not like 100 years ago. Yeah. Okay? Because we dealt with that as well, where people said, that person who died 100 years ago did a great job.
Well, remember, Trump thought Frederick Douglass was still
That's what I'm
alive.
talking about.
Oh, that's true.
That's what I'm talking about.
Pivot.
What has any of this got to do with Trump? Again,
Well, it's always that way.
It's Trump derangement syndrome, which is a real disease, by the way.
Yeah, he had nothing to do. Let me ask you this. I think they got it backwards. If it's top of mind, that means you would be updated on her current situation if she's on your mind. To me, she wasn't on his mind because he'd forgotten that she had died.
Greg, you're great point.
It's the complete opposite of what they're telling you.
Correct. They shouldn't use the term top of mind.
If it's top of mind, then he goes, she just died and I'm thinking about her. No, he forgot completely that she did.
This is what they should have said. President got confused. He's got a busy schedule, a lot going on. And he got confused, but they don't want to say the C word,
right?
Because that will fall right into this. He's confused a lot, and is he confused today?
I wish I could have been on the panel and just said, "Whoopi, hey man, I understand what you're doing, and I know that
you're toting the water for him.
Yeah,
I got that.
But Whoopi, it's not even the context of what he said. The content is even horrible. It's enough. Are you telling me you just watched him ramble around and the way he was scattered and you could tell he didn't know what was going on? Are you literally going to sit here and expect anybody to believe that man and what we just saw, regardless of Frederick Douglass and Donald Trump and 100 years ago and last month, are you honestly expecting us to believe you don't see him struggling with his cognitive skills? Are you serious?
It has nothing to do with politics.
I do wish that would have
just
been
straight up on presentation.
And Whoopi should have known that he's got such a good doctor and Dr. Jill taking care of him.
Well, that's a good point.
According to Whoopi.
Yeah, she even took care of him
teaching English
on how to leave the podium. That's that was disturbing. I know we've seen it. I got that.
I know.
But the mic called him asking where he goes, and she's having to tell him where to go.
Yeah, you go down this way, and all.
Yeah,
we
just follow me. We're going to go down here.
Yeah, and
what party?
Here it is, right here. Look.
We'll go down on this.
Yeah,
but guys,
yeah. Again,
if the man is lost.
Has anybody ever had anybody in your family or currently do that has dementia? and that has Alzheimer's, and then the stages of it. If you don't watch that and you can't see it, then you just don't know about it.
Well, you just don't want it to
Yeah.
be.
Did you hear the way he couldn't even get his words to go when he asked her where to go? He didn't even say that clearly. It wasn't like I'm the president. I go a lot of places. Hey, now which way are we going, baby? I mean, hey, honey, which way are we going? He goes. He can't. Listen.
Body language. Look at his body language.
He starts wandering off here.
Look, he has no idea where he's going.
He went the wrong way into the room.
Look, he's just wandering around and shaking hands with people. Look, watch her try to get him right here.
Yeah. He was almost doing his hands like Tua Tagovailoa did.
Went the wrong way.
Did you see that?
Oh, that's too early.
No, he's right. Bubba's right.
Y'all see that?
I'm not laughing.
I'm not laughing. Did you see that?
No, he did. He did. Sorry.
Oh man.
By the way, I didn't know that Dr. Jill clapped like Les Miles.
Oh,
yeah. She does a seal clap. She doesn't use her fingers.
Yeah, all palms.
I mean, it's getting to the point now where can we just stop being absurd about this? You don't have to be mean about it.
No politics,
okay? But we got to stop. It's like.
But what about Trump, Rick?
Well,
That's what they all say.
It ain't got nothing to do with Trump.
Trump didn't give anybody dementia.
Huh.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah,
he referred to somebody. I mean, what is that? It wasn't 100 years ago.
No,
and you know what? The fact that it wasn't 100 years ago makes it even worse. Yeah. It's recently happened, and he called her by first name, so he must have a relationship with her.
I blame
and he
the
had
handler.
completely forgot.
Guys,
completely.
These questions that they're being asked of Jean-Pierre, they're not even Peter Ducey anymore. These are just other reporters going, what's top of mind?
What's that mean?
I've never even used the term top of mind. Look, you want to say, yes, she was on his mind, but Greg's point is you can't get around it. If I'm so hurt by what happened to this woman, I'm so informed, the one thing that I haven't forgotten is that she was killed in a car wreck a month ago.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, top of mind. No, she wasn't. She was the opposite.
When they huddle up and they decide how they're going to try to spin something and come out with it, some of it is just so absurd. You go, surely you had a better plan.
Well, is there not
try honesty?
Is there not anybody like you would be apparently, and I would be?
I ain't going out there and say that.
There.
I ain't gonna do
is there anybody that says, guys, I got to tell you, we're going to look like a bunch of raving lunatics? We're not saying that.
We're going to look like we're the clowns getting out of the car trying to sell this.
And the Frederick Douglass thing is, Trump said Frederick Douglass is an example of somebody who's done an amazing job and is getting recognized more and more. He may have implied that he was still alive, but he didn't even say it.
He didn't think he was alive.
He didn't ask where he was, and he expected to see him there.
Right.
Yeah.
What am I thinking?
Stand up, Frederick.
That's nothing to do with the president.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, welcome in. Lot to do, as I mentioned today.
What a busy weekend. We want to welcome folks who may be listening to the Rick and Bubba show for the first time ever, as they have found themselves living in different quarters, fleeing Hurricane Irma, and we'll get you the update on that. James Spann will be along to give us all the details of all that. But at last report, Rick, 4.6 million people without power, most of them in Florida. They said half the state of Florida now does not have power.
Right.
Some of those are in Georgia as the storm makes its way up the west coast of the Florida Peninsula. And people further north in Georgia and Alabama and parts of Tennessee now bracing and making plans for the leftovers of that. It has weakened quite a bit, but we're still looking at a pretty big storm system that I know will be spawning tornadoes and other problems as it goes. So it's going to be an active few days for even the folks inland.
Oh, yeah. Well, when you look at it, I was talking about it before we started. It ended up not being as severe as everyone thought, but it's so interesting because when it's all about, you change, but it's still incredibly devastating what you talked about. Now, there were great evacuations, and your power being off is bad, not near as bad as being dead, or losing all your property. Right. And So it's going to be bad, and we still don't know what all's happened with the islands, and those different countries, and we'll get to find more out about that once you can get in there. But just think, because the fear was that it would come in as a 5 and then a 4, and then of course it came in as a 3. So even though that's bad,
right.
And then went down to a 2, and now is at a 1. But it's still bad. So there's really also a lot to be thankful for because it wasn't as severe as first thought of. Now, sadly, to make it complicated, it didn't go the way they thought it was going to go either. So people actually ran right into the hurricane trying to get away from it. So,
years and years ago, before we had all the high-tech radar and satellites and space stations to look at it, they named them after females,
right?
And there was a reason for that,
right?
So never forget that.
Well,
I do want to know because they had all the spaghetti models. Most of them showed it going up the Atlantic side of the peninsula, and there was 1 or 2 that had it on the west side. I want to know who those guys are because they were on this one.
Well, I kept screaming during the whole time, because Span has taught us so much over the years. Any information older than 6 hours is bad information.
Yeah,
I mean, it was changing that much. I mean. And you would say that social media couldn't even keep up with it at one point. They'd be behind.
Well, there's so many things to talk about in this. There's obviously been deaths, and did you see the cranes that fell in Miami?
No, I didn't see.
Oh wow, yeah, I think it were 2 out of 3 fell in Miami, and then 1 further up the coast.
How about when they announced, hey, they're probably going to fall?
Yeah,
can't get them. So y'all clear.
Yeah, and I need.
They leave them now. They've decided based on what's happened in other storms, they're best to leave them just so they spin on their own. And did you see one of them was spinning like a helicopter? I mean, it was, and you think there's no way that thing's going to stay together.
Yeah,
there ain't no way.
I would like to tell CNN it's okay. It was still bad. It was still real bad. I didn't like CNN acting disappointed. They wanted
what?
it. Well, they wanted to be able to say something about climate change, and they still will anyway. But, hey, guys, it was okay. It was bad enough.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one guy about to come apart talking to the reporter, and the reporter even started looking at him like he was crazy. If it had come in at 160-mile-an-hour winds, those buildings behind you, they'd be gone. And he's like, yeah, maybe. But 130, it comes in at 130. I mean, there's a big difference between 160 and 130. I mean, like 30 miles an hour. Yeah, that's what the math is in all of our heads.
Yeah.
Still bad, though.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I've still got bad things here. Guys, if you don't want to report on them.
Well,
I mean, but if it come in at 160 mile an hour like we thought, that'd all be gone, right? Let's work on being thankful maybe that the buildings are still here.
I tell you, we'll talk about some of my favorite moments so far when we come back, but I cannot get enough of reporters out in wind that you can hardly stand up in. Now, I know that some of them are going to end up getting killed doing that.
Right.
But they're stupid for doing it.
Right.
I will just say that.
Right.
But there's something about watching them, not when they're trying to fake it. I'm here in the parking lot and it's wet.
Right.
But I mean the ones who are really trying to stand up and they're about to get blown down. There's something about watching that I'm drawn to. And I'm embarrassed about it, but it's the truth.
I also would like to remind all of you, when you send reporters down to parts of Florida and you've got them down there too early, and they're waiting on things to happen, they might get into alcohol.
Yeah, I heard we had one get sauced up pretty good.
The first time he slurred, I said, I'm gonna say that's on the wind. And you know what I mean? I said, Sherry and I said, Sherry said, did you hear that? I said, I did. And when I knew he was drunk was when he kept calling it a Category 1, and that was when it was a Category 4.
Oh, no.
We think you may come ashore like a Category 1. And I'm like, did he say Category 1?
Well, so he can always blame it on the water was out.
Right, and you could tell
all he had.
You could tell he'd flipped it and he thought 1 was the worst.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Here we go. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Big Boy's looking on with his reassuring grin. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang is all here. Our guests in the golden ticket seats have settled into their seats today, and they are from all over America. I'm talking about South Carolina, Illinois, Alabama, Mississippi. We're covering it all today. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, I mean, we've been tailgating. We got it. I mean, they covering the whole country.
This just feels so right, doesn't it?
Yeah, we got everything going. Got customized Rick and Bubba shirts. Got shirts from the store. I mean, we got it all. Got people leaving their wife over at the hotel and getting over here. I mean, it's so good to see you, buddy. I know.
She probably was glad we didn't have another scene, right?
She was. Sometimes our wives are not as into something as we are. But, we'll pretend to be into things they're into. They could at least pretend.
Yeah.
That's good.
And I knew the tailgaters. I knew there was something special about them because how good the food was.
You talking about these guys that smell like bacon?
I knew something was special about them, and then I realized they were from Starkville, Mississippi, and they said Hell State, and I really knew something special.
I knew it. So we got it all covered today. We welcome you guys here, and hope you like the new digs. For anybody here are y'all all new people? Anybody ever been here before? No one's ever been to a Rick and Bubba show? Okay.
So nothing to compare it to.
They have nothing to compare it to. And I like that we got all new people. That's good. That means the new system's working well. All right, so a couple things we need to hit on, Bubba, and we're going to get into this but ran out of time. So there's this weird thing going on that we are in a recession and the economy is bad, but the administration that's in power now keeps reassuring us that it's fine.
It's kind of a new. It's kind of a Jedi mind trick approach to this. No, the economy's fine. Yes, the economy's fine. We've never really tried that approach.
No.
So, but we have the former Obama economic advisor Larry Summers, and he kind of spells this out.
Right,
pretty straightforward.
And this is Obama's formula.
Yeah, this is demo.
We basically had inflation under control for 40 years, despite the fact that the price of oil fluctuated, despite the fact that there were all kinds of supply shocks. We lost the thread, along with many other countries, about a year and a half ago with massively expansionary policies relative to the size of the GDP gap. The fiscal stimulus was 5 times as large as it had been during the financial crisis. We basically...
Okay, so he said a year and a half ago. Can anybody really point to what happened a year and a half ago?
You notice he wouldn't name it. He wouldn't say it. He wouldn't say the word.
But you know what? He's telling the truth.
Yeah.
And this bunch that's in there now doesn't know what they're doing or doesn't care, one or the other. And you just can't spend money like a Saturday night drunk and it not cause inflation on the other side. Everybody who's at 8th grade civics knows that. So why are we acting like it's different now?
Yeah.
And what's their answer to this? Spend more. I mean, like with this debt cancellation on the education money.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. I mean, it's like, is there any adult at the house? Is it just a Saturday night party with the parents gone? What's up here?
Well,
there's a limit. You can't just print money forever because every time they run that printing press, every dollar that's out there is worth less. That's why you're paying more for products.
Yeah.
And then the other side of the equation, we have supply chain issues brought on by having a worldwide pandemic and other things.
Yep.
And you got two things that are fighting against each other, or actually working together to cause more inflation. I don't know why they don't realize that. It's beyond me.
Well, I see. This is another thing. I've already been through one thing today. I want to be on The View, so I can correct Whoopi. And now I want to be in this panel. I would say, can you say it? You mean the Biden $1.9 trillion stimulus package? You can
Summers
just say
said it. He said it.
If you
He
just want to
said
say
exactly.
it, just say it. Call it. Say Biden. Say Biden's. You can say it. It's his package. Right now, you're just talking about economy. You're just talking about, like Bubba said, 8th grade civics. But go ahead and say what it was called.
We can argue about a lot of things. We can argue about taxes. We can argue about how to spend it. We can all have our theory on social issues that are out there. But there's some things that are just universal that I think we need a better plan than they think it's one way, so we must think it's the other.
Right.
There's actually a truth in some of this,
right.
And that's what's being ignored here. You can't just spend.
This part of living in a fake world.
Yep.
Now on in entertainment news today, I've never, when the Daily Show, I remember seeing that when Jon Stewart when he was hosting it. I thought it was pretty clever, whether I agreed or disagreed with Jon Stewart. But then when Jon Stewart left and this Trevor Noah took over, I didn't realize it was 7 years ago. I never watched it. I would see clips of him from time to time, but I'm not real familiar with him.
I thought that was Bruno Mars.
Greg, that's funny. But he's announced his retirement.
Well, I think he's announced his retirement right before he was fired.
That's about to say.
We have a clip of that. Let's check it out.
For the journey, it's been absolutely amazing. It's something that I never expected, and I found myself thinking throughout the time. Everything we've gone through, the Trump presidency, the pandemic, just the journey of the more pandemic.
He can't say Biden either, Greg.
And,
no, he can't.
And I realized that after the 7 years, my time is up. But in the most beautiful way, honestly. I've loved hosting this show. It's been one of my greatest challenges. It's been one of my greatest joys. I've loved trying to figure out how to make people laugh, even when the stories are particularly shitty on the worst day.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Okay. I was just about to skip forward to show you the cult of personality that he has in the audience.
Hang on just a minute. Let me let this stuff finish. I know I can't protect the tubers, but I was at least going to protect the folks that are listening on audience.
Or the sweet little girl in the golden ticket.
Yeah,
right. There,
I'm so sorry I said that.
You can see the.
Well, there are a lot of sorry shows out there.
Yes.
I told you I don't like this guy.
Yeah. This shot here is very telling. When he wraps up his speech, look at the audience in the crowd here.
Okay.
It is.
Well, I'll tell you what they look like.
Oh, Trevor.
Entirely masked.
We all have our mask on.
Entirely
is
masked.
Completely absurd.
They're fully vaccinated, too.
Completely.
He's doing his Trevor Noah.
Absurd.
A lot of people don't know that is the total audience watching that show.
They actually got invited them all for the last show.
Yeah.
He averages about 360,000 people a night compared to Jon Stewart when he was hosting it of about 1.5 million. So about a quarter of the viewership to what it used to be.
Yep. So,
but now he's just leaving on his own.
Yeah, he's just
has
leaving
nothing
on
to
his
do
own.
with it.
Yeah, no.
Well, the fact the ship is sinking, it's a good time to get off.
Back to the fake world again. Trevor Noah is no longer going to host the show because it's tanking.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's had 7 years to do his thing, and it just hadn't worked out for him.
For those of you that don't know how it all works, this would be like your football coach retiring after having 7 losing seasons.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm going to retire now. And,
he's got his people in here. We're still no good.
Yes, we love you. We're going to name a stadium after you. Probably not. So that's.
And he was just so. Jon Stewart at least tried to make fun of everything. Trevor Noah was just so one-sided and so smug about it too. It was never, let's really look at what's going on. It was, conservatives disagree with me because they're so stupid. That was the whole
Is that how he said it?
Yes.
Is that your impression of Trevor Noah?
Speedy, I think yours.
I didn't know he was in the mafia.
I didn't either.
Right. Yeah. And that was it. For 7 years, it was, if people were smart, they would agree with me. That was the whole joke. And nobody wants to see that.
No.
Where was he before he was on this show?
I have no idea.
I mean,
was he Saturday Night Live guy?
I thought he did a bunch of stand-up, and he was way more popular overseas, I thought. I thought it was a weird choice to bring him in anyway.
That's another problem. They bring some foreigner in here.
Yep.
Can't even speak right. Got to host a show. Huh. I mean, he ain't American. All right, so we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to Charlie, Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Charlie, go ahead.
Hey, monkey grass, guys.
Hey, thanks for the call. Appreciate it very much.
I seen the video. I don't know what news station it was, but they were reporting from Miami, and while the lady was reporting, a guy was kite surfing behind her. And they brought it to her attention, and she said, people are just carrying on with water activities like nothing's going on.
There he goes back there. We're looking at it on RB TV right now. She's reporting.
Y'all, people are ridiculous.
I know these people are being idiots, and I get it.
Sure they are, but it's funny.
But there's something about when a reporter is doing doom and gloom, and I'm talking about the reporter is doing doom and gloom, end of time, climate has finally paid, we're paying the price from our carbon emissions, and a guy goes by kite surfing right behind her. I mean, I'm sorry, that's just
you're right, it's funny.
Everybody please take cover. You should not be out of this creek. Here it comes.
It's funny, and we shouldn't laugh because I know it will encourage people, but it's funny. I can't help it.
Yeah.
Look,
see, I want to see that footage again. I want him to rewind it.
Right. Yeah. How about this? Look, knock yourself out.
Did you see?
How about this? If I've told everybody what to do, and I've informed everybody, and people just say, I ain't listening to you. Okay. Well, I mean, knock yourself out.
Be aware of that. And again, the tornado threat concentrated mainly on the coastal plain of Georgia and South Carolina. And it moves on to this.
So we go back and we're just cutting up trees and all this stuff. Well, because of the refrigerator and other things, the day had gotten a lot longer than we expected. We were going to leave late afternoon, get back by dinner time. Reese had big games the next day. Then, you had JC had to go somewhere, and football games were coming on. We were trying to get back. Well, it was like 5 o'clock, and we were still in the backyard. And I'm like, okay, we have shot the time schedule and getting back. And so I'm going through, and I'm just in a hurry. First of all, my chaps that I'm supposed to wear and I always wear for my chainsaw, they're hanging in my garage. And I look at them when I'm leaving, I'm like, nah, I don't need that. So I'm going out, and I'm cutting trees down, and we're bending over, and we're cutting small, trees about the size of your arm, a little bit bigger. And the chainsaw kicked back on me. The horror story you always hear. So this is a PSA for making sure you wear your chaps. And it cut back on me. And when it did, I was going like you're supposed to cut, and then I went back, which I had been doing all day, and it came back on me, and it turned on my leg. And I pulled my left leg back, but I knew it had gotten me. And so I dropped the chainsaw, and I'm and I'm holding my leg up. Well, here comes everybody running. They got towels and all this kind of stuff. And now you got to look at it, right? Because the blood's coming out.
And then you got to make the call, which you already know what it is.
Yeah.
Chainsaw gets you. It's not going to be minor.
So I look at it.
She bites.
It's just wide open in a couple of different spots.
So
we stopped the bleeding, and I pull it tight. And I was so mad at myself. I told myself, I'm driving to go get it fixed. That y'all don't deserve to have to go with me.
Because I got to teach Speedy something.
I got to teach. So I drove myself and got.
Did you teach Speedy?
14 staples. I did.
Speedy.
We'll be back. So we've just looked at pictures of Speedy's leg, 14 staples. I noticed it was in the last 5 minutes of you trying to wrap up. You got to rushing.
I did.
Didn't need my chaps.
I did.
And taught yourself. And you wouldn't allow any family member to take you to get your staples.
Nope.
It said you had to teach Speedy a little something.
I was so mad at myself because I know better than anybody. Save your emails and all that. I know I should have been wearing chaps. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
And I got in a hurry. The day was running late, and I was just trying to, get it done, and got careless, which is normally how the accident happens. And, most times the accidents happen with people that know what they're doing. They just get careless. They get in a hurry. Right. They get comfortable with what they're doing. Yeah. And so I knew that I was at fault, and I knew I'd made a mistake, and I was not going to make anybody suffer through going and sitting in the waiting room while I just stopped the bleeding. Let's put a bandage tight enough, and I'm driving myself.
Well, here's the good news. Your parents won't ask you to come clean up the yard anymore.
Well, it's kind of funny that the last time I had a leg injury with stitches was in that backyard.
That backyard's a dangerous place.
It is. Stay out of that yard.
It is. It is. So, but we knocked it out, and the folks. 14 staples. It's kind of funny because I'm sitting there and they're just stapling it up, and I'm like, it's on my left shin. I don't really care about a scar. And they said, well, it's so mangled. Mm-hmm. There's no formality to what you've got, so it's going to look like a jumbled mess of staples. But
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it
brings me to my knees. I can't start
It is 21 minutes past the hour. Doing my best impression of Joe Biden there. I went to get a drink of water out of the cooler, and then I saw something that one of the golden ticket seats had brought us, and then me and Speedy got talking about it, and I forgot I was doing a show. All right, we're back. Sorry about the dead air there. All right, so a couple things that we haven't touched on today that are updates. Now, Bubba, over the years, one of my favorite things that we've done on the show is to give updates, and then people spend all this time and they have this breaking news, and it's things like, like we talked about, I think we had it yesterday, and we've had this over the years. New study, if you eat healthy, exercise, you'll actually be healthier. Wow.
And you might live longer.
Yeah,
if you're not hit by a bus.
Right. But so here's another one, and this is the headline from CNN World. Everybody hang on. We now have the cause of death from 96-year-old Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, we didn't have to
Are
call
you ready?
we didn't have to call Quincy to get this.
Everybody stand by.
That's good.
Nobody bother Quincy.
That's good.
Everybody stand by. It's the results are in.
Official.
She died of old age.
Wait a minute.
There we go.
Wait a minute.
Wow, man.
Hey, mystery solved.
That 96 made me think maybe.
Yeah.
But I'm glad we finally officially came to that.
Tell you what.
Right.
With all the pomp
I thought maybe
and
it was a hiking accident.
Yeah. With all the pomp and circumstance that goes around being the queen, and your paperwork has to be right. And Rick, this was released officially by the National Records of Scotland.
Okay. Wow.
And it says she died of old age.
Well.
We knew that might be on the list.
I want some of you
Tell
out there.
House to stand down. Tell Quincy just to stay back.
Everybody,
we got it.
We got it. Hey, and everybody, I don't mean to send a panic all across this listening area, but if you make it to 96, it could kill you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
I just want to make everybody aware of that.
Thank you, Rick.
And now we got to look back and think, what could she have done maybe to live to 97?
No.
I mean, it's.
I do have a stupid question, though.
Oh, here we go.
But what actually killed her?
Old age.
But you don't just get to a number and like, old, cut off.
I think when they look and go, well, we can't really find anything, it must have been because she was 96.
Sometimes
or everything quit at one time.
Well, we looked this up in the kickoff hour.
Yeah, natural causes, and I didn't know this because I thought once you label it to something like a heart attack or cancer or whatever, that's actually natural causes. I didn't know that.
But their official word, though, said
old age. Old age. That's
Correct.
what's on the
It didn't say
certificate.
no. Okay.
Let me tell you what old age means. Okay, are you ready for what old age means?
We can't find any other.
You ever had an automobile that you took it in one more time and the guy walks in and says, hey, man, this car's giving you all it could give you. This car has gone the last mile it can go. The car is just worn out. There's nothing There's nothing else we can do for it. It's worn out. Things aren't working right. And so
you're not talking very nice about the Queen.
I have no problem with the Queen. Now, she's an expensive mascot.
She is.
But, I mean.
Now Charles is there.
Well, I'd like to see her have a little more power. I would. But, I mean, if you're going to have all that pomp and circumstance, are we going to give them that much money?
It says here, which is kind of weird, it says old age alone does not cause death, but complications arising from conditions that come with aging are the ones that's fatal. So I don't know.
She had a good run too.
She did a great run.
She was still moving around and a lot in the last year. I mean, she's.
Now I'll be honest
Look
with
at all
you.
them hats she had.
I mean,
Let's face it, none of us will ever see that.
Yeah. Now I will say this: if the
I'm
big
just shooting for 60 now.
if my big requirement once I hit 90, if my big requirement is this, I think I can do it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. As long
Rick's
as-
waving for those.
I'm just doing the
He's doing
wave,
the
and, you know,
Queen
and they
wave,
do.
yeah.
What's that other one they do?
Yeah.
You know, just
something like that.
It's like
yeah.
you're signaling first down.
Yeah,
Yes.
they do that first down
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
If that's all I have to do is show up
Tomahawk
and have
chop.
a cute blue hat on, and do this, man, there's no telling how long I can go.
Yeah, why do you have to wave like that when you're in a parade? Like, who says this is the way that you have
That's
to
the
wave?
parade
Well, that's-
wave.
They
Everybody
learn
knows
that.
Yeah, it's all.
They train 'em.
It's all in their
Homecoming
book.
queen.
They have to do it.
If I was king, I'd do this.
Yeah.
And then to get it on, you couldn't get it off.
That's right. That's what I do.
I might do the old Bill Clinton wave at you and kind of point, you know.
I'd be the coolest king the world has ever known. It would be good for me to be king.
Rick, we need
Y'all
to,
would love me.
We need to check this out too because this whole the British setup is so foreign to us.
I know.
And you've referred to the Queen for many, many years as a mascot.
Yeah.
But I was talking to a guy, and he may have it wrong too because I don't understand that they're actually still in charge.
Not really.
But they have give permission for the citizens of Britain to rule themselves, and they could take it back at any time if they wanted to.
Well,
that's what he
comes
said.
Charles.
Now, let me tell you where that's a little bit flawed.
But they won't do it because they know the minute they do it, they'll be drugged through the street.
Right. That's what I was about to say.
Anarchy.
I think even though
It'll be like 10 million to 12.
Let me say this. To him, he is, if you sat down and said, Rick, he's factually correct. He is.
Well, he may not be.
No, he is. But here's the problem. It's what you just said.
Yeah.
In reality, it's the opposite.
Right.
The people allow them to continue to be the royal family.
And say they're in charge.
It's really the opposite. Because never once in her entire reign did the people vote in the prime minister, and she goes, I disagree, you can't have them.
But the prime minister does have to go and
Right,
present
but it's
themselves
all pomp and
for the
circumstance.
queen to okay it.
It's all pomp and
Isn't that
circumstance.
funny?
If that prime minister one time had walked in and the queen said, I say no, the people would have gone nuts and they'd have lost their mascot status.
Well, I really wish someone from
It's all a game.
from Britain would clarify and make sure that we've got that right.
That is 100% right. I'm telling you. That's 100%
Isn't that funny?
right.
No, we're in charge, but it's kind of like me at home with my
Right.
wife.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
in
the same
charge,
thing.
but my choice is to let you be in charge.
That's it. That's exactly what. That's how we
That's
work.
100%.
Choices, whatever you think.
If you look in the Bible, okay, if you have a biblical worldview, you will see that my title is headship,
head of the household.
That's my title.
Right.
And nobody tries to tell me I can't be head of the household. But if you went inside my house, you would see that I have I'm living out day by day that I make the decision as head of the house to let her run it.
And if you are head of the house, it ought to be your decision to do that.
And just like the royal family, I may be allowing it, but also if I decided not to allow it, I would find out that I would be in the same position anyway.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah,
so I might as well stay in charge and allow it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, my headship includes letting her do whatever she wants.
Right.
That's right. I wear the pants in this family.
That's right.
She just tells me which pants to wear.
That's correct.
After I ask her which pair I should wear.
Do these match?
I get to do whatever I want to do as long as she says that's fine.
That's right.
Right.
I call all the shots, and she tells me which ones she wants.
I tell you what we're gonna do, right, honey?
So it is. It's all just a game, and the British people say we like having our royal family, and that's their business. And
well, they were good to pull that off when everybody was about to run them out. And said, "I'll tell you what, since we're in charge, we're gonna let you do what you want to do." How about that?
But look back.
But let's leave us with a castle and generations of wealth.
If you were really not a mascot, there'd be no prime minister. The fact that there is a prime minister that the people vote on and runs the government, you're a mascot. We allow you to keep playing this game like you decide whether we can have this prime minister or not. But we all know the deal. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Know that we're just trying to pull it all together.
Sure.
And so
with your legs, just one didn't cut it in two.
Okay, go ahead. I was waiting on the chicken leg comment.
Right.
Start saying, does the staple go all the way across?
Y'all
Matter of fact, you need to probably do something with that chainsaw. It's probably not running well.
I was just saying it must not be a top.
Get that blade sharpened.
That thing needs sharpening, doesn't it?
Because I guarantee you were cutting trees bigger than your leg.
It's kind of funny. Y'all rubbed off on my boys. They raise on me about
get
that.
on you about it too.
And Tyler was like, "Those poor chicken legs. Are they all right?"
Mm-hmm.
And so.
Your only hope is it got a lot of bone.
Yeah. Of course, JC claimed they could see it.
There's the bone.
Sure. I see the bone.
Sure. There's always that guy.
How bad did it hurt?
Oh, it hurt good. It hurt real good. But I was more mad than I was hurt. I was really mad at myself.
I think we all share that. You want to punish yourself when you know better and you let something get away from you.
When you have these kind of things, because if you've ever been cut bad, there's let's all talk about whether I need to go to the hospital or not because we're not sure. Then there's things like this. The minute it happens to you, good gosh.
I know.
You just start rapping and go, well, here I go to the hospital.
And I'm just hollering, ain't nobody got time for this. Good gracious. The ball games are coming on.
How big were the trees you were cutting?
It's all sizes.
And I'm bad about this, but
it just kicked back on me. I'm sitting here and I'm going, I'm cutting right to left, right to left, right to left, and come around and then go left to right, and it got me. I hit something.
Probably get a little tired
the tip. Yeah, I'm getting tired, and again, I'm careless. How many times do you think I've done that?
I know that's the problem.
I work it all the time.
One of the reasons, and I'll do this because I'm always afraid of doing that too, and I don't have to cut a lot of wood, thank goodness, but I have a limb saw that's pretty good, and I will cut things with a limb saw that's bigger that I probably shouldn't cut with it just because it's way away from me and you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
I'll do too much with it.
Didn't you set one on your thigh one time, Greg?
Yeah.
When you were tree cutting?
Yeah, that was real good. I'd let off the trigger and it got me right there.
So it was still spinning. And you put it down. You put it down on your thigh.
Yeah,
a little quick.
You started.
Yeah.
You'd had
It's
enough.
cutting right away.
How was that when it hit your leg?
It wasn't
same
good.
thing. You just went stupid.
Yeah, luckily it wasn't as long. It was deep, but it wasn't that long. So yeah.
How about when we know too? You add up time. You're like, nah, I gotta go and get this thing fixed.
And then
of course, then the doctor, he gives me a speech. Well, you're lucky, and so then you start thinking, well, I can't.
Well,
lucky.
think about me. I think the whole time you've been cutting the chin.
Right.
I'm thinking. You know what I said? I honestly said we're not making a big enough deal.
That's what I was about to say. You were probably going, well, I can't believe they're not.
Is he
making
going to
it.
be able to talk?
Right.
I really did. After I got text, I was like, chin.
Yeah.
14 staples in a chin.
Yeah. Now that I think of that, if
You
you
think
thought
he's
it was in
mangled
the,
pretty good,
if
then.
you thought it was in the chin, you should have cared more.
I know, and I
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I would have if I hadn't been trying to watch that game.
Yeah,
But,
right. I
So,
get it. I get it.
but look, I mean, it's my first look at Green Bay.
See what they got.
Yeah, and then you go, hey, I'm almost 2 hours away from the house. It's dinner time on a Saturday night. You got
the limbs in the yard. Not only that, now you got a chainsaw laying out there.
Yeah,
You gotta
it's
go
just
clean up
it's
everything.
in the weeds and now all the big games of the day are coming on and night. You kidding me?
Have nothing.
So y'all all wear your chaps like I do all the time, and they just left them hanging in the garage.
The good news, if you were trying to watch one of the big games like Clemson Auburn, you didn't miss any touchdowns.
Right. Yeah, I was getting reported that. I also missed Oklahoma Ohio State.
Well, that was a
interesting.
good one. That was
Georgia,
a real good one.
Georgia Notre Dame
Went down to the wire.
Yeah, and I missed the longest fumble in history. Mississippi State La Tech. It was I think La Tech was going in to score or trying to. And there was a fumble, and it turned in to be 3rd and 93.
You realize it's first.
I don't think I've ever heard that before.
It's either I don't remember what down it was, and
second down
and goal from
like the 7, I think,
from the 7,
or something like that.
And they get a fumble, and it bounces all the way back to the end of. At one point, though, I don't understand. I understand you want to try to pick it up and score. Here,
right.
you go, look at this. But it's
got that music that Castro fell to. If you want it,
but at some point, don't you just have to fall on it and say, let's take possession deep. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big's our number. EnviroCleanse has teamed up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Would you like to get an EnviroCleanse? Their air purifying system is so good. The United States Department of Defense selected EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board all the Navy ships. What do you think about that, Bubsy?
How about that? That's what I want is clean air on Navy ships.
Yeah, that's right. Because, well, think about it. If you were there and somebody got sick, everybody's going to get sick on the whole ship.
You don't want that.
No. So anyway, they picked this because of their advanced mineral technology, which goes beyond the ordinary filters to destroy airborne illnesses causing cold and flu viruses, including, the word that we all are so sick of, coronavirus. even though that word's been around a while, the old COVID-19, all that garbage. But anyway, the new science in air purification, this really works. And you can order one now for your home or small business. I mean, they sent one to us. Simply put, this is how you help fight the colds and the flus, and the cold and flu season is here she comes. It's right around the corner. So a great time to get hospital grade technology so powerful that it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Just take a few minutes right now, and here's where you need to go: ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba. We'll save you 10%. All right, now that's $150. And also, we'll get you fast, free shipping, too. And we're going to throw in a free air quality monitor. So within 30 minutes, 90% of everything that's in the air that's negative is going to be gone. And I'll tell you this, by the time you get to about an hour, it's going to be 100% gone. So we have a Georgia school system that has installed these, and they love the results. ekpure.com, code Bubba, save 10% and get free air quality monitor plus free shipping. They also have a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so Bubba, we have the golden ticket seats today. We're doing this on Fridays and kind of seeing how the new studio works.
The grade 8.
The grade 8
plus a few.
And so we have Speedy was telling me he walks in. Now this is the problem when you deal with heavy people. Okay, and Bubba and I, we're heavy people, and we fight the fight, and we've had our ups and downs. But the problem with our community,
mostly downs,
is that we can never quite tell you how much we actually weigh. We're always fudging a little, and then if you ask us for our waist size, we will not tell you the truth. And
or Rick, frankly, we just don't know it because who wants to keep up with that?
Right, and of course, if you're
waist is a terrible thing to mind.
Right, and if you're in the heavy community, when you're giving your waist size, does that mean if I pull my belt around my hips, or does that mean I include the stomach? Because that takes if I
You're talking about those who put the belt around the
right.
stomach?
Oh yeah. I've never understood the men who say the stomach's going in the pants.
No matter what.
And now I will walk around like one of those plastic bouncy balls at the grocery store, and my belt is the line that is drawn around it.
Oh, yeah. The rings of sound.
I don't understand the human ball look. But
Rick, we run into a physics problem because if you try to put a string around a ball, it's going to shoot off one way or the other.
Right.
Okay.
That's a good point. Right.
So it's either going to go up or it's going to go down.
Right.
And so that's why our pants are always falling down. Or if you decide to go on the high side of the ball, that's why you can reach your back pocket over your shoulder.
Right.
There you go.
So you do one or the other. So the waist side
good stuff.
What I'm saying is the pair of pants you're wearing very wildly. It's according to which look you're going with.
Yeah.
And
we won't invest in suspenders for some reason, which is really what you ought to be going for.
Well, but for suspenders with big people too, all you're doing now is framing it.
Well, and here's the problem, Rick. If you're going to do suspenders, you got to tuck in.
Right.
Yeah, you do.
Because you can't wear suspenders and not tuck because you got a mess there.
Yeah.
That looks like you're catching cats in a bag,
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the human ball.
Yeah, that's
the old bouncy
The
ball.
poor guy has no idea he's on today.
If he's wearing a belt, that's why you do suspenders. You know how those balls, they paint a line around?
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's what
they're in that big rack in the store.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
and if you go the other way like us, you can't see your belt because it's lost to Dunlap.
You're right.
Dunlapped over.
And if you bend over, suddenly it's crack city.
Like I went jeans yesterday and today. Well, I came in yesterday. Sherry says, "Are you a rapper?" I said, "What do you mean?" She goes, "Why are you wearing your pants down like that?" I said, "Well, they've been pushed down. I didn't wear them that way."
Yeah.
I said, "I didn't take the time because I'm at home to pull them up again. I'm walking back here to the bedroom to put on shorts.
Yeah.
I'm putting on my gym shorts now." But anyway, so Speedy asked our waist size. Because,
y'all remember that?
Because
I think I lied.
Yeah, and because we had somebody that brought us a gift today.
We had somebody say they were going to be in the golden ticket seats today, and we have that from time to time. It could be what your favorite food is. I have a recipe. I have some shirts. Well, Ben Britt said he was going to be here today. He said his company has been making leather belts, I should say, for over 50 years. How about that?
How about that?
And he said he wanted to make us some custom belts and needed our waist sizes. He's here today.
Yeah. I hope I gave a good number.
In addition, they got some leather.
I got that right there.
Yeah. How about these coasters with our logo on them?
Oh, I
how
like
about
that.
that?
I
Is
like
that not
that.
kind of
That's
cool?
nice, yeah. You set a can right on that.
Company makes
Thanks,
all.
Greg.
Miller Lite to you, Greg.
The Brit Belt Company makes all kinds of stuff, from wallets to
Speedy.
bags
High
and all
quality.
this kind of stuff.
There
and
they
they
are.
have got all
Look
of
at
our
here,
belts.
look at here.
Here's the point. Are we going to try them on to see who lied?
Yes,
about
we
their
are.
weight?
Yes,
I think
that's
so.
100% we are.
All right, Helmsy.
And Bubba, you've knocked off like 30 pounds, so
That's
you're gonna be
true.
in good shape.
may be
Mine
okay.
looks like a tow rope.
I'm gonna give you Greg's too.
Are you going with the human ball, or are you going just around the waist?
Well, I'm gonna do just like I
Rick, will
normally
you,
do.
will you
Whatever
hand
it
yours
is.
to Bubba? With his, there's his. And then
It
Rick,
has her name on it.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, if I ever heard that.
Oh, my mother would do
here's
that.
Rick's,
Man, this is impressive.
and here is looks like a youth belt. Oh, Adler. This
Okay,
is
buddy.
you,
All right,
Adler.
friend. Okay, buddy.
All right, this is you.
Perfect.
And he got
That's
a
some women's.
he got a black one, which is kind of neat, but it's got all kinds of cool stuff on it.
Greg.
I think I lied.
Oh my gosh, Bubba!
Bubba, you threw your number out, and I was like, that ain't right. There ain't no way that number's right.
All right,
It wasn't. I was trying to fudge. I really didn't know what it was.
Right. You don't know.
And
I
what-
think I took a guess.
You don't know what size pants you wear?
Not really.
Okay.
All right,
I prefer
so
not to look.
I think what they do is don't you
Anybody
got
here
normally
named
2
Bubba?
inches above what your waist size is?
Yeah.
Anybody named Bubba or want Bubba to keep losing weight?
Yeah, that's the goal. I'll keep doing
There
it.
it is. That'll be the measure.
You know, I really think I can get this on if I put it on the right way.
Here I
don't
come
bust
to
a
save
stitch.
the day.
So Ben Britt is here.
Hey, Ben.
Thanks,
Ben,
Ben.
thank you, Ben.
Family, as I said, made these custom belts out of Higdon, Alabama. Is that Flat Rock? Okay, Rick, Flat Rock has a little bit of history here.
It does.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it
Thanks,
does.
guys.
Thank you.
This is
Thank you,
great.
guys.
How
I
about
needed
that?
a new belt.
Y'all, these
Yeah.
belts are very fine. Like they're fine leather. Like they're
Yeah.
the
I love to smell
engraving.
leather.
I'm glad I didn't lie.
Adler, come out here. Let me.
I'll wear this.
Oh, look, it's got like bass on it.
Oh, I got
fishing.
some. Oh, look at this buck on here.
Oh man.
Oh, I got a bucky on
Please look
mine.
and say I wear a stretchy belt. You know.
Bubba, here, you want me to have yours?
I mean, I'll check it.
You want me to take
I
yours
like
too?
that. It's got deer.
I gotta hide this. I gotta hide this from my kids.
I can take yours to Gary. He's close.
I think it'll
Hey,
work.
listen, I'll take that belt Bubba can't wear.
Hey, Rick, you remember this sound with his kids? That old
I
belt.
do.
We knew it
Oh,
was
yeah.
bad.
Well, I tell you,
Mom was coming with a belt.
My
I'm
butt,
looking-
my butt started hurting just looking at this.
I'm looking back at the sizes y'all gave me, and I thought that was right for you.
What
Bubba.
did I say? I don't remember what I said.
You said 42.
Oh, Speedy.
I didn't say that.
You did. I remember you said 42.
42?
And I didn't want to be the guy to go, oh, Bubba, there's no
42?
way.
When you said 42, I said, buddy, you're 44 if the sun comes up.
No,
That's what you gave me.
I don't
You
even
did
think
give me
I'd
that.
say 42, and I didn't know what it was.
You did.
I
You did
really
say
don't.
You
You
did
did
it
say
around the
42.
horn.
And I remember when you said it, I thought, there ain't no way.
I think y'all been on pain meds.
Because you do too.
Y'all think we've been on payment?
I don't think I said 42.
Hey, if my dad.
I
ever
don't even
did
think
this,
I could have said
I'd
that
do
with
it.
a
I
straight
remember. I,
face.
I will tell you this to my credit. When you said it, I said order 44.
What did Speedy put down?
42, because that's what you said.
See, I can get.
That's what you told me. Put down what you told
Once
me.
I get it actually on here.
Well,
Yeah.
you've taken like 10 minutes to put on a belt.
Well, I had to
Well,
take
there it
one
is.
All
off.
right, now let's see who can.
It
Let's
is
see
too
who
big.
take a
I need
pop
to come
to
up
the
with-
honey.
I need to come up another. no.
Come here.
Here, I'll let you
Get me?
spank me.
Okay then.
Watch it.
Right. There it
Will you
is.
do it
Greg's
hard?
trying to spank. Look, he's got
So-
it ready.
Hey, thank you very much.
Brit
man.
Belt Company.
Don't
Thank
you love it? Hey, when you're talking about different things, somebody means business. The smell of leather means.
Oh, I
somebody.
do. I
It's-
love the
man.
smell of leather.
I mean,
Oh,
somebody right there means business. Look at Adler. Looking good.
Rick.
Looking good. Looking good, Adler. Looking fantastic.
All right, Bubba, you're up next.
I'm good.
He's got it on now.
I heard Bubba. He goes, I lied. I looked-
I think I lied.
Greg, check on Bubba. He pulled a cinch on himself. His blood may be cut off. We'll be
Get a
right
medic.
Rick and Bubba.
Tech was even able to recover it, but it just third and 93. What play do you call on third and 93?
Quick kick.
Yeah.
I can't believe that.
Right there. I mean, we got it now, guys.
That's at midfield. Now it's at their 40.
You following it.
Is it 30, 20?
I've never daily documentaries over the weekend involves the Florida governor, Rick Scott, who was telling Floridians how to prepare for Hurricane Irma. And then the sign language interpreter stole the show. And it'll lead to some questions that, Bubba, you had some in the break and some we've talked about when you're doing the sign language. I mean, do you begin to take on the intensity of the speaker?
Yeah,
or?
the personality and how they actually do the sign language, is that an interpretation by the signer, or are they supposed to be reflective of what the speaker's saying, or are they supposed to be completely neutral and let you read into it yourself?
At one time, I got emails over the weekend that there was a person who could sign that looked like Gary the Bulldozer Man.
Yes.
Yeah, there was that.
Yeah.
Y'all remember the big tall guy from South Carolina?
Just huge.
Yeah. And he was really animated. He looked like a character off the Addams Family.
This guy's unidentified so far. I'm sure we'll find out who it is. We have things like jazz hands, bulging eyes, and him sticking his tongue out.
Ricky does a Gene Simmons.
Yeah, he does.
All right,
He does.
so
Here's a little montage of some of the audio and videos.
We're working with counties to ensure there are enough shelters. Currently, there are more than 260 shelters open across the state in every county in the state. At least 70 more shelters are opening today.
Here's another one.
We're working aggressively to keep our gas stations open and filled. But this won't last much longer because it's going to be unsafe to be on the roads. We're doing everything we can to get as much fuel into the state as we can.
Oh, man.
Here's another
Following
one.
the storm, state troopers will resume escorting fuel supply trucks directly to gas stations in your community. So we'll get after the storm. We'll get as soon as we can get fuel trucks moving. We'll do it again.
Another
Utilities. Our providers are actively pre-positioning resources throughout the state and in neighboring states. We know how important power is, and we're going to be very aggressive at getting power back on. We have our food and water position in the Orlando area, and we'll be moving as fast as we can. FEMA has resources here, but the reason I always say 3 days of water, 3 days of food, have your medicine. You've got to take care of yourself in the beginning because we don't know what the devastation is going to be. We don't know what the roads are going to be. We're going to try to get rid of the debris off the roads to get the trucks here as fast as we can.
I'm sorry.
His debris off the road was really
to ensure there are enough shelters.
That's my favorite right there.
We've been working with counties to ensure there are enough shelters. Currently, there are more than 260 shelters open across the state in every county in the state. At least 70 more shelters are opening today.
I'm gonna say
we're working aggressively to keep our gas stations open and filled. But this won't.
What does that mean when he throws his hands up?
Greg,
like
what? And I'm not being mean here, but I know there's a purpose.
That means you're about to be mean.
Yeah. But all that does to me, I hear nothing the governor says because I'm looking at.
I didn't hear one.
How does the governor keep
I hope
talking?
he's not telling me anything important because I don't know sign language, so I'm not getting anything because I can't quit looking at that guy. I can't.
Do you think?
How does he keep
So I'm
talking?
gonna
That would
hit
be
about the
distracting to
hurricane.
me. You know.
Do you think?
I know.
You couldn't look over there if you did.
You're talking about tunnel vision.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, didn't you say that you think there's a chance that some of this he's doing for his friends?
If it was us,
Yeah.
If we were interpreters or what do you want to call them, sign language people, lack of a better word.
It's interpreter. You got it right.
Okay. And
I like sign language
And I went,
people.
hey, I said, hey guys,
SLP.
Rick, hey guys, I got the governor from Florida. I've been assigned to him. I'm going to bring it during this. I want y'all to watch. This is for y'all.
Because
You would go, hey, wait till you see mine, and then you would try to outdo me.
What I would say is this: I'm going to do the signing right for the people who need to get this information. But look for me to be over the top.
Yeah, I'm going to be driving the point.
Yeah, I'm going to be driving.
But again, I'm just saying, if I'm supposed to be listening to that governor, I heard nothing.
Well, that's why the headline says interpreter stole the show. I think you were with everyone else.
I know.
No one could.
Same thing with that big tall guy in South Carolina.
Yeah.
I couldn't quit watching him.
He was like, Steve in Mobile says he knows the interpreter.
Oh, come on now.
Come on now,
Steve,
we're making stuff up.
Steve, you do not.
Yeah, you don't believe me?
Nope.
Well, I'm just telling you, y'all. I think y'all know him too. He's heard every day on the Rick and Bubba show trying to imitate Rick Burgess, and they call him Speedy. He tries to steal the show every single day.
That's a good one.
The hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. We're fired up that you are here. Blazing Silverman, he is standing by and he is ready to go, taking your phone calls. If you want to join us now, you can at 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs, but everything else is ready to go. The shameless plug could get an instant buzzer Everybody else will get 30 seconds before they get the buzzer. Things that you need to know about this weekend coming up tomorrow. The real Greg Burgess, he'll be running a 5K benefiting Venetia's Foundation in beautiful Piedmont, Alabama, where Bill Bubba Bussey had his radio start. I think there's a Bubba tribute to get it started.
I believe so.
I believe everybody.
If it's not, it should be.
When they come to the line, they'll actually all be running toward a picture of Bubba's liver. So that'll be at the very well. I mean, it's
1280 WPID.
That's right, where it all
Mr. Allen.
begins. So join Greg there. Beautiful weather in Sweet Home Alabama for tomorrow. Speedy will also be in Birmingham, Alabama. If you need to get
He's also running a 5K.
Well, sort of. If you need to get everything that you're looking for to stock up for all the big games or the race this weekend in Alabama at Talladega Super Speedway, go see Speedy. He'll be at Publix Greenwise Market. He'll be in Mountain Brook there where you hear us on 104.7 WZZK. Lunchtime, noon to 2. Go see Speedy coming up tomorrow. So that's a couple things going on. And also from themanchurch.com, Andy Blanks will be in Columbus, Georgia, coming up Sunday night, the 2nd of October. And he'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. And you can be there for that in Columbus, Georgia, where you hear us on I-92 WLWI. And speaking of that, we did announce tickets are now on sale for the Man Church Conference coming up February 24th and 25th. And Greg, our hometown, Oxford, Alabama. Grab those tickets. They are reserved while they are still available. We'll start with Brian in Sweet Home, Alabama. Brian, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Am I on?
You are on, Brian. Go right ahead, buddy.
It's Ryan. I had a question. Is Speedy running in the crap run?
No. He is not. Speedy had a crap run one time on the way to a Titans game, but that was not a promotion.
Was a completely different
thing. That was not a promotion.
I'm right.
That was not.
I was just curious. I know Graves got out of the smokers division. I just didn't want Speedy to be left behind.
All right.
That's good.
Greg, how much training have you done for this, really? Seriously?
This year, it's been months.
Months?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, you run how often?
Every day, pretty much.
Every day.
Well,
yeah.
I'll skip a day. If I run real far, I'll skip a day.
We're writing this down.
What?
We've discussed this.
Well, I'm just asking for this year.
Right. Yeah.
I really didn't feel like Greg had been training much because I don't remember him saying something.
I never have before this time. No, I'm still not going to do very good in it, but compared to people
it's
that
still
really
a long way to run.
Greg's proud of himself.
He is.
All right.
I'm proud of Greg.
I'm proud of Greg.
No, yeah. Wait till we see the final time tomorrow. So
he said he's beaten 30 minutes.
Hey, we're all proud of you, baby brother.
Okay, Rick. Thank you.
What's been your best time?
About 34.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. I'm proud you can do it, buddy.
I think at our age now, I finished it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm.
I don't even want to ride a golf cart that far.
Joe in South Carolina, 30 seconds. Go ahead, Joe.
Welcome back, Mr. Bubba.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to call and make an offer, full money, on the Rick and Bubba catalog. But Mr. Bubba, there's one caveat for you to consider for that offer.
Okay, give it to me.
You got to finance it for 36 months, sir.
Let me hear the number. How much?
He hung up.
You know that's. You got to know how much.
Right. I think he was just doing the thing you did about being financed for 36 months when you went in for your phone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what that was what it was. Look, y'all, he's come back. He's been at surgery. He's been. They put him
came
completely.
Back a week.
They put him
a
completely
week to the
under.
day that I was cut open. Like
Absolutely.
Hey, let's celebrate the victory.
Amen.
Let's focus on that.
You showed me. I had you coming back Monday.
That's right.
So you showed me.
V for victory, baby.
Let's go to Billy. Billy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, this is Billy from Silicotta. I need to get y'all's thoughts about the race in Talladega coming up this weekend. I'm still missing the Intimidator.
Oh, wow. A long time ago.
Wow.
Yeah, he's still missing him.
You're still mourning Dale Earnhardt Sr.?
Good night.
Got him high pitch, too.
All right, that was it. That's all he had.
He wants to know your predictions. I'll be honest with
you.
you.
Is that what he said? I didn't even know what he said.
And I guess he's saying that he's on top of his mind, but he's not out looking for it.
That's right.
You just made up for what happened.
That's good.
Yeah, that's good, buddy.
That's good. That's real good. Let's go to John in Sweet Home, Alabama. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
President Muppet keeps saying the border is secure. Perhaps he only means that it has not moved.
That's good. That's good, John.
Did he call him Muppet?
He did. He is. Let's go to.
He is Walter, by the way.
Let's go to Todd in Athens, Alabama. Hey, Ted.
Yeah, Ted, come on.
Todd Arooski. Go, Todd.
Bring it, Todd.
Todd, that's a lot of hype for you, man. Give us something.
How are y'all?
Hey, we're good.
We're good, Todd.
Good phone.
Hey, I was going to say I'm a new listener to the show, man.
Thank
I
you.
enjoy listening to it in the morning. It really gets me through my work day.
Be gentle here. New listener.
Yeah, new listener.
Gentle.
Rick, in his defense,
He can't help
I
his phone.
think when y'all jumped out and started hitting him with the tit-tat, it kind of spooked
Right,
him.
we didn't know he was
spooked his
new.
phone.
New guy, you spooked him, ruined his phone.
We didn't know he was new.
Yeah, how about you, that? Get it, Fight in the
John, go.
Roll it up there and get it.
John, go ahead.
I don't know why that's funny.
Oh, John. Jon.
Jon. What's up, buddy?
Hey, I forgot. I got to give you the Paul Harvey version of my story. I got to give the rest of the story.
Oh, yeah, from
Okay.
the call the other day.
Oh,
Rick.
yeah, you called the other day. You met a guy in Israel.
That's right. So we're talking to the Israeli that knew Rick and Bubba from living in Atlanta.
Oh, that's right.
After we laughed a bit, he asked this question: do you know Willie and Wanda? I said, do I know Willie and Wanda? And for the first time in the history of Ben Gurion Airport, we both hollered out, we ain't never been nowhere.
That's so good.
Where were they at?
Israel.
Israel.
Yeah, in the Tel Aviv airport. Two men.
crazy.
He met a guy from Israel that listened to the show when he was in Atlanta, and he goes to Israel and runs into a guy who listens to Rick and Bubba who's an Israeli.
Right.
That is funny.
And they scream, we ain't never been nowhere. In the Tel Aviv airport, he says, I think for the very first time that's ever happened.
He's probably right.
It is still funny when someone will send a picture of one of our bumper stickers.
Yes.
That's in Old Jerusalem.
Yes.
Which I think we thank Rick Owsley for
Yes,
on
we
one
can.
trip.
That's right. We can. You're right.
But that just warms your heart, doesn't it?
It does. Dylan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead. Dylan.
Yeah. Hey, Dylan, fire it in there.
Hey,
Yeah.
how you guys doing?
Good. Good.
Always the question.
So I was listening to a little Blackberry Smoke yesterday.
Oh, good.
The song "Sleeping Dogs" came on.
Oh, yes.
Rick, that's got to be your theme song when you go to fight that wolf.
What's it called? Sleeping Dogs?
Dogs.
I'm in. What album's that on? Do you remember?
Dogs.
You know? I'm
not sure. To be honest
I'll
with you.
just search for it on Apple Music. I'll find it. Sleeping Dogs. All right.
All right, Dan.
Yeah. By the way, yesterday I gave a corky all he can handle. I mean,
So you working your
I'm
way
working
up.
my way up, and
Now you're
What
still in
was
the
your-
short, Rick. You're still in the short-legged dog.
What was the technique? What did you do?
well, with the corky, I just kicked it.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's about all.
Probably not gonna work on the
Don't
wolf.
say you kicked a dog.
I did.
It ain't gonna work on the wolf. You're gonna.
No, I know that, and I'm realizing that. So what I did, the corky though was so far down, it hurt my back to bend over and grab it.
Yeah.
And
Probably heavy, too.
yeah. So
How tall, how long, I mean, people are talking about a wolf like they're 15 foot long. I mean, how big are they really?
I mean, pretty big.
You ever
I
seen
mean,
Game of
about
Thrones?
185 pounds.
Well,
We're
how
not
tall
talking
would that
about
be if
those
you
yet.
stretched him
If
out?
he stood up,
He tried to dunk a basketball.
if he
over
stood
the
up, he's probably about 5'10". Yeah. Something like that. Top of the hour.
Paw to tail.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's good right there.
I'm hurt, but that's fine.
Sure.
He's laughing at himself. But yeah.
James in Birmingham. James, go ahead.
Yeah, that interpreter kind of reminds me of what Greg used to look like calling girls across the bar. That
Well, everybody's just on
But
it.
they're really attacking right now. Brendan in
Where'd that even come
I don't know.
from?
Brendan in Huntsville. Brendan, go
I
ahead.
don't think that would work.
They've run out of bread and milk, and they're angry.
Hey, Brent.
So I actually learned sign language as an infant. My aunt was taking care of me so my parents could work. And the way that you get your message across is by expression. So it's hard to let someone know that you're excited or you're screaming about something without being very expressive.
But none of that applied to this. He wasn't screaming.
Greg.
Well, no, but to get your message across, you have to be very expressive to show them that emotion.
Right. Yeah, I guess what you mean, this is serious that the guy's talking about. You need to understand storm's coming. I need to be animated to talk about
tornado?
because the actual governor isn't being very animated, but what he's saying is important. You're saying he's trying to get the point across, the intensity of what's being said.
Right. It wasn't that he was screaming. Screaming was just an example of that.
Understood.
Hey, Brendan, let me ask you a question. What if you put like you do your fingers like a gun and hold them up in there and you twist them? Is that a tornado?
It would depend on the dialect. See, there are two different English dialects that we have that are understood in the United States. There's English Sign Language, and then there's ASL, which is American Sign Language. So it can really depend on the dialect. I'm more of the English Sign Language, and the American Sign Language is more paraphrased. So it's possible that that's what that is.
Well, it does say he is an ASL interpreter.
Right, that's American Sign Language.
Yeah.
Well, if you got two different versions, though, are we not leaving half the deaf people out by only having one?
Some of it is there are things that you can pick up on. It's still very paraphrased.
Is this like different versions of the Bible?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what this is like. What you're describing is like reading the message. It's a paraphrase.
Yeah.
Right.
Versus
So
reading
American
a interpretation word for word.
Right. American Sign Language is very paraphrased. So one sign could mean 5 or 6 words, whereas
so does English.
Sign Language, that's well, English Sign Language is more word for word, so it includes more adjectives.
English standard versus the message. I got it.
I still think they should put him back in the corner. You remember they used to put him in the corner?
Yeah, in the little box. On the screen.
Because he's leaning in front of the governor.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
He actually hit the governor a couple
If he
times.
threw his hands back, he'd hit the governor in the face.
It's just distracting.
Right.
Look at that look.
But Greg, no one puts baby in the corner.
No, you're right.
Huh?
Hey, I was scanning through some of the channels out here. I'm from Alabama, Birmingham, but I'm losing a channel up here, so I was scanning through and heard on one of their local news channels that one of the zoos out here is planning on tearing down some walls to the giraffe's cage and making it accessible to the people to be able to get in there to them.
What did he just say?
I love that man's delivery.
You want people to get out there with the giraffes? That don't sound like a good idea.
Somebody make a note of this call when we get the first story on giraffes going wild.
You know what you do? You'd go by there and I'd be riding with you.
Now, you don't need to let people get in there. Well, it's pretty cool that you're standing there looking at giraffes anyway when you live in Alabama or Mississippi.
Yeah. I want to be behind the fence, though.
Yeah.
You can feed them.
Yeah.
That
old tongue's about a foot long.
I was about to say, they got a tongue on it.
It'll come on out there and get it.
Boy,
It's like that old guy we went to school with. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Had a huge tongue.
Greg, please don't bring that.
He couldn't even close his mouth and keep it in it.
Can I tell you what? Now, that's a body science could have used.
Now, they could look at that. There was something. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Greg, I sure do.
I'll tell you that time I ran across from in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, you do, Greg. Any time you see this person.
Yeah, but I'm sitting there going,
give me a
"Yeah."
full update.
You're not going to start talking about the valedictorian again.
No, I'm not doing that.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you saying a guy's tongue was so big he couldn't close his mouth?
That's right. It was constantly, if he did it like he had a big dip. I thought one time, I said, that may be the biggest dip I've ever seen. Then he said,
Greg, don't.
You remember him?
Yeah,
Greg, I remember his name.
Of course I do.
You remember his name?
Greg, yes.
I can't stop.
Greg, look here, right here.
This is
Greg,
rude
Greg, look
Tourette's
right here.
at its worst.
I got every detail. Okay. I've never forgotten it. Yeah, I got it.
How'd he talk?
Don't you
Tried
worry.
to play football one time. Mouthpiece wouldn't work out. Remember that?
It's true. It's
Kept getting flagged for no mouthpiece.
It's
Well,
absolutely
there wasn't
true.
more room.
It was absolutely true. That's a true story. That's a true story.
Maybe you could have got one with a little extra compartment there on it.
Yeah. Yeah, we could have got what he could have.
Could have rested his tongue in there.
You know what he needed? He needed a mouthpiece that was like a rubber cavity that looked like the Rolling Stones logo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's it. He's done.
Wow.
I'm glad it wasn't your chin.
He may have been the model. He may have been the model for that logo.
I know it was not good.
Y'all,
Give me how he talks again.
Anything a little bit like that?
he's gonna blow them. He's gonna blow them staples out.
I know. Yeah.
No, Speed, stop. Speed's one gets everybody in trouble. I just realized.
Say
that.
they're my friends, like with the big tongue. Please.
Did you just say you feel bad doing that?
Nah, kind of. Nah, not really. I ain't seen it in 35 years. How about this? There's a lot worse things to be wrong with somebody than have a giant tongue.
You're right.
You know?
You're right. You're right, Greg. Thank you.
Like
It's
what?
not that bad.
That's the nice part. There you
Well, I mean, it's really, there's a lot worse things that can be wrong.
Would you rather?
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba from the No Name Studio. Here we go. I was scared of all the things I'd done.
It's all right. It's all right.
Speedy,
it's all right,
the real
it's all
Greg
right
Burgess,
now.
Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Blazing Silverman taking phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG, banging out a degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. That now a superpower. Everybody go where the lights go. I made enough to make a young gun proud. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba
experience. Are you familiar with is this a cable channel, Vice? Is that a cable channel, Vice? Vice News? What is this?
What is it?
Yeah, it's like a news outlet organization, lefty news organization.
Isn't there a cable channel called Vice?
I think they're yeah. There's the same thing.
Is the same? Is that the one that shows the dark side of comedy? And they do those specials.
Dark Side of the Ring.
Dark Side of the Ring.
Didn't HBO do Vice News or something?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So here we go. They're trying to do, and we'll handle this with kid gloves as best we can. But they're trying to do a piece about how the attempt to rehabilitate. Is that correct? Offenders.
Correct.
That have been charged with things that. I mean, I guess I just have to call it what it is. Sex offenders, that's what it is. But I don't know what else to say.
Yeah.
You know? But anyway, so, and then the way this ends, because and I'm not saying it can't be done, especially when you talk about redemption. I know that God can deliver us from anything we're willing to repent of.
There's some irony at the end of this.
But yeah, but without that, it's been said that people who have this particular problem, you have to put them away because they never, ever walk away from it. It is extremely difficult to rehabilitate them. So watch what happens with this story.
Like, we all out here in this world, and we all got to make it happen, and ain't nothing stopping me. So, like, I'm very hopeful and confident.
After this interview, Ashif sent a picture of his to our producer.
Oh, good night.
So this is a story about this and recovery, but apparently not fully recovered.
Doesn't sound like it's going very well.
No. Night. That's a great edit. That's a great edit on the fly, by the way.
I was not prepared for that.
Oh, my gracious alive.
Oh, my goodness. All right, wait a minute. Now, who made
That's
the call?
real. That's real.
First of all, can I let you know something that just personally happened to me here? I forgot what TV to look at. And so I look up on TV4, and I think that's the story I'm watching.
Right.
And I'm like, wait a minute, what? What's all this? And then I realize I'm looking at the wrong screen. But so what we have here is a person, it would be like someone saying that they were interviewing a car thief. And he was talking about how he'd been rehabilitated and how this had helped him, and he's starting a new life. And then they come out and go, unfortunately, right after this was over, he stole our producer's car in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Right. He stole our van with all of our equipment.
Right. Yeah. So when they throw out, unfortunately, as soon as he left, he sent back a picture of something inappropriate to one of our producers. Don't believe he's quite where we want him to be on the rehab plan.
May need to go back.
If this was going to be your commercial for rehabilitation, come see us. Probably not the story you're looking for.
And I saw a follow-up with some of the Vice producers, and they were talking to each other like, yeah, we debated about whether to even include that in our video because it messed with the what we were trying. Yeah.
But
you need to include that.
We need to know that. That's the whole story.
Yeah, you're changing it if you don't.
Because if someone says, I wonder if he's been rehabilitated, now you know that he wasn't. Okay?
Evidently not.
No. And these that do this, I just don't understand it. Have they ever got a positive response? Ever?
Changing the subject.
Yeah, you want to go to the
I want to see this dog.
I know. Look, Speedy's been worried about this video all week.
Richard Lawson Burgess.
Adler, what is the deal on it? Set it up.
It's a video of a fast dog.
Yeah, it's just a video of a fast dog. He runs what? A 5 what?
5.92, 100, which is 34.4 miles per hour.
What's amazing is it
is a Greyhound. Of course it's fast.
The gait in slow motion after it runs it.
It's
really
amazing.
It really is something else. Greg said he could outrun it.
Time to beat,
I think I could take it.
5.944
Good
just set.
night.
Oh, that was a great start. You'll see Winston
Look
and
at
our
that.
final competitor, Reese, next, both wearing a muzzle, just
Now watch this.
super comfortable and soft. Just
Winston got that done, and you can really see it with the slow-mo,
Look at
just
that.
suspended in midair.
They pull some
Trying to
ground,
see
don't they?
Wow.
Rick, I know
That's
you're impressed.
amazing.
You're impressed, aren't you now?
Well,
buddy?
no, I'm impressed. I'm not. It's nothing I've never seen.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's it is very impressive.
You're glad you saw it.
What if that last view-
Can I tell you
my
that-
weekend would not have been the same if I had not seen
Right.
it.
Look at that.
Look at that thing right there. It's almost like
look at them muscles.
Oh yeah.
Of the two stories, I'll take this.
Is that how you're going to run the crap run right there at last leg? Around the corner?
That's gonna be me when I make the turn towards home.
There was
I'll be
something
crawling by then.
There's something strange about watching him run, and his front paws were going twice for one on his hind legs. Did you notice that?
No, it's
Okay,
front,
what,
back.
two?
Front, back.
No,
front.
keep going now. Watch it.
There was
He
a
got-
moment he was suspended in air, it felt like.
Yeah, I thought he was. I think he was flying.
Front,
Back.
back,
Front,
front,
back.
front,
Front,
back,
back.
front,
Back.
back. Okay, never mind.
Sorry,
Never mind.
Bubba. I'm so sorry, Bubba.
The other thing.
Forget it.
I'm so sorry.
It's so good. Right back.
The other thing we don't have slow mo of it is the dog slowing down. Was pretty impressive too.
Bubba, everybody needs to leave you alone. You got that
Yeah,
belt. You
hey,
got-
I'm telling you.
I got a belt on.
right. You got that belt on and you're back.
That's
Front,
right.
back.
Okay.
34 miles an hour.
I wish somehow they could insert Bubba in that last scene there when it's crossing the line. Him blow
Golly.
by it.
Oh, that would be so
Dressed just
funny.
like you.
I
I mean, digging.
So that's 34 miles an hour. You saw how fast that is, Rick. Cheetah twice as fast.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the
Rick.
cheetah run. I mean,
How about that?
But
Twice.
think about twice as fast
Twice.
as that. That really puts it into perspective.
by the way, I realized
That's
too. Okay, all right. So this is the thing that you remember. Everything's exaggerated now, right? Everything.
yeah.
Okay. So this wolf thing, people are building up the wolf, and the wolf is impressive. There's no question about it. So the guy called this week, and you remember he said he was 5'9". Right. And that a wolf jumped up on his shoulders and was taller than him.
Mhm.
Did that call happen?
I believe I'm semi out of the loop on this wolf thing because it was already in motion when I came
But
back.
I mean, did that call happen? You don't even have to know the story.
Best I recall.
Because remember, I said
he had 2 foot in the front and then one in the back.
Right. I know you're not a reliable source this week, but does everybody in this room, Helmsy, do y'all remember a guy calling saying that a wolf jumped up on his shoulder and he was 5'9"? It was taller than him.
I screened the call.
He was looking up at it.
That call happened. Okay, he said I was looking up at it and I'm 5'9". Right. Either that man is not 5'9", which most of the time men will say they're taller than they are. Okay. Either he was not 5'9", or he just was exaggerating, because the tallest wolf we can find is 5'2", and then here's a friend of ours, Bubba, that sent me a picture of a wolf that he killed, and he said the wolf was anywhere from 30 to 36 inches.
Well, maybe this one was just a bigger one.
Yeah, but I mean, we just saw though the adult male, like of all wolves, they hit them at 5'2". Okay. And so I'm just saying that we tended to say things, and I mean,
so you're saying that just maybe the caller who called. First of all, we have to believe that he encountered a wolf.
Right. Yeah.
May have been a little off on the measurement.
Right. The wolf was there. There's no research we can find that a wolf is like 5'10", 5'11".
No.
I threw that out there because the guys called. Then we researched it and realized it was wrong.
So you were quoted wrong.
I mean, it's what he said, right? So anyway, the Greyhound thing that was impressive. It's always fun to watch something fast.
Next, Rick's going to claim he can outrun the Greyhound.
No,
of course he can beat a wolf up.
Well, not now. Now, when I was younger, Greg, when I was in my prime,
well, look out,
maybe.
Are you okay with the everybody saying it's the greatest athlete alive and it was the dog?
I'm not okay with that.
It's the fastest dog alive.
We can just say this is a really fast dog.
And that's impressive.
But animals can run really fast.
I found a huge wolf.
Right. Now, you show me a man that can run 34 miles an hour.
Look
now,
at that
that's
wolf.
a video.
Rick. You can't take that wolf. Look at that wolf. You can't take it.
Oh, easy. By the way, if you just joined
oversized
us.
tongue, big ears.
Yeah. What's the list of things?
Really, really, really big eyes. It always look like you're looking like.
I guess I'd have to go with ears on all of that because you could hide them, kind of.
Yeah.
I just wear earmuffs a lot.
What? You can get them pinned back. So.
Grow your hair.
Yeah, you can't hide that tongue.
You could. No.
Bubba, you got a big
It's
tongue.
like you would have to
Out there for all
retract
to
it.
see. Is that this one went this way though? This was a north and souther.
Yeah.
Mine's east west.
Right.
Yeah, this guy, man. It was
really?
both. Hey, it was width and length.
So you saying he could touch his nose with his tongue? I can't do that. I've seen people do that.
I remember that he was not impressed with Gene Simmons at all.
No.
The world's greatest garage man, Mr. Lucky. A few hard copies of Fat Chance, the one and only CD, available if our store was up at rickandbubba.com. But here's the good news. So we do need to talk about what we can and can't do with our website being down. Got the text yesterday from Scott Dawson, as a matter of fact, Dawson in 2018. Our websites are all hosted by the same people, Zeke Interactive. And he said, hey, our websites are down. And so I let Helmsy know. Helmsy looked at it. And the reason that is it's we have a Florida connection, and Florida's been devastated.
Yeah, where the servers are hosted and our website is hosted in Orlando, and so they are powerless at the moment. And look, there's backup procedures that took place that didn't turn out quite like they wanted them to. And,
Sure.
It's very frustrating for those of you that can't get on Extreme Club and rickandbubba.com, and I hear you loud and clear. I'm as frustrated as you are, but just know that Zeke's got us at the top of the list and going to get us up going as soon as possible. So
yeah, hopefully that will be restored shortly. If not, maybe they can get a mirrored site up and get everything back up and going.
Now, so what we're going to do is when we're trying to get you information, you just need to follow all the social media, right? Because we're going to have you can just still do Twitter, you can still do Instagram. I saw that still working.
Oh, yeah.
And our Facebook page, so you can still get information there. Like today, when we talked to Max. Yep. We'll put his new book and information out.
We normally put those in those places anyway.
Yeah, we do.
But for those of you that rely on rickandbubba.com, just venture out in our social media world.
And here's a fact we can look at, because you have to just look at the facts. The people who host Facebook, Twitter, and some of these other things had a more robust system than what our web people had. I mean, that's the facts.
Well, like you say, you had a backup that didn't work.
Yeah.
So anyway, and that's backups. It's just how we always say we don't know who our team is till we get on the field.
Yeah, you do the same here. I mean, we've got battery backup that works for a little while. Then we got a generator, but if your generator's the fuel's not getting to it, either via natural gas, propane, or putting it in a tank, it doesn't happen.
I'll tell you one thing that's really cool about this is you start to realize how this has become such just an integral part of who we are.
Oh, yeah.
Because like right now I'm thinking to myself, and I think I know the answer, see if I get this right, okay, because of what you said a minute ago. Let's say it's not resolved by tomorrow, okay? So one of the things we do on Wednesday is the Bible study. So you won't be able to watch it live, but it'll still be out on SoundCloud.
Correct. And, and if you record it, like I think Adler does, then you'll be able to go back and watch it just like you will.
Still be archived. The only thing you won't have is the live moment.
Yeah. No, wait a minute. Is the video part down too? Did you say? Because it's not tied to that.
It's in the Extreme Club, though.
Yeah, the people who watch
you got to go through that to see it. I got you. There, the old gate. I got
but
you.
What we could do is what people have been asking for, because it takes a lot of battery, is we could periscope it.
We could.
But I mean,
it's time to experiment and have some fun, isn't it?
That's about a 50-minute periscope, but still, we've done.
Why not?
Though, seriously, and it's not Zeke's fault, because it's another party that actually does the hosting, but. I don't know, and I told Helms this, and he was raising his eyebrow at me, but, if I have a data center, I don't know that I want to be in California where there's earthquakes, or anywhere on the Gulf Coast or the eastern seaboard or Florida where a hurricane can put you out.
No, I might have been raising my eyebrows, but I'm in complete agreement with you on this.
Okay.
Put it in the Midwest somewhere, underground.
Nebraska's a beautiful
Tornado's
place.
not going to get it underground. Yeah. I hear you loud and clear on that. I just don't like, they're in disarray down there, and so what if our website's down for a day? You know?
Yeah, I got you.
I mean, they're worried about eating.
Far as damage and that's right. But I'm just saying, it's that engineering. I mean, you have to build things that can't get access.
It is 21 minutes now past the hour. Let's go. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out again this weekend. Jonathan Evans is the guest. His new book, Fighting Your Battles, Every Christian's Playbook for Victory, and we'll talk with Jonathan Evans this weekend. So enjoy that. You'll get a lot out of it. He's outstanding resource, and he's just he really rolls out things that I think will be helpful to you this weekend. All right, so we got college football coming up. The matchups are before us. Let's take a look and let's highlight a few. As you said, Bubba, in the break, look, the times we're living in now, did you ever think that we would all be excited about what's going to happen when Kentucky plays Ole Miss?
Well, other than it being a SEC matchup and all of that, it's it's got a lot to do with the national alignment of things now, which you've never really said that a lot in the past.
That could be a very exciting game, and that's 11 o'clock Central Time on ESPN. Oklahoma TCU, does that excite anybody? Is TCU any good this year? So we got that one. That's a decent matchup. Michigan, are they the real deal? It would be just like Iowa because this is typical Iowa. Yep. For them to beat Michigan this weekend.
You're right.
You know, I mean, that would be.
It's usually how it goes.
And then everybody get excited about Iowa, then they lay an egg. Yeah, they get waxed. Did Iowa decide to have any sort of offense this year? No, they'll play a little deep.
They're winning a lot of 7-3 games.
I never can take them serious. Yeah, well, you can't take them serious. You're right. We'll find out. I think we're going to find something out about Florida State. You know, they're sitting there. They're 4-0. They're playing Wake Forest.
Yeah, I mean, I made fun of Wake Forest and Clemson, and it ended up being a great game.
They took Clemson into overtime, baby.
Yeah.
But are they as good on the road? They're playing it in Florida, unless they've moved it.
But this is where we find out, do you think that Florida State is making the turn and that they're going to be real again?
I think they are so much better than what they've been the past 3 or 4 years.
No doubt. They were terrible.
And so, I mean, they're respectable now.
So that'll be an interesting matchup. That's your 2:30 ABC, and I'm giving you Central Time. Alabama, anybody think Arkansas can play with Alabama? That's the CBS 2:30.
No, I don't. It may be close for a while, but Alabama's way too much for them. And I think they're trying to act like it's going to be close to keep the TV viewers there. But and Arkansas's come a long way. Nothing, no offense to them, but Alabama's still just way ahead.
Yeah, I find that hard. Arkansas, I was getting, and I am still excited that the program is better than it has been, and it's getting better. But they're not Alabama better yet, and them dropping to Texas A&M last week kind of took a little air out of that.
Yep.
Even though it was a close game. But
yeah, very close.
Could Arkansas give Alabama some trouble? Maybe.
For a half, maybe three-quarters.
Maybe. We have the scrimmage coming up with the exact same uniforms. Texas A&M takes on Mississippi State.
Yeah, a little inter-squad.
How do you feel about that one, Speedy? What's the homer say?
I was talking to my dad, who's everything Hail State, and and he said surprisingly Mississippi State's favored in that game. You have the home field stuff, but
toss up though.
Yeah. We gave away the LSU game, and we've always given Texas A&M fits, so hopefully that continues this week. Hopefully,
yeah. Bubba, you headed down to the Plains to watch your beloved Auburn Tigers host LSU.
No, matter of fact, I think unless something changes, we're going to go see the Fighting Gamecocks of Jacksonville State play.
Really?
Who are they playing?
Oh. Yeah, we're going to try that.
Who are they playing?
Kennesaw
State.
They're usually pretty good.
What time's that game?
Kickoff is 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Well, you're just a party animal once you're back.
That's right. I'm back out there.
Pushing the boundaries, baby.
But I got bad news about Auburn. TJ Finley's not dressing.
Uh-oh. Look about you own me so much with this.
It's just not a good situation.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
And I think I know the answer.
Yeah.
I know that you said you've chosen a difficult sports life by being a Vikings fan in the pros and an Auburn fan in college.
Yeah, and I did that when I was little and didn't know better.
If you were forced to drop one of them, which one would it be? Just to alleviate some stress.
Well, Auburn has won a national championship in my lifetime.
That's true.
And
Okay.
played for another.
So we dropped the Vikings. Then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sure. Aren't you already there, Sore, a little bit?
Well,
aren't you done with him?
He loves Kirk Cousins. He loves him.
He does.
Yeah.
He does. You know, he keeps calling him the investment.
Yeah, thinks he's underpaid.
Good guy. Good guy. not that level quarterback. Sorry, I mean, it's true.
Greg, I'm going to say this to you because
they had to beat the Lions on the last play of the game. That's embarrassing. That's just embarrassing.
Lions have gotten better.
They've won. They won.
Yeah,
who the Lions beat? Anybody?
Yes.
They almost beat the Vikings.
That's my point.
But hey, look,
they got the little sisters of the poor later.
They're going to have the hard knocks luck. Watch out.
Yeah,
but it's always this with the Vikings. Hey, they beat Green Bay. Did you see how good they look? Yeah. But just stand by.
You know the list of teams that you can't take serious. Iowa's on that list. Wake Forest is on that list. Even though you're really good, don't get mad. Another one on that list, sitting at number 10, is in North Carolina State.
I know.
It's like North Carolina State. I know that they're competitive, but to me, they're not a team.
And I heard preseason people saying they're going to be real good.
Yeah. Well, they're number 10. They're taking on Clemson. That ought to be an interesting game.
Where's that? Oh, wow. Can they play that? This new hurricane or Ian coming in.
Is it at Clemson?
It's coming in. It's coming in today, right?
So 5 p.m. Saturday at Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Probably wet.
I see 6:30 at Clemson.
Yeah.
Central.
That's what I meant. 6:30.
Same thing.
Poor old Missouri.
Why did I get 5?
Hey,
there ain't a 5 on that page.
Poor old Missouri.
It's been a good week.
After that big win.
After their big win, the thicker kicker can't make an extra point.
Yeah.
And they fumble one in the end zone.
See,
going in to win, by the way.
They thought it was a win on the kick, and they thought it was a win on that.
In
fact, so did I.
Missouri gets Georgia. They get to host Georgia.
Oh, great.
Georgia will have 45 points by halftime.
Yeah, that'll be ugly.
Unless they just start somebody else.
Oh, no.
Oh, man, I just feel bad. I feel so bad.
For her.
For two groups. It'll be Beth Mowens, 6 p.m. Central Time on ESPN tonight. Tonight. I'll be over there with the Houston Cougars.
Oh, goodness.
You know who's going to be calling color commentator for me?
Who's that?
Kurt Morrison. And on the sidelines, I'll send it down to Bootanyanya. Yeah. Stormy, speaking of storms, Stormy Bootanyanya on the sideline. Mama, still down to Stormy. I'll be giving play-by-play action of Green Wave taking on the Cougars.
Cougs. The who?
Green Wave taking on the Cougars. Mama can be a cougar herself.
Oh, that's it now.
Look at all those young men down there in tidy pants. Oh, he pulled a hammy. Sometimes Mama has to take a time out. Look at that tackler. A thicker kicker. Mama's ready
I don't think he's in this game.
He's not in this game, but you know who he is, don't you, Bubba?
Who's that?
Chandler Cags.
He's back.
Welcome back, Chandler Cags. So that's Beth Mowens tonight.
And who's playing?
The Green Wave's taking on the Cougars. Coming to you from Houston, baby. The Big H. Mama and Kurt and Stormy.
What's her last name?
Bootanyanya. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
You got to build it more, the term robust.
Well, I'll go back to this. It's not a dig at the people who are suffering in Florida at all, but what the point is, and I remember this one time we had something happen years ago involving a tour bus, and we were almost late to the event because the tour bus driver got sick. Well, Bubba's point was that you're in the tour bus business, so so surely that's not the only, surely you thought that could happen.
Guys,
You know what I mean?
everything y'all are saying, I had heated conversations yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not act like that didn't happen either. And I probably said some things yesterday that I probably shouldn't have said. If we just want to be, since we're being so open and honest about it, I said some things yesterday to Zeke and Onyx that I should not have said.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Because I was frustrated, because I was making the point that Bubba was just making to them, not necessarily on the air. But
I'm just talking through it.
You talking about the shouldn't happen list versus the can't happen.
Well, Rick, it's funny you bring that up. That actually happened.
I bet it did. I bet you brought the list down, didn't you?
So there was one point where my wife even looked at me and said, "Hey,
dial it back.
Hurricane Irma, tone it down."
Pull back.
How about this? I was so convinced that we were going to have a power outage where I lived. I still didn't believe it when I went to bed and put my cell phone as my alarm, and because I kept thinking, all right, nothing's happened here.
Well, we had a similar experience. We'll tell you about it when we come back. It wasn't a good one.
Bubba and I both did the same exact thing today. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, as we make our way back, Bubba and I did exactly the same thing. Where we live, and it's nothing compared.
Compared to what Florida or a lot of people in Georgia have had to deal with.
To you. We were supposed to get some of the tropical storm, really more toward where Greg lives than where the rest of us live. So we were kind of prepared for that. And Greg, they did have a power outage, but where we lived, it was really a non-event other than just some good, hard, steady rain. I kept waiting for these 30-something mile-an-hour winds that seemed to they never came. And everybody was prepared for that, and you need to be. That's good.
The only thing we had to compare it to was Opal.
Right.
And when Opal came through, and I lived close at that time to where Greg lives now, we were out power for a week. I mean, it was a total devastation. We were not ready for that. We didn't think that hurricanes could come that far inland and still have power. By the way, Irma is now officially a tropical depression. But still, we've got, depending on which reports you believe, anywhere between 6 and 12 million people without power in Florida, another few million in Georgia, and they're saying weeks to get all those people back up.
Right.
But at best, and we know some places will be further, but we kind of put, in my mind, it was going to be Opal-like. Very strong winds, power out. And everybody did, really. Schools have been let out here in our part of the world for 2 days.
Yeah.
And really, in our area in Birmingham, it just didn't happen. But now to the east, up the eastern side of Alabama, there was more. And that's you. How long was your power out last night?
I mean, it was, like I say, compared, considering we're talking about tropical weather, we were out, went up at 7 till about 3 or 4 o'clock this morning.
Well, that's amazing. You got it back that quick.
But again, guys, to me, this going out wasn't any different than a thunderstorm because it wasn't even. I never heard horrible.
I never heard the wind.
And I was in
either.
the tropical storm part. But like you talk about the Opal thing, the difference is Opal came up through the Gulf,
right?
And that's not that much. There's still not much land for it to
right.
be. That's why by the time this thing ran all the way up the state of Florida into Georgia, it just wasn't. It just no way.
So we didn't have any issue with it, but I was so convinced we were going to because of all the preparation. As I went to bed, I didn't go to bed comfortably. I thought, now the gust just hadn't got here yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's going to hit us in the middle of the night.
It's going to hit us in the middle of the night. So Bubba and I both had the same thing happen. I went cell phone backup. I went ahead and ready to go, got me an alarm set for the cell phone in case, the old blinking, Bose wave radio that Paul Harvey told me to buy.
Right.
Where to go out during the night. So both of us did this. What do we all do when you get up the time we do? You don't want to disturb the rest of the house, especially your wife.
Right.
And I mean,
even if your family has set the alarm off at 10:30 last night.
Did you have one of those?
Oh yeah. Sure.
So Bubba and I both, and it sounds like it was the exact same thing. So it goes off, and I hit, sadly, snooze, not turn off on the phone. Okay. I went ahead and turned the clock off because it didn't get affected because we never had the high winds. So I get in the shower, and there's no worse feeling to be in that shower.
Oh, no.
And, I mean, you're full-blown into the shower, and I said, and I hear that phone going nuts, and I'm 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. TheraBreath. The good news is, we took some pictures with our golden ticket seat guest a minute ago. Everybody's got fresh breath thanks to TheraBreath. Man, we love these products. Having good oral hygiene is also good for your daily health. Man, so much research keeps showing that. For a fresh and healthy mouth, it's TheraBreath. If you got bad breath, we all fight the battle. It happens. I mean, you get the oral rinse and start that out every day. It really does work, but you definitely want something that doesn't mask the bad breath, that actually goes after what's causing the problem. Dr. Katz developed these formulas because his daughter was struggling with it. He didn't like watching her lose her confidence, and he said, look, we got to come up with something that actually works. And he did, and there's no added dyes. There's no artificial colors. It's gluten-free if you need that. It's even kosher. I'm not sure how they do that, but it is. Anyway, TheraBreath Healthy Gums Oral Rinse. It's got FDA-approved ingredient proven to fight gum disease as well. There's even a whitening oral rinse. This is brand new, and it is great. it's a breakthrough. It does a better job than the others. It loosens and dissolves the stains that other whitening they miss this. They can't do this. So this is the latest. And the only way they can even try to do it, they try to use chemicals you don't really want to be rinsing with. So go get TheraBreath products today. Look for that bright orange cap in retail or drugstores. You can also order it at TheraBreath.com. There's confidence in every capful, folks, and we love the TheraBreath lozenges, too. Look for those. Keep those handy in our office every day. TheraBreath.com. Tell them Rick and Bubba sent you, and look for that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, you remember we played the new prime minister of Italy. We played her speech, and then I started just being inundated with emails. I know y'all did too. YouTube has taken the speech off. They've banned it. Now, remember, you're living long enough that what's so controversial, even to be called a fascist, and compared to Mussolini, of course, you'd have to leave out a lot of historical facts to make that comparison. But anyway,
like trying to take the world over with Hitler.
Yeah, right, and being
and
being godless and out to get the church. She says that she's not allowed anymore to identify as a woman who is a Christian, who is a mother. She says, and we're done with all of this. And I'm not going to just be a consumer who's told that I have no identity. I must be called gender X, and I must be called, no spiritual conviction. She said, and this is God, country, and family, and secure borders. All this is deemed now to be the principles of fascism. And so much so that Google said now, and they're coming back because they took some heat, and I'm glad they did. And Google is now coming back, and they're saying that our decision to remove the video from her 2019 speech from incoming Prime Minister of Italy, it had been going viral all over the different social media platforms, and the internet giant claims the video breached its community guidelines. God, country, and family. I'm a woman of faith. I am a woman. This is all considered. It has to be banned. And so there is now a message on YouTube stating that it breached the platform's community guidelines, but now Google is coming back and saying that they made a mistake by taking it down, that was the wrong thing to do, and now they're claiming it was mistakenly removed from the platform. Does anybody believe it was a mistake?
Well, here's the problem. They said it was taken down because it violated their community guidelines. And they didn't take down any of her old stuff until she won this election.
Correct.
So apparently winning the election is when she violated the community guidelines. you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She was not on the radar until she actually won something and was important. Yeah. And now she's offensive.
So anyway, they're coming back. Well, we didn't mean to take it down, but it was a mistake.
Yeah,
it was.
It really was a mistake.
Also, over here where we are now, in a little Your America action.
The days of America.
Jersey is the first state to now introduce a mandatory climate change curriculum in schools. Oh, I bet this is going to be a party. I bet this is going to be a party. The New Jersey State Board of Education adopted the first Lady Tammy Murphy's K-12 climate change education. Who's that?
I would like to know exactly what the curriculum has in it. Now, if you want to talk about that, there's a debate about it, or there's some possibility. I'm fine with that. I don't care.
Don't think it's going to go that way.
But yeah, I kind of doubt that too.
Yeah.
So. Even the experts in this, I saw a discussion the other day. They said, we're probably, and this were people who were really behind this movement, and they said we may be looking at the wrong gas here, and they were even talking about it openly. That we may have been mistaken, and it was a deep dive into chemistry and all that.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
I thought it was interesting. They were even going, maybe we're headed in the right direction, but we're trailing the wrong dog. You know what I mean?
Right,
so to speak.
Yeah.
That's how my granddad would say.
Yeah, exactly. That's funny, by the way.
Tammy Murphy is the first lady.
So
she's
I got
the governor's
okay.
wife.
Now, they're saying that she wanted climate change to be integrated into the curriculum, and she has gotten her way. So it is going to happen. Now, keep in mind, you don't have any idea what your kids are going to be taught because, that you can't interfere with the school.
True.
And I don't know if you've seen, there's some controversy going on even in our state, in Alabama, that the state education superintendent, have you seen some of the stuff that they're considering? And they're trying to bring attention to it involving sex education. And there's some pretty big controversy going on with that, too, about being connected to a organization that when you look at some of their materials, I'd keep an eye on that too, and that's starting to become a pretty big story out of the state of Alabama, and it's a lot to look into. But when they put out some of the examples of some of the videos, and they're saying some of it is under the guise of, you can see them saying, well, we want kids to be educated, properly. But there's even one campaign that's supposed to help kids to see porn as something horrible, not true education. But the only problem is some of the videos they're going to show your kids to teach them about that. You probably want that to be your call. You probably want that to be handled within your own home.
Yeah, I started saying a lot of that can be taught at home.
Yeah.
I would say like in our house, probably not really good at teaching them chemistry and some of these things.
Right.
School, I'll get you to handle that.
Yeah.
We can handle the other.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the government never wants to stay in their lane.
Yeah.
The government's job is to protect the border, not tell us about bathrooms and who can go in them.
Right.
And, of course, they want to focus on that and not take care of the border.
Yeah.
It's just standard.
Yeah, I kind of think something as important as, when something's so powerful that some people, when it's handled incorrectly, it traumatizes and affects them in intimacy with their future spouses. Something that dangerous, you probably don't want some educator to be taking care of that with your kids. You probably want to do that at home. And and then when you talk about climate change, the dangers that can be in something that is a theory and what is and isn't going on, and elevating the worship of the earth and that kind of stuff. Of course, it just like it ignores a lot of things. That kind of stuff, I'm not sure that's the. But remember, this is once again, and I say this local, state, and federal. Once again, it's the founding fathers' warning. How many more times does the government have to show you that whatever power you give them, they will abuse it? So what you have to do is minimize the things that you give them. Everything you give them, they will abuse it. So what you do is you just don't give them much.
Well, and you keep a tight leash on it.
Right.
You keep limits on it,
right.
and it needs to be we the people.
That's right. They need to keep a secure border. Can't get them to do that.
Right.
Need to provide a military. They're not doing that very well right now.
Secure elections.
Yeah, secure elections. This other stuff, I think we need to handle that. There in the local community.
Yeah.
And in people's private homes.
Well, and anybody, I think, with normal sense would think that, unless you have an agenda and you're trying to change something, and using the power of the government to do it.
That's right, and that's this indoctrination.
And that's what we should avoid.
And that's why you can say, well, I don't think they would do that. Well, if you don't give them the power to do it, then you know they won't do it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Why leave it up to chance, Rick?
Yeah, you could even say you trust the government, and you know what, good for you. But and I certainly don't live in paranoia about it, but I do know that the Fed and a giant central government throughout world history has always been problematic, so I like to keep mine small.
Well, it's like if you're a multi-convicted felon, and we could trust you to walk around on the streets at night near my house, or we could lock you up so you don't have a choice. I'm going with that one.
There you go. Yeah. It's if you've proven that you can't handle certain responsibilities, then I probably won't give them to you.
Right. You shouldn't.
No, I wouldn't think so. I mean,
if you got decent sense.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll come back any stories we may have missed and your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG, as we have most of the lines available. Blazing Silverman taking those phone calls and any stories we need to cover. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I start trying, and I'm just wet, and I'm slinging water everywhere, and you try not to fall.
Right,
Because you know you're going to hit the bathroom. Yeet, bing, so you don't want to do that. And I'm trying to find it, and I'd already knocked it off once getting out of the bed, knocked it under the bed. So she'd already had to hear that once because that wasn't my normal get up routine. So when I reached for my phone, I slapped it, knocked it, hit the ground, and bounced up under the bed. So I'm trying to find it. No, you hear?
Well, see, my routine is I have a clock on the nightstand, and it has a battery backup, but you never know if that's going to work or not. That's always up in the air. And I usually have my phone on charge in the bathroom, in the closet in the bathroom.
Right.
So when there's nights like this that I think I need an extra backup, I have one of these little power blocks, and I plug it in because if you don't, your phone's about dead in the morning. You don't start the day that way. So I do it, and I set the alarm 15 minutes after the clock on the nightstand just in case it goes out. Well, I get up, I get my phone, I go in the bathroom, and, start your shower, and I mean you're in the middle of the shower, and you hear da na 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 na.
Bubba's is bad to the bone. Bubba's is bad to the bone.
And I think, oh my gosh, I gotta get out.
And look, and when your house is deathly
quiet,
quiet,
it's like it's on a PA system.
Yeah, because it's so loud in that quiet house. When everything's shut down, people trying to sleep. Oh, so loud. Now Sherry didn't look like she woke up. Did Betty wake up?
I didn't go check because I was dripping wet and the floor was wet. And I thought, now you got to dry off and try to get the floor dry. Right. Because the one thing you don't want to have is the wife coming in there to see what it is and her slip. No. That's even worse.
Well, and then I have the thing, you have the different combinations.
I'm at the age now, broke hip could be any day. It could be, I got to be careful.
It could be the end of you. Is anybody
I'm a broke hip. I'm on the road to broke hip.
Sure, absolutely.
Broke hip.
So for us, thankfully, it was not a big deal at all. So we were talking about all the things that went on. Now, we did have a lot of rain. And one Calvin Speedy Wilburn, who seems to be having quite a little week, got a chainsaw injury over the weekend, and you have been trying to get your roof replaced because of hail and storm damage. Nothing to do with Irma, but just over the we had some bad storms that happened throughout the last year, and you've been waiting, and of course it was funny. I talked to the folks who replaced my roof, and you're using the same people, Cardinal Roofing, and we were discussing, and he says, now people say I'm in the roof business. I'm really in the weather business.
That's right.
Because weather dictates whether we're going to get jobs done or not done and when we can start, when we're going to be finished. And he said, because once you tear somebody's roof off, you can't have rain.
No.
I mean, we got tarps and all that, but you got to say we didn't get it done in this period of time. Right. So you got delayed because of the bad weather. And I understand last night you were reminded once again why you need it replaced.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind the material, the shingles, everything, Cardinal Roofing, they've already dropped everything in the driveway. It's ready to go. So now you're just looking at it. And again, because of Irma and the weather coming in, you hit it. They were supposed to start tomorrow or today, and they're probably going to go tomorrow the next day, but the timing is almost right. And I had to tell Terry, we want the old roof on there when more what we thought more high winds and rain were coming in, because we don't want the new roof to get damaged. So it was going to work out good. Well, last night it's getting close to dinner time, and I finally sit down. I'm like, okay, we're going to sit down. We're going to chill a little bit. Oh, look, early Monday night football games coming on. Okay,
got two of them.
See what the Vikings doing. Oh, Drew Brees is ready to go and all this kind of stuff. And so we're sitting here, and Terry comes to the, hey, yeah, I could tell by her voice something was wrong.
Right.
What's up? Hey, we got water at the front door. And as a husband and you just go, there's things you can put off. Yeah, I'll get to that. Yeah. And then there's times where you're like, no, I got to get up. And so I'm like, there's water at the front door. And, yeah, there's water at the front door. It's coming down. The front porch is flooded, and it hadn't even started raining yet, which it hadn't. Compared to what we were going to get, it hadn't really even started yet. And I'm like, gosh almighty.
You can't.
And so I knew.
Monday Night Football.
No, and so I knew
First Monday night.
And we've been having the folks that knock on the door, these I guess this roofing people or whatever. Hey man, you've got wind and hail damage, but we didn't want to use that. I was very skeptical of that. I didn't know if I should use them. And then of course Cardinal Roofing came along, and I'm like, no, I'll have them check it out, and then if we need one, we'll use them. So that's kind of where we are. So I step out of Reese's window. You can.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we have lines, not many, a couple of lines available at 866 We Be Big. If you want to join us, Blazing Silverman is there. While we're getting you lined up ready to go, golden ticket seats today. Say hello to Trey Bowman. Trey, welcome to Rick and Bubba today. Yeah. Scott, where's Scott Broughton? Scott right there.
Some breakfast
Nathan
boys.
Johnson, Ben Britt, Leslie Sanders, Andrew Sanders, Jamie Sanders, Rick Smith.
There he is.
And Tiffany Ash is here today. Ken D'Angelo is here today. And the world's largest Rick and Bubba fan. No one loves the show more than Lila. There she is. Lila Jones is here with us today. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Glad you're here. It is how about this? It's Fun Zone Friday with Dr. Dudney. Somebody, and I'm thinking if you drove all the way from Illinois, boy, a tank of gas would help, wouldn't it? Yay. Somebody is about to get a $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney. And Bubba, I need a number between 1 and 8.
1 and 8. What about 4?
Number 4, congratulations to Ben Britt. Ben Britt! Let's go, Ben! Let's go, Ben! So $50 worth an American Express card to him. And so there you go. If he talks you out of it, and just, he's got a long run back. Yeah. So welcome. If you want to join us, we'll open up another month here before too terribly long. And you can find that at rickandbubba.com under contact. All right, to the phones we go. Let's start with Steve in Richmond, Virginia. Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Steve, go ahead.
All right, so Stevie yesterday was saying about draw. Was he talking about when, like, a second grader in school writing on a chalkboard, or was he talking what he used to do when he was with the cigarette?
And there it is. I mean, it is always a cigarette humor. You can thank Greg for that, by the way.
I'm not the driving force behind that. I think that we've moved on from the smoking stuff.
Heard a lot about the drawing stuff yesterday after the show. I'm talking about those.
You said you wanted to draw on one.
Yeah, on that little. What do you call it, Bubba? When they're drawing out football plays.
Bubba don't want any part
of
this discussion.
And then a meteorologist is drawing on it. What do you call that little device they use? I've always wanted to draw stuff on it.
I know nothing.
Like when Troy Aikman gets to draw and stuff.
Yeah, Telestrator.
There you go. Thank you, Bubba.
Thank you, Bubba.
Let me sit here long enough with that.
Well, I just wanted you to go full circle.
Yeah, you want to keep digging that hole he was in.
Leroy in Chilton County. Leroy, go ahead.
If they're going to put them kids in Jersey through that new curriculum, we need to put our kids here in Alabama through a college football curriculum. A row tie.
Shane?
Well, I think that class is taught on Saturday.
Amen. Shane in Georgia, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I know my service is sketchy, but have you seen the movie The Gray?
The Gray? I have not.
A lot of wolves.
Liam Neeson? Is that?
Yes.
He's in it? Yeah.
Hey, Rick, it don't turn out good.
Rick, yes. You need to watch that movie, The Gray, Rick. And then at the end of that movie, he's going to show you how to fight the wolf.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't Liam Neeson.
Yeah, okay. So, because I'm not fighting a computer-generated wolf.
That's true.
Let's continue.
I think you'll be proud of him, though.
Let's go, but I will check it out.
I think he was trying to help you out.
I will. I'll check it.
Your tone with that guy.
I'm just saying. My goodness. I mean, it's all kinds of variables.
What's your problem?
He didn't say you were scared.
Yeah, that's right.
I think he was trying to help you.
Tell you what, Greg, why don't you just go run? All right, so
at least I don't have to fight a wolf.
Let's go to Gene in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Gene, go ahead. All right. Now, I don't know what that is.
Buddy.
Let's go to Calera, where Donnie is standing by. Donnie, go ahead.
Fire.
Donnie and Calera.
Johnny.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, there's a lot of static in the line, but I just want to tell you, you were talking about the fast Greyhound. About 30 to 40 years ago here in Alabama, we had a celebrity Greyhound. His name was Joe Dump, and he set a world record for consecutive wins with 31 straight wins, and the dog was actually sold for $60,000 back then, which was a lot of money for a dog. And he was at one time ranked right there with Bear Bryant as one of the top celebrities in Alabama. So I would advise you
well, evidently, no. Ain't nobody got a picture of Joe Dump with 315 by it in their bedroom.
Coca-Cola never put him on a bottle.
No, never did. And he didn't have a show where he broke down film on himself.
That's right.
Well, when people start calling these dogs athletes, let's say that I had a greyhound that was wide receiver. And nobody could cover him because he can run 34 miles an hour. He can't even catch the ball.
No, he can't.
He has no hands. Okay, I mean, what good is he?
He can be open all day.
Do you realize at the time Joe Dump was sold? It was $60,000.
You know why they
two Birmingham men purchased. One was a gynecologist, and the other was a former hockey player.
There's a combination.
It is believed to be the highest price ever paid at that time for an American racing greyhound.
And that's fine. But he wasn't the same. He wasn't as popular as Bear Bryant.
No, I'm not saying that. I was just confirming his story on Joe Dump.
He's a popular celebrity, Rick.
The fact that I'd never heard of him, he's not more as popular as Bear.
What year was
I've heard
that?
of Bear Bryant.
A long time ago.
What year was
like
Joe Dump?
1979, 1980.
He wasn't on the Mount Rushmore of celebrities in the state like you two.
Well, that's true.
I know the hockey player's still not playing. I wonder if the
I don't think I've ever heard of him before that call.
I have never heard of him. No.
Well, Joe what?
You ain't never heard of Joe Dump?
Joe Dump.
Oh, Dump.
Yeah.
You know how he got his name?
How's that?
Yeah, a lot of people say that's the dog you pick to win before they get in if you watch them.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
I've always heard that.
3.
I'm not a dog racing expert by no means, but
Ladder
I've heard.
on their feet.
Yeah, he's not done either.
Daniel in Montgomery, I-92. Daniel, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Pretty good.
Hey, I got roped into helping coach my son's Mighty Mike football team, and since all y'all have coached your kids at some point or another, I was looking for some advice on how to get your kids to work past the bumps and bruises, the little boo-boos they get during practicing games.
Let them play soccer. I mean, well, I'm just saying, if they can't handle that.
No, just don't make a big deal out of it. Get up. Let's go.
Let me tell you, that age, the worst thing you deal with is taking their helmet on and off.
Yeah, helmet
they
on
start
and off.
screaming because it's ripping their ears off.
Yeah,
and they can't buckle their chin strap. None of them.
Yeah, just ease them into it. Don't be one of these things that and you actually don't make a big deal out of it. Tell them to get up and let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
And you don't get out there and do bull in the ring and all that garbage. Let them have some fun. Let them get into it. Simplify the game. Let's not we don't have to install the latest offense. That
if you go undefeated, if you go undefeated the whole season, it still does not make you a great coach.
No, stand there, let somebody run through them. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's as bad as it could get, son.
Put them 10 yards apart and let them crash.
Right. They're not big enough to pull your car around the parking lot, so maybe have them pull a little wagon.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah,
and a good water balloon fight after practice is always good.
Good ice bath.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to let them know that the game of football will include bumping into people and maybe getting bruised.
And taking your helmet off.
And help them understand the difference between injured and hurt.
Yeah. Injured and hurt are not the same thing.
No.
Yeah. Let them know too that that they're young, going to be young men one day. That'd be help.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.